After an historic weekend on the network, the first ever Western Shield run and won by the British and Irish Knights 6-3 over Team Europe. We're back to domestic action in Portugal today with 7 teams in Group B fighting for qualification for the Super Fives that starts on Friday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Portugal and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rematch.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome back to Portugal. Well, a bit of the morning after the night before, this morning after the amazing Western Shield over the weekend where we saw essentially an ECN All-Stars 22 take the park every single game. And in the end, the British and Irish Knights winning that 6 matches to 3 over Team Europe. But today we are back to the European Cricket Series and we have 5 matches coming your way and there's 7 more days before we crown our ECS Portugal Champion 2024. So we do have Group B action continuing today, starting with match number 65. And this one we'll see Oeiras against Friendship CC. I do have some toss news for you. That Oeiras, their captain, Conrad Greenshields, won the toss and has elected to bat. So I think there'll be some batters pretty keen to get amongst the runs, principally Daniel Dorkaya, who missed out for the Team Europe side over the weekend. He's listed to open with Brendan Badenhorst, also a pretty good hitter of the ball. Greenshields at 3. Friendship CC, though, led by Imtiaz Rana. And they're a very competitive outfit. Ashraf Rupu won't be behind the stumps today with Nazrul Islam in the side. Can talk weather with you, and we had some overnight rain, but it's cleared, and actually we've had a fair bit of sunshine. So it feels a little bit damp and soggy to start the day. Currently 16 degrees, heading for 18. These are the 2 sides, and yeah, you can see here that the Oeiras side are pretty stacked. Faf Stoneman comes in, he's a big in for them, isn't he, with the Portugal side. Certainly a fair bit of the Portugal side in there for Oeiras with Greenshield, Stoneman and Stoneman. Junaid Khan in there, obviously. He has over 100 wickets on the network. Asaduzaman, though, at the top. He's a pretty handy player for Friendship CC, listed to open with Rupu. And yeah, Imtiaz Rana leads the side. Nazrul Islam comes in and he will be behind the stumps. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world, as Oeiras, no surprises there, starting heavy favourites. They actually have just lost top spot, but they got games in hand, and I think they'd be pretty keen with a good performance here to take top spot back off Marlow. And I want to welcome back all our viewers on Fangod, of course, in the subcontinent, and everyone on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network, as we will look across the landscape of this ground, still continuing at the same end. Daniel Dorkaya won't be facing up with the non-strikers end. Badenhorst will get the first ball. Good to see Kruk Patel back out there with Malik. So pretty experienced umpiring crew now. Kruk had the weekend off umpiring. Malik was part of the crew that adjudicated the first ever Western Shield. You can still see the Western Shield branding all around the ground. Here's Abu Sufyan Rubel, who's going to get us going. Yeah, a little bit windy out there. Wind's mostly kind of left to right on your screen, favouring the leg side for the right-handers. Daniel Dorkaya, got a feel for him. He scored only 11 runs on the weekend. And out of the 14 players for Team Europe, he had the 14th most runs. That's just cricket sometimes, isn't it? It's a fickle game. I have a fairly strong feeling he's hungry to hit back and hit back pretty hard. And I don't know if Friendship CC will like that this morning. Anyway, first one is a big wide down the leg side First run of the day. And Rico Full is off for a week. He'll be back next Monday morning in France. But this Monday morning, I have the pleasure of welcoming someone back into the ECN box who's a little bit more than a guest. And that is our very own ECN commentator and Team Europe coach, Corey Ruckers. Good morning, Corey.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. Absolutely revved up for today. And 5 live games, nothing better than being back after the whole All-Star weekend and going back to the high school, college games. And, well, a big one this morning, the Swans taking on Friendship CC.
Yeah, I know it's been a big couple of days for you. Obviously, we'll talk about Western Shield a little bit as the day goes on, as Rubel comes in again. This one's a bit more on target. And Badenhorst happy to keep it out. Oh, had you on yesterday late in the day, but maybe for some of our viewers that weren't able to catch too much of the Western Shield over the weekend, it was pretty amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was getting the best of the best, all out to the beautiful Centre M ground out here in Portugal, and giving them an opportunity to play in sort of an all-star weekend, which is very exciting and had a lot of drama.
This one clipped away by Badenhorst, and we'll have our first boundary of day 14. As he takes that one nicely off the leg stump. Once again, I think the wind's a factor here, but left to right. And so, Badenhorst catches in.
Yeah, nice shot that. Just a little bit over-pitched on the leg side.
This one is hit in the air, but not hit very hard. Fielder comes in. Oh, it's a wipeout job, really. Good effort. You like to see that. A bit of luck early for Brendan.
Yeah, he skied that one, just couldn't get to it. It is blustery conditions, obviously the early morning rain, Vinny. But in the end, just the single brings DDC on strike, who, black and white, had a shocker on the weekend. Couldn't buy a run if he wanted to. Can he make some today?
This one played away by Daniel Dorkaya. Gets his first run. And, I mean, you were coaching Daniel on the weekend. Talk me through that whole experience. He acknowledges the crowd that he scores his first run here on Monday.
He has been copping some stick from everybody because he sort of came in as probably regarded as one of the best bats in Europe, and then he just couldn't buy her. I think Jarvis has a photo of him on the wall and just kept throwing darts at his head because he got him out, I think, 5 times. So he's off the mark. Badenhorst now looking for another boundary.
Pushes that one away and gets one. Uerish made a very strong start. Remember, they've never won an ECN trophy, Uerish, despite being ECL 23 representatives. Marlow have the wood on the ECS here. And even in the night series, except for the one time that Gamblers SC raised the trophy in 2022.
Yeah, good first over this from Rubel. Last ball the first.
This one's short, and DDC pulls it away. Up and out of here, Maximal, the first one of the day, in the end of the first over, 14 without loss.
You know a remarkable stat from DDC's weekend. I don't think he hit a boundary.
Yeah, he almost did. He hit a 2.
It's ridiculous when you actually think about the calibre of player he is. He gets his first boundary in this one. And we'll just have a look at the run rates that have been going on in this ECS. We know it's been wild, wet and windy. The DNP, one of my favourite days, did not play. Very rare.
It's pretty rare on ECN.
Hovering around that 11.7 in 2024. Overall 10.6. Yeah, that's the history of ECS here in Portugal.
Yeah, and the score's been going up over the last few years, as you would expect. We got to see a fair few classic games last week because of the weather we had. All right, here's Rana, one of your favourites, but he starts with a traditional Minimo, as that, even with the soggy field, runs down the hill, and you see both the opening bowlers struggling with this cross breeze early.
Yeah, Rana aims it at the wrong pitch, and it's going to cost him 5 runs, so not a good start to his account. And against the Swans, who go into this game as heavy favourites, yeah, that's not what you want to be offering up. 5 wides. These two are a dangerous opening pair, and they put on a lot of runs before the Western Shield had started. So effectively 19 off the first. A little inside edge this time in part of the bat, and they'll just scamper through for a single. Yeah, that we're talking a bit about DDC. Obviously, we know he didn't have the weekend he had, but before that on the network, he's been a destructive player and a really impressive striker of the ball. It shows how interesting cricket can be. Form can come and go.
All right, this one is hit in the air by DDC, and he's going to go large. It's Maximo. Another 6 runs to Uwarash. But this is the thing about cricket, isn't it? Obviously, it's no disrespect to the Friendship CC opening attack, but it's not quite what DDC was having to face early in the innings in the Western Shield.
Well, he's gone past his runs for the Western Shield in 3 balls. And when you think about that, honestly, at the start of the week, if you had said that would happen, no one would have believed it. So it's a fickle game sometimes. It's mentally quite tough as well.
This one is on the pads, and he's going to put this away with a wind as well. Maximo, 6 more, and a flying start for the Swans.
Yeah, nice shot. 32 off the first 1.3 overs, and right now they're ticking, aren't they? The Swans be looking for a big score this morning. When everyone woke up, there was a lot of rain around. Thankfully, the sun has come out, and now the boundaries are raining. We saw some monster 6s over the weekend. We might see some big ones today as well. So Rana, 18 off 3, under the pump.
There's Asaduzaman in the foreground. This one short, asking for trouble, and trouble is exactly what you get. Puts another one over the fence. I can just see that for you. Your little heart is breaking every time you see one of these, because you're saying, hey, this is a taste of what we might have had on the weekend. And let's be honest, you did push the series 6-3. And I'd say there's a handful of your players that played nowhere near their best, to be completely fair.
5-3, and then the last one we gave everyone a go. But yeah, there was, to say that we won 3 and DDC didn't make a run, Nabi didn't make a run, Afridi didn't make a run, Jamshed made a few, Sharif didn't make a run. Gee, yeah, it could have been a different story.
Edged, and he gets lucky. It really took off. Ratul's very, very close there. Something we have seen in this series. Keeper's kind of sneaking up, but didn't have too much reaction time. A bit of luck, that's 4 runs.
Wonder if Friendship CC are thinking, DDC, he's more than due, and he probably wants to take out a bit of anger from the weekend. That climbed on him a little bit, thickish edge, and keep up, very slow to react.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's a positioning thing. I get that you don't want to be dealing with second bounces, but I think he probably could have taken a metre or 2 and would have had a chance to at least get a hand on that. 29 off 6 for Torikaya.
Oh, I do not like him right now. He's a good kid, but my word.
Now, fraction short, and he'll turn on this and put it out of the ground. Well, fielded out there, Maximo. And that will finish another over. And that one goes supersonic. Rana goes 34 in the second.
The thing is with players like DDC, when you've got a 9-game Western Shield, he was our star bat. I put him up there with Lynch and put him up there with Ward.
Yeah.
We wanted at least 1 or 2 wins from him. I would have even taken 20% better, and I reckon we might have got 1 more win.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. Look at Uwarash, who are 5 points behind Marlow, but they have 3 games in hand. So they'd be pretty confident with a good day today. They could take top spot back. They'll play 3 matches throughout the day. Friendship CC sitting quite pretty in third there. I'll go through the format in a second. Anyway, this first one's a bit too short from Rubel, and he disappears. And the 50 and the 50 partnership comes up in just 13 balls. This is trouble on the cards for Friendship. To be honest, they haven't really handled the conditions so far. Few too many short balls, and with that wind left to right, they are disappearing. Yeah,
if you keep banging it in halfway through this wicket and don't have the pace, it really just sits up. And 54 off 2.1 is pretty scary, striking at a run rate at the moment of 24.92. So back to the ECS action. Obviously, these teams get into their rhythm early, but just struggling a little bit. Friendship CC offering some friendly balls.
Assad in
good
foreground.
sponsor on the front of the shirt of the Friendship CC.
Yeah, the new shirts. Of course, you famously are a big Friendship CC man. You got your shirt from the 2021 series, 2022 series.
I've got the captain shirt. Rana, he gave it to me after 2 weeks of playing. Wasn't sure if it was washed or not, but yeah, he very kindly gave me a Friendship CC shirt. That's made its way all the way back to Australia, and it's framed.
Rubel, please pitch it up here. Try and draw Bardenhorst into a mistake. This one is clipped away, and with the win, that'll whistle past the rope as well. But right now, have a look at that XS. It's saying 203. Could we start with a 200-plus score here? To be honest, all signs point to yes at the moment.
Yeah, well, we saw a 200-plus score on the weekend. Team Europe had to get a bit of a shellacking in a couple of them. I think it was 233 from the British and Irish Knights, second highest score.
234, yeah.
234.
Who's counting?
Could be on for another big one here today, Vinny. 58 off 2.2. These two are just feasting on some yummy bowling.
They really are.
You see how windy it is with the camera shaking. Such blustery conditions. The thing when it's windy is fielding and bowling does become extremely tough.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, this is cut away. And they'll have to hustle a single. They'll get there in the end.
Just one more to the total. A little bit of respite here for Friendship. Brings DDC back on strike, who's trying to correct his wrongs of the weekend and find a bit of form. But do you think batting in cricket is probably one of the most mentally tough things to do as a sportsman?
Definitely. Definitely. The one chance is brutal. It's really, really brutal.
Oh, he's just run himself out.
Oh, he has to, and you wouldn't believe it. That's the only way they've looked like getting out so far, really. Maybe with the exception of that edge that flew to the boundary, but Dorkaya left high and dry on 35. It'll be one and done. It's 60 for one.
Well, he wanted the second with the missed field, but obviously his partner had run through, and he should have realised that, but he just kept on going, DDC. He wanted the strike back, a little bit too eager. Good recovery from the fielder there. That's Hayter, and DDC's gone by a mile and showed a little bit of a glimpse of what he can do, but he's thrown his wicket away there.
Yeah, disappointment for Dorkaya. And yeah, for Rubel, we'll be taking it. It was actually a pretty good improvisational bit of work to kind of get the ball and flick it onto the stumps. Knew he didn't have time to kind of get there any other way.
This brings out Conrad Greenshields, who keeps telling me he's going to retire, but seems to be playing cricket every year still. Comes out at number 3.
Like. Certainly, you know,
I haven't played in 2 years.
Multiple retirements.
Kroom reckons DDC's the ramp crash / hick player.
Okay. This one is just a bit of a false shot from Badenhorst, but Greenshield's obviously very more than capable. Number 3.
Yeah, so first wicket, still going at 20s. We know it's not easy conditions, but if they can get a couple more, get through the dangerous top order, things will get a little bit easier for them.
Now this one is hit and well cut off there, gets his body behind it. It's good running that time. They'll get through for the single end of the power play. Irish are motoring despite the loss of DDC. They're in a healthy position at 62 for 1.
You see the dark clouds in the background. There was a big heavy storm this morning, but thankfully that's passed over. 10:15 local time and good to go for the day. Having a look at that run rate and that power play. Big power plays at 34 off the second. What was the biggest over we ended up having in the weekend? Was there a 34 as well?
34. I think might have been Boom Boom went for 34 in the last over.
Yeah, Lincoln's 100 was almost flawless, wasn't it?
I think that was the 10th over of that as well. So, time for Hossein in over number 4. Greenshields be keen to make a big score. Scored 90 last week. He got his highest score on the network. Still no tons for Conrad. That'd be something on his bucket list, I'm sure.
Doesn't strike quick enough at the top of his innings to make tons, Vinny. He's the sort of player that wants to take 5 balls to get himself in, and then he really explodes. But those 5 balls probably cost him a couple of centuries in the past few years.
All right, this one is up. It's in the air from Badenhorst with the win. That is going to fly out of here by some distance. Maximo. And he's a guy, obviously we see him in the ECS. Living here in Portugal. He's really found a home at the top of the order for Werish. That's a nice strike.
Yeah, half volley this time. He just finds it pretty easy to loft that over deep mid-on, Vinny, and 6 more to the total. So despite the wicket in the previous over, the runs are still flowing, aren't they? Another short ball, that's going to be pulled away, not out the middle of the bat. Misses out on a few there, but they'll scamper through for a pretty quick single. Sort of carrying on from the weekend, we saw some very big scores indeed. Also had that weird game where we happened to bowl British and Irish Knights out for 111. What happened in that one?
Hey, I just think no matter who you are, sometimes the batting doesn't click. That was just one for them where you seem to be able to continue to pick up wickets. This is pitched up. Greenshields hits it through the offside for a single. Yeah, but I think there's a bit of an off game from them, but no credit to your bowlers. You take chance, you create chances and you take chances, and good things can happen.
And Horse, 26 off 11.
This is tapped out, and good running there. I'll get the single.
Yeah, so just one more. That's one thing about the Swans. They always run well between the wickets. Good understanding usually. Despite that run out earlier, they do poach quite a few singles here and there.
This one is cut off by the bowler. So slight miss hit there from Greenshields. Won't be happy with that. And Hassan, he can be pretty happy with his over. Just 10 off that, and it's 72 for 1. Stops the bleeding.
Yeah, good over, good comeback. Tried to bowl full, tried to bowl straight. Didn't always hit the right line, but got a couple of Yorkers in there, so he keeps the damage down. You can just see, inclining that way. Friendship 60, I don't think they'll want to chase anything over 150. Not easy at ECS level, but we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out.
Nice day at least. And obviously we had those issues with the weather in the first half of this series, but with 1 week to go, forecast is mostly pretty good. Played away on the offside. Horse will get a single. You've got some interesting cricket coming up as well. Obviously, as a Spanish national team coach, you've got some games, I think, against Jersey this weekend, right? And then obviously a big summer of international cricket and ultimately the T10 qualifiers in Guernsey in August.
Yeah, it's a big summer for everyone in Europe. That one's hit hard down the ground, and that will go for 6. So, as we were mentioning, Greenshields always takes himself a couple of balls to get going, and he finally finds his first boundary. Sort of flat batted straight, bit of baseball style there. 6 more.
Yeah, nice strike. Goes over the rope. And now next one hit to the leg side. I'm thinking of one, but on the misfield, they decide for a bit of caution this time. You can understand that.
Good to see the spinner Moteen get a go here as well. I always think there's a room for some spin in T10. Can be quite effective and good game changers also.
Throws the hands at this and well fielded out there. Again, they're not necessarily easy on this surface.
Two balls remaining in the 5th. Greenshields back on strike. Run rate's very healthy still for the Swans. We haven't lost a game yet in this comp. That might help as well. Hasn't got it completely, but it'll still go for 6. And maybe a bit of breeze helping him there. It was sort of the inner part of the bat, nowhere near the middle. 6 more to the total.
And so handy runs and Greenshields can get up and going. He actually has 2 90s on the network.
Yeah, quite remarkable he doesn't have 100 actually.
He now joins the club of kind of lots of 50s without 100. I think he's had 12. DDC was a member of that club till he struck a couple of tons in the ECN recently. That's the end of the 5th over. Moteen goes for 15 in that one, and it's 87 for 1. Gives us a chance to have a look at the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to everyone who's popped in there so far. Hello to Rob Thompson and to Alan in there, to Helix, and yeah, to Kroom and everyone else. Anyone I might have missed. Hello to Sanjay Abraham, who's saying the announcement the ECC X was worth the hype. Well, this is the draw. And if you have any question about ECC and ECCX, now's a great time to ask us, because basically you see Group 1 and Group 2, the top left corner there, that's a separate competition with 11 sides. There's a 16 group and a 5-team group there. The top 2 out of that group after the ECCX playoffs, or get promoted to the ECC next year. And
Why are Turkey and Slovenia next to each other like that?
because there's a 6-team group, so it's they will actually they're both in there. And this will get caught. I actually think this is out. I mean, it's a full toss, but I don't think it's waist high. And Badenhorst tolls out. It's a bit of luck, really, for Hossein. We'll check it on the replay, thanks to Spring Media. But really, both the wickets coming from a little bit fortunate.
Yeah, have a closer look at the height. Must have been close, though. Always when it splices upwards like that. And he seems to be walking off. It's okay. A little bit ducked down. So a good catch from Rana in the conditions as well. He's always a bit of a live wire. Is Imtiaz Rana, the skipper. He holds on to a good one.
Nicely taken. But yeah, the ECCX this year is a 6-team group and a 5-team group because there's 11 teams. There's really no other way to do it. So I suppose when you're in the 6-team group, you actually get an extra group match because you play 5 matches and then finals, assuming you make the top 4. In the 5-team group, you play 4 matches plus finals. So it's actually the first week is just ECCX. 4 days for Group 1, 3 days for Group 2, and then the start of week 2, those first 3 days are the ECCX playoffs. So the top 2 from each of the groups, they go through and they'll play each other over 3 days. And ultimately, we'll have our ECCX finals day as well. It'll have all the trimmings of an ECC finals day. The 2 versus 3 game will be super interesting before the final, because that's actually the promotion game to the ECC in 2025. Then, of course, you've got the final where you want to win the trophy. So that should be really good.
Is it starting with ECCX? Is that first?
So the first 10 days are ECCX.
Nice.
I'm sure, if you ask me nicely, we can get you on the commentary panel for that one. Pending your performance today. All right, Faf Stoneman comes out and he's going to start by whipping one away for 6, Maximo. And we didn't see Faf in the early part of this tournament because he was still in South Africa. So he's just arrived. We saw him over the weekend in the Western Shield around the ground. But now we see him in the middle. And he makes a very solid start.
Yeah, he's a good player, Faf. He'll enjoy some time out in the middle, won't he? Obviously, that's a pretty poor ball first up, going down the leg side. Just had to clip it, and that's exactly what he does. And despite those 2 wickets, it does feel like the Swans are going to go on to a pretty massive score here this morning.
This one, well, there's some hesitation. Throw comes in. Ball finds himself between the ball and the stumps. And these two know each other very well, of course. What do they have to do to win a trophy? They've always gotten close here in Portugal, but we seem to get pipped by Marlow in the final.
Just beat Marlow. That's what they have to do. Rock up when it counts the most. Unfortunately, there's quite a lot of South Africans sprinkled throughout this Swans lineup, and we know that they're the proverbial chokers. So Shieldsy this time skies it, and this time he's gone as well. So there's another wicket. And
the commentator's kiss there from Corey Ruckers, who puts the kibosh on Green Shields. Hey, well done to Friendship CC, fighting back after a really tough start. Mohamed Abdul Moten takes the catch for thick outside edge, a looper, and in these conditions, that's not as easy as it looks, especially first game of the day. So, Warish will lose a 3rd wicket. Friendship CC just trying to work their way back in. The other thing for Friendship CC right now, they're sitting in 3rd. So, okay, they're staring down a huge chase here, but keeping their point, I think, is pretty important. So, how it works, the top two teams automatically qualify for the Super 5, which is on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So, from Friday, we've got 5 teams left, and it runs like an ECL group. So, they'll play each other over 2 days. The 3rd day will be finals. Yeah, so you see from Group A, the winners were Punjab CC, Amadora. Group A, the second were Gambler CC. But the best 3rd also qualify. So Gorka 11 scored 25 points in 3rd in Group A. So right now, Friendship CC are in 3rd. They've got to outperform Gorka 11 if they are going to stay in 3rd.
So every time I come back, I feel like I'm looking at a new screen. What is going on?
Well, because this is a 14-team series. It's the biggest one we've ever had in Portugal. So, yeah, obviously, whoever wins Group B will be in there, and whoever's second will be in there. And 3rd will only be in there if they're the better of the... There's only room for one of the 3rd place teams, as you can see. And you can see they actually get points advantage because, obviously, to reward them for finishing top.
Yep.
Kind of makes sense.
The 2 Stomans.
Yeah. Yeah, Miggy comes out
I think both these two are doing the ball retrieving over the weekend, so they were kept quite busy. Now they get their chance to send it over the ropes.
Get down the ground. Stoneman. Here's a nice looking shot. Yeah, you must be happy to see some of your Friendship CC friends out there as well. Of course, Imtiaz Rana.
Yeah, me and Rana
gave you his shirt. Was it his shirt that you had?
Yeah, me and Rana actually go way back. He came out to Perth many years ago, and we used to go down to the Cottesloe Tavern and that, and he's a good man, Rana. We get along really well. And then he gave me his shirt when I ran into him back in Portugal a few years later.
For Frosties down at the cot.
Rana used to love a Frosty.
Sunday session.
Love a Sunday sesh.
Let all of our viewers that might be watching from that part of the world.
You hear some of the players from the British and Irish Knights and Western Shields were on 4 a.m. flights this morning. It's like get them in at 11 p.m, leave at 4 a.m. on the Monday. Thanks for coming.
Hello to all our South African viewers. Now, normally I'd pull you up on something like that, but I mean, when it's factual, it's really hard for you to, it's hard to argue.
You can't argue with
Watching
that.
South Africa get knocked out in comical ways in the World Cup has become, you know,
I think they'll go all right in this T20 World Cup here, though, South Africa.
and by all right, you mean maybe make the final and
They'll
something
lose
weird
to-
will happen and they'll lose.
They'll lose to the Dutch in the group stage again, though.
Or they'll misread a sheet or whatever. Or yeah, I suppose it's one of those things. Reminds me a little bit of the curse of the Bambino, the Boston Red Sox, not getting a win in the World Series for over 100 years.
Oh, good
that's one way to
keeping.
do it. Well, I mean, to be honest, he is close, and that does get obscured by the batter for a bit, but he's just beaten for pace, basically. And that's the third time in this innings that we've seen a bowler start. I mean, it's great seat position, but yeah, probably could have thrown the hands at that one. Mohammad Nazrul Islam.
Usually when you're a keeper, the first thing you get taught of is stop the ball. And I feel like on that occasion, he forgot the first rule.
Yeah. Forgets the basics. Can happen. Happens to everyone. Like batters are taught to hit the ball. Sometimes they leave it and don't even try.
True. You ever been out that way, shouldered arms?
Once, and I was filthy about it. I still maintain I was given out only. I didn't really pad it up, but it was a ball that was maybe a whole set of stumps outside the off stump, and you know, because everyone, they say you hit your pads, and they just, I should just let it go. I believe it wasn't hitting the stumps. For some reason, I decided to kind of forcefully throw my pad at it. See you later. Just missing a leg stump this time. As we're talking about unusual ways we've gotten out before. I was out probably once when I was actually batting well for once, off the bowler's fingertips. One
Yeah,
of those
that
ones.
hurts.
You know, that's annoying. I've never been out hit wicket. We saw a hit wicket earlier in this series.
Oh, that seems a bit high. He's looking at square leg umpires. Young Miggy. We'll see if this one gets called.
Yeah, it's kind of speared in. It would have hit him in the unmentionables, I think. But let's see how high it is on the replay. That's no ball for me.
Yeah, that's a no ball for me as well. You can see it's really hurried up. Quite dangerous, isn't it?
Wait for the signal here. I'm pretty sure this will get called. Yeah, and it does. So, free hit coming up. Unfortunately for Miggy, he won't get the benefit of it. He'll give it to his bro, Fab Stoneman.
I asked you a question this morning that I wanted you to look up about the first wicket in ECC.
Yeah, Hamza Salim Dar.
Yeah,
off the fifth ball of
fifth
the
ball, was
ECC
it?
in 2021. Oh, because you're wondering if it's first ball.
No, I was just curious when I was that's free hit that's been skied. So just a one can't be dismissed, obviously. So that means at ECC, the first ever wicket was fifth ball.
Yep.
ECL was the second ball.
Yeah.
And Western Shield was the first ball.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
1,
Should
2,
I look
5.
up ECS as well?
What about women's? In the women's, was there a wicket straight away as well?
What would have been our first women's game?
Oh, the ECCW.
ECIW last year. I can look it up.
Yeah, quite remarkable, isn't it? Yeah, I thought that might be a bit of one for the stats, man. Good comeback this from Friendship CT as well. They've just brought the rate back down to something manageable.
This one is hit and having a bit of trouble dealing with it, but it's pretty well at least to make the block. And we'll get through for 2. That's good running.
And that does bring the end to another over. So good little comeback from Friendship CC. They picked up some important wickets at the right time. The fielding's been pretty handy in tough conditions. Just keeping that run rate in check.
Actually, the first ever ECS game is an interesting one. It's the start of 2020. It was just before Corona would change the world. So it was Monday the 2nd of March. So, yeah, we're talking just over 4 years ago. And the first wicket was, here's a bit of a stat for you. First, I'll come back to that. But, yeah, upcoming events, of course, going to France for the first time in a week's time. Rico will be there. I'll be there to join him. And then, actually, we'll be working on Brescia together, won't we, in Italy? It's actually the new ground in Brescia as well, not the ground we've been to before. And then Medina Cup, which is the T20 series, normally hosted in Malta. This year it's in France. Estonia for the first time in 4 years. England down the bottom, of course, for the first time ever. But Netherlands T20s, that's something we'll be working on together. And that's pretty exciting, isn't it, at the end of May?
Yeah, Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland and T20Is, their World Cup preparation. They'll play that series and then they fly out the Sunday straight away to finish. The T20 in the middle will be the top 4 from the top class T20 competition. That would be great because what you'll get there is, depending on who gets through, but you'll see a lot of new faces in Dutch cricket.
And when does that T20 competition start?
Next week.
So it's pretty close to starting. We'll be there for the final day.
It's a 6-week round robin. You play the other 10 teams in the top class, so 9 T20s, and then the top 4 play on that day.
Sensational. And so on a typical day, would you play multiple matches?
Yes, so they'll get 3 teams to a ground. So for example, I'll use BRA Amsterdam as an example. They'll go play HCC and maybe Sparta.
Yeah.
We'll all meet at the ground. They'll do 3. Then the next weekend you might only have 1. The players call that a great weekend. And then you'll maybe have again. But then we'll be there for the finals of that, which will be super exciting.
Not as good as none, actually.
True.
Anyway, first ever ECS game. Kuldeep Lal was the first wicket, believe it or not. And he was out for 10 in the 4th over, though.
That ruins it.
He ruined it. This is hit, but hit pretty much straight at the line of a long arm, but it just keeps on keeping on. Stoneman shows a bit of power, doesn't he, here? He gets out of a jam. Maximo gets 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. High arm. High elbow, I should say, sorry. Just chips it beautifully, uses the breeze to his advantage.
Trusts his technique there, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Very nice shot. 6 more.
Sporting Alphas won the first ever ECS match on their home ground on the 2nd of March 2020. Funny thing about that, though, I do remember watching it. As this is lifted up, and with the wind, that'll probably fly as well. It does. Maximo, back-to-back for Miggy. He's getting Miggy with it, and unfortunately, it's a tough over here for Friendship CC.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, that one a little bit more bottom hand, comes through the ball and gets it over backward, forward square leg, sorry. And yeah, good batting. Back-to-back 6s, and Swans just steadying again now.
So the first day of ECS cricket, we still hadn't quite worked out how to keep the connection up. So I think there's a whole 2 hours it's just not on the stream.
Wow.
And it was like, and it was windy. This is an Alphas in early March. That's a pretty good shot as well by Stoneman. This time it will run away to the offside boundary. So he goes 6-6-4, and of course he's hungry for more. The brothers batting together. Miggy, don't forget the older brother in these two. That's a nice shot. Good shot selection as well.
Yeah, nice shot that. Just shuffles across and gets a little bit of width, throws his hands out and gets rewarded with a boundary.
Golam Khan finding it pretty tough going. In the women's, if you're playing for fun, the first ever innings was Italy batting against Gibraltar. And they didn't lose a wicket until the 6th over. Sharon Vittanage was out. She was caught behind off Yanira Blagg. I remember I was doing that. I was a bragger. And that was a great series. Unfortunately, Gibraltar chasing 137. They were bowled out for 27 in that one. It was a learning curve for them, but nonetheless, it was a very, very enjoyable series. 124 for 3 after 8, so it looks like that 200 dream has evaporated for Awarash. And to be honest, with some of the batting that Friendship have got, they will feel, if they can keep this maybe 140s, we've seen these kinds of scores chased down in ECS cricket on this ground before.
So after the first Western Shield, Vinny, I know it's the Monday, it's the day that we can reflect and look back. What sort of changes would you bring in, or what would you like to add to the next one? Was it a success, you think?
Definitely. And actually, who was it? It might have been, I can't remember who said this in the chat, but they said they watch all the time, but it's the first time they've literally watched every ball of 9 games straight. You couldn't look away. So that was great to hear. I was kind of gripped as well. Probably for me, 95% of the way there. I mean, the concept is solid. I know it's quite hard to play as 9 games straight. There's a few things that are difficult. If it's just done over 2 days, then you're dealing with a certain amount of sunlight. So you know, you got to have the games to make it viable. You need to have 9 games. I wouldn't mind to seeing a way where perhaps it was played over 3 days.
Yeah.
Potentially, probably you could use an extra squad member, I think. 'Cause I guess we didn't have any real serious injuries. So that someone's like ruled out from playing. As this one is a French cut. In fact, it's the latest of cuts. It's so late it goes the other way. And Stoneman will get 4. A bit fortunate that time. Yeah, so there's that. I don't know if there's a way you could. We've got the Meltool Shield coming up as well. I don't know if there's a way you could maybe combine them into one event and alternate matches, potentially. There's a few ideas floating around there, but I mean, reflecting on yesterday, it was brilliant. What did you think?
Yeah, I think it was very good. I think maybe a little bit more bigger breaks for the players. I think by the end of day 1, they were pretty much broken.
Yeah.
A 3-day event might make it just a little bit more appeasing to them.
The difficulty with, I mean, scheduling bigger breaks is because at this time of the year, dealing with a certain amount of sunlight, I suppose you could start a bit earlier, and then that makes it a longer day as well. So there's kind of pros and cons there. And also, we didn't really have a lot of early finishes. That's the other thing. You know, often we'd have, I think there's only one game I'd say finished significantly early, and even that was probably the 9th. So, maybe there's one game where it was chased a little bit earlier than that. But yeah, I think obviously everyone was super proud. I mean, what was the feeling like in your camp with all the different players coming together? It must have been pretty proud.
The camp got along really, really well. From the Friday night when we had a couple of team meetings, and nice shot that from Stoneman, comes down and square drives it for 4. But no, we did a couple of sort of team building exercises together and put people in sort of, well, not awkward situations, but different, sitting with people they wouldn't usually sit with. Yeah. And by the time the first game came around, I think it was super important for us to win game 1. That was massive. It sort of got the ball rolling a little bit.
Get the belief going.
Yeah, the biggest hurt was probably the game 4 and game 5 of day 1. That was when the fatigue set in.
Ramadan still an
Ramadan,
issue as well.
And then it was sort of like that 233 was a kick to the solar plexus. I still don't know how we bowled them out for 113 in one game. That just seems like a complete, very rare. Wasn't expecting that, but overall, I think British and Irish Knights enjoyed their time as well. Good bunch of boys. And
the connections made, obviously, within the teams playing with former opponents, and even between the opponents on the weekend, between the Knights and the Europe side. What was the cricket like out there? I mean, how spicy was it? I mean, obviously, certain things gets pretty competitive on the field, right? But it seems to me the team's got on pretty well. Let's just wait for the last over to start here. Starts with a miss.
No, it was competitive, but it was more that sort of all-star feel. Everyone had a lot of respect for each other, had some fun and banter between each other, but nothing that went over the line. It was a really good experience to be a part of. Someone sort of swatted away to the leg side and just be a single. But no, this is something I should mention. The British and Irish Knights very kindly at the end of their series, Harrison Ward gave Khalid Ahmadi a bat that he didn't want to use anymore. They gave all their red pads to the players that maybe don't afford or have much equipment, and they gave a lot of stuff away.
That's amazing. That's really, really nice to hear. Ward to come here. This is lifted up over the leg side, and that will get the journey as well. So, Stoneman combination rocking it out in the last part of this innings. 150 on the cards here, potentially. Maximal 6 runs. What else we got? We'll keep talking about this in the second innings, obviously. Hello to Terry. Hello to Ewan. And you're my hero too, Ewan. Maya Patel said, would you mix formats, T20 and T10?
Oh, no way. Oh, you want to kill these men?
This is up. It's high. And again, with the wind, this will go further than you think. And it does. All the way over the fence. Maximal. 148 now with 2 to come. Also, it's about viability. On ECN, obviously, getting the amount of games to make it worth the cost of flying everyone. It wouldn't necessarily. If you
added a T20 in that, you would honestly break. So the boys, think about it. They were broken by the end of the day. Just the stop-start nature of T10 makes it difficult. Not too sure you could do a T20.
This one hangs in the air, should be caught, is caught. So Faf Stoneman is going to have to go. That was a nice take as well. So Moten has something to show for his efforts. Here's your man. It's 148 for 4.
I'm a little bit keen to check out their major sponsor on the shirt there, Zahir Kebab. Sounds good.
Yeah, make a mental note of that. But yeah, it was pretty well taken in the end. Safe hands. So we'll just get to see one more delivery. And yeah, keep the chats coming. Hello to Lance. who's watching normally from the Isle of Man. Lance, good to have you with us. You've just looked up Zahir Kebab, and you're right, it does look good. Look at the location from the hotel. Sounds the Rame Hotel, please. Right, last ball coming up. Oh, it's going to be wide, yeah. I think it did get a bit of the line. And actually, we can probably talk a bit later in the day. We're going to have a few little tweaks to the playing conditions from France. And that's a good call by Malik. Like the keeper tries to frame the pitch. Hit down the ground, and that'll be 4. That's a nice shot. That's Lakshman Wirakun. Well, he's got the camera out of the hand, and he's got the bat in his hands. And he will bring up the 150 for Awerash. At the end of their 10 overs, they're 153 for 4.
Yeah, really good score in the end. It was set up by that dangerous opening top 3, really. No one went on to make the big score, but actually in the end, the top 5 all chipped in. You don't often see that. 29, 36, 16, 28, and 28. And the Swans, they'll be pretty happy with their score. Maybe they left a few out there as well. They were looking like they were going to hit 200 at one stage, but good comeback from Friendship CC. And they'll fancy themselves and maybe pulling off a bit of a heist here.
Yeah, they'll hope that they have got what it takes. But anyway, it gives us a chance to have a look at some of the highlights of the first innings after the resumption of the ECS. Portugal, and early on, Badenhorst and DDC were there at the crease. And at that stage, we were kind of looking like 200 plus was on the cards.
Yeah, it was. DDC got off to a flyer for the first time in a couple of days, and Badenhorst was doing the same. This was a hot chance for the keeper. Not easy. Islam couldn't get his right Duke up in time, and that one flew away for 4. And DDC got some short balls that he was feasting on, some big pull shots to the leg side. But in the end, it was a run out that would undo him. Badenhorst as well didn't get his full timing going, but both openers got them off to a good start.
Yeah, it did. And look, Friendship CC probably didn't deal with the conditions that well. A lot of wind out there, and a lot of the kind of in-swing bowls, they couldn't really control the swing. The DDC ended up running himself out. He'll be kicking himself. I guess the thing with DDC, he still gets 2 more hits today. So at least he will feel that while he was out there, he was striking 450 in his knock. So he'll feel there's plenty more runs in the day for him. He'll be disappointed to be run out like that. Kind of Green Shields were there for a little while. Hit a couple of large ones before he was well caught by Mohamed Abdul Motin in the outfield for 16. And yeah, the Stomans ended up closing out the innings. I actually think they put together a pretty good partnership. Coming in at 94 for 3. They ended up putting 55 on in around about 4 overs. So for Friendship CC, obviously it's a big chase ahead. They do have some decent play, especially up the top. I like the stroke play. And I've got to say, Miggy Stoneman, after a slightly quiet start in this innings, I thought he impressed with some nice hitting, a variety of strokes. And obviously, Faf Stoneman, we know what a good player he is. Now, DDC is only available, I think, until midweek, and he won't be able to play on the weekend. So it's really important that some of these players around him can score some runs. And yeah, we saw both the Stomans going pretty well in this one with a pair of 28s. Yeah,
I think what you'll see is maybe when DDC leaves, maybe Faf Stoneman will go to the top. So good for him to get some touch. He's come in from South Africa, and he's playing his season in Holland a little bit later this year. So, yeah, it was an interesting. Friendship CC came back in the middle overs, but in the end, I think the Swans will be pretty happy with that score.
Yeah, I think 150 in ECS cricket, you take it. And as far as the scorecard goes, Badenhorst at the top with 29 of 15. But Daniel Dorkaya, he was on a breakneck pace, wasn't he? 36 off 8 before he was run out in a mix-up. Greenshields with 16. Francois Stoneman with 28, Mickey Stoneman with 28 not. Wirakun also was able to strike a boundary towards the end to get Awerash up over the 150 mark. As far as the bowling went, some good performers in there. Sajjad Hassan with 2 for 18 was probably the best of. Hyde a bit unlucky not to take a wicket, none for 17 for him. Mohamed Abdul Motin did pick up 1, but he was also reasonably expensive. Bit of one to forget for Imtiaz Rana when he bowled the second over, went supersonic for 34. We didn't see him again, but to be fair to him, he did run into some pretty talented players at the top. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll take a bit of a break, back soon with more domestic action from Portugal as Friendship will be going on their way in this chase of 154. We'll see you very shortly right here at the SCG, the Santarém Cricket Ground, for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Rematch.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the ECM. We're at the halfway stage of this enthralling encounter between the Swans versus a team called Friendship CC. 153 for 4 at the halfway stage, and well, it was the top order from the Swans that did most of the damage. Everyone chipping in quite a bit, and Friendship, they pegged it back somewhat. At one stage it looked like 200 could have been on the cards. We're back to the bonus points. 7 overs to chase it down. That's not going to happen, but can the Swans restrict them to under 107? That's probably more likely to get all 4 points. I do like the bonus point equation in tournament play, bilateral series. It doesn't work. Anyway, 153 was the score in the first innings. Top scorer, TDC, surprisingly. Looks like it's going to be my man. That's a Duzeman. He's a good player. He's at the top of the order. He'll be looking to get off to a bit of a fly here. He's with Rupu at the other end. All set to go. And Junaid Khan with the ball. Familiar face. Haven't seen him in a while. He's got the first ball in the run chase. Here we go. Wide ball. Good signal from the umpire there outside the tram line. So start with the extra. Can they get off to a flyer and make a game of this Friendship CC? I'd love maybe 40, 45 off the power play if they can. We predictor heavily favoured towards the Swans. There's a better line from Junaid Khan, who has a happy knack of picking up wickets early in his spell. And confidence bowler, when he gets it right, he really flies. Sometimes he can get hit around the park though, as well as many good bowlers do on this network. There's a wild shot from Asaduzaman, comes waltzing down the ground and misses that by about a foot. It's a good comeback from Khan, who's hitting a good length here. Swans do have a very good rounded team, good batters, very decent bowling lineup as well. They are the favourites in this competition at the moment. They haven't won an ECS, but you'd imagine this year they might be able to change that. Well bowled again. Asaduzaman coming down the crease to Junaid Khan. Not too sure that's the option. Running at him. He really does usually hit a good length. Maybe get deeper in the crease and try and go square with it. Again, running at him, and that's what I mean. Maybe some cricket education here from Asaduzaman. He's trying to run at him and play I like to call it the Hollywood shot. I think there's only one player in the world good at running at a bowler. He's Virat Kohli. He's pretty good at it. Asaduzaman probably needs to sit deep and give himself as much time as possible. Again, runs, and Alan's going to sneak inside the tram line. So despite the wide off the first ball, Friendship CC just can't get any bat on ball at the moment. Just sneaking that one back inside the tram line. This time he gets it, comes down, and he gets enough on it as the rain starts to fall, surprisingly. Looks like a shower's just started from nowhere. That will go for 6, and looks like a bit of a heavy one. So the covers might come on here, which is a sad sign. I don't think we really expected any more rain. Asaduzaman gets a 6. Not easy conditions for the players out there, but a good start from Junaid Khan. Score is 7 for none. I have to watch what the umpires think in that. We know it's been a tough old ECS with the weather. 78 matches since our last golden ball. I'm going to assume that was at the ECL. Yeah. French teams going up against each other in that qualifier 1. Paris University Club versus Dreux, and wasn't that a good game of cricket? It's been 78 games since then. Will we get another one as the rain has come down? Hopefully it's just a passing shower. Credit to all these players for just getting on it with it, though. They love the format and they love playing. Badenhorst with the ball now for over number 2. Full straight, hit pretty well from Rupu, who's going to get off the mark with a boundary. Good batting over pitch and just pumps it straight, doesn't try to get too funky. This time he's not going to get away with that. A little bit shorter and a little bit wider. Easily signalled by the umpire Malik. Rupu might be the key in this chase. Got a good strike rate traditionally on the network. Can give it a clatter. Bit more of a traditional player. Like that. Traditional cut shot. Nice to see. Bit old school there. A little bit short, a little bit wide. Rides the bounce beautifully and gets his second boundary. So nice start this from Friendship CC. They'll be feeling positive. Pretty loose sort of delivery, short, hit me sort of bowling, and he does exactly that. He comes down the crease this time, and that's another one where if he's just staying still, he could have maybe played another cut shot. Always wonder why these players maybe get itchy feet or decide to come running at the bowler. Just 1 to the total. That's Duzman. He's having a tough time of it. Feels like he's one of those players. He's just swinging harder and harder and harder. So he needs to take a deep breath here and keep his eye on the ball. It's an easy signal for the umpire. That's going to be a wide. So still 2 balls left in this over. Can they find another couple of boundaries, turn it into a big one? Full of delivery. That's the nicest shot. Gets it, but oh, what a good catch that is. Sensational take out there at deep mid-off. That's Nassim, who made really good ground to his left. Holds on to it. It was a nice looking stroke, but in the end, it will be the first wicket. Asad will have to go for 6. And a bit of fielding magic there from the Swans. And the score is 18 for 1. And running down the ground, chipped it quite nicely. It's probably going for 6, but a really good take. Protects his elbows as he hits the ground so the ball doesn't bobble out. Friendship CC, they'll be disappointed to lose Asad Uzman. Does give more players in this dangerous lineup an opportunity to do something special. So last ball of the second, Badenhorst, he gets the first wicket.
Go Brandy, one more boy here for you.
Looks like Nazrul Islam has come out at number 3. Gets beaten outside the off stump first ball. So 2 overs complete in the run chase. The score here at the Santarém Oval in Portugal is 18 for 1. As it does give me an opportunity to welcome back a good friend and co-commentator for today, Vinny Sandu.
Nice to have you. And of course, you're here for 3 days before you head on your next coaching adventure, which is a Spain Jersey series, right? Let's have a look at this table right now. So I think I mentioned the top 2 are guaranteed qualification. The third will only qualify if they get more points than Gorka, who got 25.
What a precious CC like with that 5 losses? They've been close in.
They're up against the wall. I mean, their net run rate of minus 3.8. We've seen worse than that. So, look, they'll be hoping to get their first win. They went too far away a couple of times. Here's Rupu facing up, and he goes and chases one from Junaid. It's a remarkable uppercut that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Great start to the over. Friendship looking for something to spark their innings. That's a nice shot.
This would be the pair, wouldn't it, Vinny? These two can be quite destructive. Another player walking down. They're doing a lot of that. Might as well just start outside their crease. But that's a nice shot. He does catch up with it. 6 to the total.
Junaid, over 100 wickets now on the European Cricket Network.
Vinny, I got a question for you.
Can't wait. That one actually well blocked by the keeper.
Why on the screen does it say Rupu and then some players have like Nazrul Islam, like 2 names?
Good question, and I can answer it. Well, just with the system, which is a bit of a mystery, the system.
Okay.
Because he's Muhammad Nazrul Islam, then...
But then why wouldn't it say M. Nazrul Islam like
when there's a double bang second name, you don't get an initial. Same reason you just see Dor Kayet on the screen. Now... do you know, have you ever like kind of, I don't know if you've ever done this, have you ever like kind of built a computer program or built like a spreadsheet and then you can't work out how you did it?
Have you ever used Excel?
Yeah, of course.
Built it.
Right, anyway, this one is going to be 1 bounce 4. And, oh, you're saying you built the whole program?
You ever heard of this little thing called PowerPoint?
Corey Gates.
Did that.
All right. That one, high-ish, not really high enough to be called though.
How good was it in
swing.
like primary school, the old Microsoft PowerPoint? You'd make a PowerPoint presentation with like the most simple things, but you thought you were the gun.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, yeah, I'm good at this.
Well, I don't know if I've mentioned this before in the air. Well, now, as Junaid gets smashed down the ground.
Oh.
Well, Rupu is heating up here. That one does go all the way by some distance. Maximo. Back-to-back boundaries.
That was just slapped. Came down again. These players just running at Junaid and saying, you're bowling it backwards, buddy. I'm going to hit you 80 metres, and he does exactly that. What a shot.
Yeah, well, even going back, I used to have, I think it was called a Commodore 64. Now we're going back before your time.
My first car was a Commodore.
Was it really? I believe that. That sounds like not a lie.
The VT Commodore, I think it was. It got done by the hailstorm in Perth. That is absolutely bombed. Rupu's loving his time out there. He's raced to 29.
Oh, game's alive. Friendship CC turning things around. Junaid getting a bit short. And
That's better.
yeah.
I like that.
So what he's done there, he's changed. It's like a reverse charge, isn't it? He starts outside his crease and he's looking for some length that he can pull, and he gets it from Junaid. And the execution of the shot was top draw from Ashraful Rupu. One does kind of make a bit of a noise on the way through, but it definitely hits the ground. Whether he hits the ball as well, I'm not so sure. There's some thoughts of a sneaky stumping / run out, but I think in the end, cooler heads prevail. There are sometimes you hit the ground and hit the ball, you don't realise it, but it seemed like all ground to me. Gets back in this crease. Don't think there's any issues there. So at the end of the third over, Friendship making a game of it with the magical over in the third. The score is 38 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good little start now. And they sort of fought back in that middle section with the ball. Over number 6 and 7 only going for 8 and 10. And now 38. These two have to go a long way, you'd imagine, to getting them close to this target. Did you ever have a thing at primary school where you're playing like Math Circus? Do you remember Math Circus, or is that my generation, not yours?
Maybe I just called it something different.
Oh, they built that one as well.
Math Circus. Okay.
Good game.
Yeah, so you're quite a good programmer.
What about the Land of
What was your favourite kind of computer language to program in?
Soteric.
You just made I missed your lies. Remember when you told us that you used to be a fireman? That was one of my favourites. Here's Faf. Stoneman comes in the fourth over.
The thing is, in this day and age, you can't disprove it. If there's a website on it...
We're living in the generation of alternative facts.
I could show you a photo of me in a firefighter outfit if you want.
Please don't. If it's in a calendar, I don't want to see it.
January, February, March, April, May.
Well, AI these days, have you heard of deep fakes?
No, I haven't.
You could get a video of you saying anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that going to take the world into a very dangerous place?
Yes. If you talk more about the possible moral and ethical, practical ramifications of AI in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, that's who we've signed up for on a Monday morning.
Is it Monday morning, is it?
It is.
Pwah.
This one is just pulled away, and that, I think, has bounced just inside. It is 4 runs. Nice shot by Rupu. He's keeping this chase alive. So Helix saying the Commodore 64 was a computer, not a car. Yeah, I was talking about the Commodore 64 computer, but Corey was talking about a Holden Commodore, right?
Yep.
Which is a car, so it shares a name.
The only thing that we talk
Hey,
about,
I'm a Commodore
the
64.
only thing we should be talking about when we say 64 is Nintendo 64, arguably the greatest console of all time.
Well, you could say that. Wow.
Oh, what
That's
a ball!
amazing. Have a look at this, and this is why it is a no ball for off the pitch, because it actually bounces offside, goes down leg side. Girish gets pretty close to it, actually. Faf Stoneman just a little to the left.
It's the greatest delivery of all time. It's basically ragged at Nathan Lyon, Ravichandran Ashwin. Eat your heart out.
Degrees of sideways movement from Faf. It'll be no ball. 4 buys, bit harsh on Girish.
Poor
The
keeping,
free hit to
Girish.
come.
It's poor keeping, Vinny. Well, that's not good from Faf. He's actually missed the whole wicket. It's hard to do that. It's a pretty big pitch.
How about Sega Master System 2?
No, Nintendo 64, #1 always.
Misses the mark again. Free hit will remain in play.
Yeah, a bit rusty here. Faf really spraying it around. He's usually a bit more controlled than that. Still can't believe that ball I just witnessed.
I mean, that's another good reason to wear a helmet. Because that could have easily hit him between the eyes.
Do we have any bounce off the pitch this weekend?
Yeah.
Was
2
there
or
a few?
3. Yeah. Rupu 33 off 11. Still on a free hit, but he steps away. Look at that left foot where it ends up. Makes it very hard to access that ball. And Stoneman, third time lucky for him. Avoids any further punishment. His figures are fine because the buys don't go on it. So he's escaped culpability.
That's a tough game for keepers sometimes when that goes on the bias tally.
Hello to Chumpsy. Good to see you in there. And great to see the interactions continuing. Oh, jeez. Stoneman, well, this is his first bowl in the series. Certainly he's been playing a fair bit in South Africa, but we're just getting a bit too defensive. That's something I noticed in the Western Shield. The Knights bowlers, they started uber defensive, not wanting to risk bowling at you. And then they thought, okay, well, let's challenge you a bit more. And that tended to work out with a couple of the Europe players slightly out of nick.
Oh, this is another no ball. He's missed the pitch, I reckon.
I saw exactly where this bounced. It's on the pitch, but not necessarily on the flat bit. Look. Oh, there you go. Look, see where it bounces?
I think that's a no-y, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the carpet.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not on the, what would you say, like the intended bit of the carpet. Anyway, I think if in doubt, should just be a wide. Anyway, this could actually matter because the next one's caught. And so Rupu probably doesn't, sometimes it's hard facing a guy that has zero consistency, which is how I would describe this over from Faf Stoneman. He takes a knee-high full toss, to be honest. Should have gone the journey, but he slightly mishits it, and that's going to be the second wicket down, 51 for 2.
geez, I'm not too sure I'd be doing any high fives. It was a big full toss, and that should have been hit for 6. Rupu gets a toe ender, and he'll have to go.
I'm not a fan of the no ball for off-the-pitch rule anyway,
I am.
because
Should be penalty runs given. It's an embarrassment.
got to think about the lower levels of cricket. We're not trying to embarrass people that may not be able to hit the surface. I just call it a wide unless it's hit or it hits the stumps or it hits the batter. Because then you get 5 wides, which is what you deserve, to be honest, if you've bowled it to the boundary. Game Boy, Emmanuel Robbins has come up. We've gone straight into computer games, your favourites, your consoles.
Game Boy is up there as well.
Game Boy's good.
Game Boy was good.
I used to love a bit of Pong.
Really?
Just simple.
Are you an arcade guy?
Not in a big way, but I used to like playing NBA Jam.
Good.
And you'd be on fire, you know, if you hit that
Fit
3 in a row.
3 in a row threes, yeah.
Yeah. Here's Haider getting a bat. 1 ball to deal with. Decides to run down the pitch and try and hook him out of the ground. Faf Stoneman gives him a proper fast bowler's look. It's the look of a guy who's just bowled his 9th ball in the over, 10th ball in the over actually. As that will finish it. So in total, there were 13 off that one. But there was a wicket. And Friendship CC, 51 for 2 after 4. You see now you've got the bonus point line there as well. Just you need to stay above that to keep your point. A little bit of a subtle addition to the worm.
So, sorry, say that again?
See, there's a line that shows you if you're below that, then you lose your point.
Oh, I actually didn't notice that, unfortunately, that time. I'll have a close. Is that something new as well?
Something slightly new, just obviously it becomes quite relevant.
Yep. Anyway, looks like it's Macy, the puppy dog, with the ball in hand.
Yeah, first one beats it for lack of pace, really.
Top ball to start. Friendship CC just falling away a little bit here in the last few deliveries. Need a couple of boundaries to stay with the rate.
This one is lifted up and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Mohamed Nazrul Islam, he's a good hitter. You know, he's the kind of guy that could probably go on a bit of a heater and make this close. You see, he lifts that one out of the ground easily.
Yeah, 6 runs, so that was a half volley. He puts it away. Really good batting. Just keeping this contest alive at the moment. 97 off 34 is doable.
That's really well hit, but what a catch that is, Greenshields. That one was a fireball straight at him, and that will sting. But Nazrul Islam, though he smashes it straight at Conrad Greenshields, and he's going to have to go 57 for 3. Macy with the wicket.
Yeah, Macy picks up a wicket. He gets his line a little bit better outside the off stump this time, and it's smoked hard, but straight to Greenshields. That's cricket for you. Sometimes you hit him right out the middle of the bat, but if you hit it straight to a fielder, your day is done.
Well, I was expecting this to rattle the fence. Just have a look at that rocket off the bat of Mohamed Nazrul Islam.
He couldn't have picked...
Great camera work as well.
He couldn't have picked him out any better. I reckon another half a metre either side, you're getting 4 runs. So Macy gets a wicket, and that really hurts Friendship CC.
Oh, yeah, it really does. And we saw that, for example, who was it yesterday? It might have been Skander Zulfikar, just kind of flicked one off his pads.
Yeah, straight to square leg.
Happened to pick out the fielder. 2 metres either side, you've got a boundary.
A few people in the chat saying the Sega Mega System.
Yeah. Sega Master System too. No, there's Sega Mega. I think it was another one.
Sega was good for Sonic. Good game.
Sega Mega Drive, I think it was called. Something like that. All right, then. Raju Mia. Gets hit on the pad, but I think it's going down the leg side. Macy actually had a pretty good series with the ball. The puppy, he's got that kind of boundless enthusiasm that earned him that nickname.
Yep. Well, he's come back well after being hit for 6 in this over so far. The Swans pulling away now, aren't they? Not looking good for Friendship CC.
And now he's played on, plays across that one inside edge, and Macy has a brace here in the first over that he bowls and approaching the halfway point of this innings. Friendship looking down the barrel, 57 for 4.
Yeah, another full delivery this time and an inside edge onto the stumps. You always feel a bit hard done by as a batter when you get an inside edge that clatters into the stumps, but it's a loose-looking stroke. Not much technique in it. And the puppy dog, he's got two big biscuits for him. You see the head position, all at sea. And if you put it in the right area, good things can happen.
Yeah, disappointing for Raju. He'll see where he went wrong, though. He's got a giant Derek for company as he walks off. And the score is 57 for 4. Yeah, so like I said, obviously they want to try and chase this 154 down, but if not, they want to at least get their point, considering they're in 3rd position at the moment, and that 3rd can potentially qualify. And not. Okay. Awarish and Marlowe, big favourites to get the top 2 spots. So then if you think about it that way, obviously other teams might have a chance, but you're looking at that 3rd, but also not just the 3rd, but you need to outdo Gorka in the other group. As Imtiaz Rana, the captain, comes out at number 6, starts with a single.
Is there any weight on this ECS? Is the winner of this going to ECL 25?
It's just an ECS at the fairly early part of the season. The T20 winner will ultimately go to the ECL, and that's based on the performance in the whole season. As we have a look at the ECS calendar and what's coming up. Of course, we're very excited to go to France for the first time Rico Fu will be there. I'll be there joining him probably on day 2 as I've got to make the trip from Portugal. But then we've got Brescia, we've got Estonia for the first time since 2020. England for the first time ever. Cyprus will get another series. That'll be a hot series as well. Czechia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria through the summer. Rome will actually have the Melton Shield, which is the women's version of the Western Shield. British and Irish Roses versus Team Europe. Austria, we know that's an attacking place to watch cricket. Croatia just before the ECC this time. Should be a bit warmer there. And then rolling into the ECC and the ECCX. Here's Miguel Stoneman getting a ball. First ball is driven. One bounce down to Arslan Naeem, who does the fielding. Chases a wide, and he's hit it up in the air. He gets fortunate though, and it doesn't carry to Junaid Khan. Harder will get off the mark. Miggy Stoneman batted pretty well for 28 not out. He goes short this time, and Ryder cuts it away. There's the puppy. Great fielding. That's fantastic fielding. Great standards there from Alex. Actually took a great catch yesterday when he was in the yellow vest. Low down behind the fence. Slightly slower delivery that time from Stoneman, does the trick. Stoneman pretty tight over this one. Over that really puts things out of reach, I think, as far as the wind goes. But, oh wait, maybe Hyder has something to say about it as he steps, and he puts that one a long way back. Maximo! Fantastic strike. Trying to keep this game alive. Hello to Diesel. Bruno Cavalieri in the chat. Terry Richmond in there. That's all saying Macy has a bracey. Yes, he does. 2 biscuits for the puppy dog, says Terry.
He's tall on my line there. That's what I said.
Yeah, he liked it. That's why Terry's quoting you. Barry Barbarian asking, do Friendship have any hard hitters remaining? Well, Hyder's still there. That was a pretty good one.
0% from the supercomputer is a bit rough.
It's been proven wrong before. It could be 0 point something. It's just rounding down.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
To get a point, though, 41 of 25. They fancy themselves to do that. So you're needing about 10 and over to do that. That's a bare minimum. And this one is a fraction short, turned around the corner. There's no fielder back there, and it'll go all the way. Maximo! Hyder goes back to back, and Stoneman had a good over. Ends up, it'd be a bit of an average 115 coming off that one, and after 5, it's 63 for 4.
Well, what's the, you know, the surroundings when you still have all the Western Shield sort of boarding up around the ground? When's that all going down? Is that staying for the duration now?
Yeah.
Yep, that's quite nice.
Think about this fence.
It's funny that a fence makes a ground just pop.
Yeah, it does.
It is funny, isn't it?
It's really cool.
If you take it away, you just feel like you're in a bit of no man's land.
It's a bit of work to put it up, obviously, but
Alistair?
a bit of expense. But obviously, it's a special occasion, the Western Shield. Hyder with 13.
Couldn't we do the fence for every ECS?
I'll have to get the old, maybe a fence sponsor.
Finny, why are your fingers rubbing together really quickly?
Just keeping warm. The finger thing means the taxes. All the Simpson fans out there. Anyway, here we go with Diego Mendonca.
What? Did you just say Diego Maradona?
Close enough.
He's back, baby. What a player. Hand of God.
Might be a reason to bring back mandatory drug testing at this level, but yeah, Diego bowls a ball that probably would have been a wide, but it's chased by Ryan, who gets a single. Hyder coming off back-to-back Maximos. Recruit's feeling generous. Look at that. Diego actually shoots the head around, expecting the wide call, almost breaks his neck. And Crute says, that's okay. And even though it wasn't okay, it's a wide.
When you're named after the late, great Diego Maradona, you just happen to get away with things, Vinny. That's exactly what's happened.
Okay, let's be generous. 50-50 call. Anyway, Hyder just kind of times this one away. Beautiful placement as well. Hits it late, hits it behind square, gets 4 runs. Good batting.
Yeah, really good batting. That time he manufactured that by going across his stumps and just clipping it over 45. So good to see some cricket education out there, and 4 to the total.
Yeah, really nice batting. All right, he could probably bat a bit higher based on what I'm seeing here. I suppose he had a tough start to his innings. Came in at 4, so I guess yeah, it's high-ish. All right, this one's a miss-hit though. Popping up in the air, he's hoping it won't carry. It does carry, but it gets put down. Faf Stoneman hurls himself with that, but couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah, he threw himself out. I'm not too sure if it was his catch. I think that was closer to DDC. Maybe a little bit too eager from Faf Stoneman, who was missing the pitch before, and now he's missed a catch. So a slow start from him as he's come back from South Africa to build himself into the TCS. Poor old Diego. He deserved one then.
Rana hasn't really gotten going yet. Playing a role, I think, just trying to stave off a collapse and making sure that they get to that 108 at least.
Where does Diego Maradona stack up in your football players ever?
Oh.
Top 3?
Yeah.
Is he number 1?
Debatable. Pele's pretty good.
That's okay. Some people always put those two, Ronaldo, Messi, always in that bracket. George Best.
Different eras as well.
Difficult when you have to sort of match them up over different eras.
Yeah, be the end of the over. 80 for 4 after 7. Mendonca. That was a pretty good one. Only goes for 7.
Can I tell you who the greatest of all time is?
Tell me after we have a look at what's coming up next, because I know you've been counting down to this one with Precious CC hitting the park there. 0-5, chasing their first ECN victory. Amandeep Singh comes into the side with Bahadur Singh, so we'll see if that can make a difference for Precious. With Fighter CC 2-2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 washed out.
Why can you Precious CC?
Yeah.
That isn't an actual name, is it?
Yeah, it is. And look, I remember that Friendship CC won you over in the beginning. Precious CC will be here. Fighters winning the toss and bowling first. So test for their batting lineup. Rahul Khan listed at the top of that order.
Does someone sledge them and then they start crying on the field and running to the match referee? Are they quite precious? Or
Life is precious, Corey. We've got a few Precious fans in the chat, so you better.
Tell you what, that's a good call. Maybe the chat can finally get behind a team that they're actually like.
That's what I like to hear. This is full and whipped away by Rana. Again, just get a single. Hasn't been able to find the boundary yet. The Friendship captain.
Yeah, can I tell you the greatest footballer of all time?
Go on.
Tim Cahill.
Okay.
He had the head of a god.
If you're going to talk about a guy who kind of could punch above his weight on the world stage, and I think that's an acceptable call. I just noticed that Girish has the DJ shirt on behind the stumps. In the air again, this has popped up. Can't see this being caught. Lands in the infield. So just watch that equation now for a point, because that becomes pretty interesting. We're talking 26 off 15 for Friendship to keep their point. Whereas they've had a few 4-point wins in this series. Rana, again, he's happy just to get off strike and hand it to slightly bigger hitting Hyder. Although Rana, on his day, he can hit a long ball as well.
It's a 25 off 14. He still should get that. I mean, only 4 wickets down, plenty of batting at the crease and still to come. Swans are fighting hard to take all the points, though.
Yeah, late as a late cuts, but finds the fielder.
Oh, Diego.
Great to see some native Portuguese talent out there. We've seen quite a few players now in the ECS Portugal.
Argentinian, Vinny. Argentinian.
If you say so. 25 off 13. Macy's bowled a good spell here as well, hasn't he? Went for a 6 early, but hasn't gone for many since. This is up in the air. And it's probably catchable. It is, and he takes it easy as you like. Found a bit of a home there at backward point, or forward point, I guess, in the spirit of his former countryman, Jonty Rhodes. Conrad Greenshield makes that look easy, and it's the end of Hyder for 19. At the end of 8, Friendship CC got a battle for the point now, 83 for 5.
Yeah, another wicket will go. The battle for the point is well and truly alive. Simple catch in the end. Macy's got 3. The puppy dog will be very happy with his day's work, and he's bowled really well.
So Warash will be looking to take all 4 here. So yeah, there you go. There you got the worm, and you can see that right now they're just on the rate for the point. But if they dip below that,
You got it. Oh, sorry,
it's not meant to be overpowering.
50 Shades of Black. Can you get that? Can we put a grey line, please?
If you make it too bright, it gets too confusing. It's just subtle. You need to be looking for it.
Couldn't you do like a little dash at the 7th over and make it colourful? So then it's actually a signified point, but it's not the whole line.
It's to do with the 7th over, though. It's to do with the batting team staying above. Right? Expand your mind. You'll get used to it. All right, Stoneman. Faf Stoneman, that is, coming back. So 25 off 12 required for a point. The battle's on. Don't forget, Warash, they'll want to take the 4 points to stave off Marlow as well, because if you do finish top instead of second, then you get an extra 2 points when you start the Super 5s on Friday. They're going to go for 2 here. It's a tight one, and it's going to be run out. It was ambitious, to say the least. And I actually think this is going to be a diamond duck for Sufyan Rubel, who comes out there and he tries the 44-yard dash with a 180-degree turn, ends up only making 43. He hustles in there. Good fielding by Miggy Stoneman. Good bounce throw back. Good basics. Everything done well. And he has to go. And not often we see this Derek, but it's a good old-fashioned diamond Derek. Run out without facing a ball.
Arguably the worst thing that can happen to you as a batter.
At least you got the excuse of I was run out, and you potentially can blame it on someone else.
You come to bat, you come to face deliveries. Like, you literally have rocked up this morning, done your warm-ups, done everything, walked out to the middle, and you haven't been able to face ball. That has to hurt. We don't have it very often, but a rare diamond duck.
Yep, you said it. Okay, so Imtiaz Rana does get the strike back, but at the cost of a batting partner. That's a cracking shot, though. I mean, he's only really been dabbing once, but it shows he does have a bit of power, unfortunately for him. He finds the fielder, so 23 off 10 required now to keep their point. Bit of a point thriller with 6 down. Let's see what Mohamed Alamin is bringing to the table.
Yeah, Friendship CC have hit some lovely shots in this innings, but they've picked the fielders out quite regularly, which will hurt them. Just the one there, easily could have been 4. Alamin's first ball now.
It's a really good ball from Faf Stoneman, hitting that Yorker. Girish keeping up to Faf Stoneman. Pretty ambitious, but he's pretty handy behind the stumps. Girish behind the stumps also was the DJ on the weekend. Good to have a bit of music, a bit of atmosphere. Yeah, wasn't it?
Felt like about a 5 a.m. trance sort of vibe.
Liked it. Well, you just mentioned him, and then one gets through everything. Almost hits the top of the stumps. But yeah, this is the downside. It was a slightly awkward one to Girish's left. Couldn't track it. And 4 bides. Yeah, this is the thing here. You need to get your head behind the line of the ball, and see how he just let it get too far to his left. If your head's behind the line of the ball, you've got your body as a second line of defence. But it is awkward, kind of over the stumps as well. And so 4 runs given away. The 8th bye that he's conceded, to be honest. That's the only 4 that have been his fault. The other one was off the edge of the pitch. Now he stands outside of stump and takes this. So Alamin doesn't hit that one either. This time doesn't get any runs.
Yeah, just got to get some bat on it. I mean, a boundary here will still make it. If they can hit a 6 this ball, 13 off 6 in the last, you fancy him to do it. But yeah, I guess runner at the other end's been choked as well. He's only 9 off 11. Hasn't really got going. Swans still being quite greedy. They want all 4 points, Vinny.
Pitched up, sneaks past Stoneman. They will get one there, but it's going to be a tough task for Friendship, as they'll need 18 off the last over to keep their point. It's 90 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, they're going to need a bit of a miracle here, it feels like now. Who's going to bowl the last? Maybe Diego Maradona, Miguel Stoneman, Braden Horse. There's a few options for them. Yeah, Friendship CC never really looked like threatening in this chase, only for a little bit of Rupu, who came out at 3. He got it away, but once he was dismissed, it was pretty much game, set, match. So 6 balls to go here. 18 required for a saving of a point. It will be Diego with the ball, given the honours of bowling the last.
All right. 2-3 boundaries. Maybe he can get the Alum in. Well, he gets a gift first up. And it's going to go out of the ground. Well, that to me looks like a 7-up. They might have a look at this one. But to me, I know it's dropping. I've got a feeling. Yes, it's dropping. But where is it when it reaches him? This will tell the story. That's no-y for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, reaches out, hits it well above the waist. So it will be a 7-up. And that brings this bonus point equation to life because it makes it 11 off 6 with the next ball being a free hit. Alamin, he strikes one at just the right moment.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets it out the middle. 11 off 6. They do have a chance now of getting a point.
Now he hits this one, gives it everything. Can't be caught. And it won't be caught anyway. A little bit of the old fence kick from Miggy. And so 13 off the first ball. Makes it 5 off 5 for Friendship. What a way to rebound.
Yeah, they'll be very happy if they can take a point as well. 13-run swing there. And taking a point off a very good team always builds a little bit of confidence.
Goes again. And that one's going a long way away from the fielder. That will make it just 1 required of the last 4 balls. So Mendonca, he was tight in his first over. He's gone for a few in the second. It looks like Friendship CC will keep their point after all.
Yeah, good on them as well. They're versing a very good team. So to escape with a point, that'll make the friends at Friendship very happy indeed. They've put up a good showing here this morning. It's a good team.
I would say I've seen funnier things than 4 dot balls in a row, especially at this stage. That's a good one. Big work by Girish behind the stumps as well. Let's check to see if this foot drags at all. I don't think so.
No, that's okay, Vinny. Yeah, I think he's just got to get bat on ball here. He doesn't need to take a high-risk shot. Bat on ball. The field's still quite spread as well. No one's really come in. So any bat, run the single, you get that bonus point to 108.
Another dot here, Warash. They'll get one. Oh, well, no, he can walk it in. Oh, he's missed, and they don't get a run, though. He's chopped it down, it's hit Girish in the face, and then he's turned around. The batter's run anyway, gets told not to run, and then that should have been a run out. Actually, don't mind you keeping the same batter on strike that's just had 2 dots, though.
Why is Rana not running? They need 1 run.
Didn't want to get run out.
Now the field does come in.
Yeah, you got a chance here. There are no tyres in Golden Ball. It's like what DDC wanted. So they need 1 run.
He wanted a golden ball after the tie for the bonus point. Imagine if we had done an extra sort of side golden ball. But anyway, surely they're going to be able to get 1 run.
Well, they should. And they'll do it easily in the end. It's Maximo. And he'll get a chance to go 1 more. Let's just say, Alamin was pretty lucky to survive that ball before.
Yeah, good little cameo from Alamin. 23 off 10 now. And they will get a point. So credit to Friendship CC.
This is hit leg side, so it'll finish with, I think that's 6. Was he all right there? That's right off the end of the fingers of Wirakun down there, deep backward square. So it's funny kind of innings in the end. The last over gets out of hand. It goes for 29 and it inflates the score quite significantly in the end. Awarish 153 defeat Friendship 119. 34 runs between the 2 sides. And they will meet a little bit later in the day. Awarish, I think they'll be a little bit disappointed they don't take everything out of that, but still a solid win to start their day.
Yeah, good batting in the end to save a point. Swans did too well too early for them, though. Some runs early to DDC and the Stoneman brothers, and that's probably what killed the game for Friendship. But they've done well to get that point. They can keep their head up And we've got plenty more action coming your way with a really interesting encounter between Fighters and Precious CC next.
Yeah, this is what's coming up, and we're about 20 minutes from a start in this one. Precious taking on Fighters. Precious hoping it'll be 6-time lucky. And they have brought in a couple of players. You can see that Amandeep and Bahadur Singh, Rahul Khan, and Salim Sawa listed to open up, and Jaskill listed at 3. They are batting first after getting sent in by Harjot Sahota, the Fighters CC captain. Parwinder and Parminder, don't get them mixed up, but they are two very, very important players for Fighters CC, our 2022 finalists in the European Cricket Series. Yeah, the Santarém Cricket Ground. Let's go back and have a look at the start. And to be honest, after a couple of quiet overs, Duzman didn't really have his most fluent innings, but Ashful Rupu played some really good shots in here. His 33 off 13 got them hunting. They certainly had their moments, didn't they, Friendship CC in this one, but that ultimately that 150 plus was just too big of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, it was. It was going to be up to Rupu to pull something out the hat. He tried his best coming out at number 3, but too many runs on the board. You sort of see that at club level. They just lost wickets at the wrong time. That was a really nice catch out there by DJ. Some nice shots throughout the middle of the innings, but just not enough, even though the last over went for 29. And you have to say, the Swans are a well-rounded team, and they deserve the victory.
Yeah, so having a look at the kind of end of this innings. Really, they seem to have the 4 points locked up, if I'm completely honest. That was a nice catch taken out there. And that was an even better one from Greenshields. It was really motoring. And Macy, he was able to get 2 in the over, the Macy Bracey. And he's been pretty reliable. Again, not the quickest, but he's just a reliable proposition, isn't he, Stoneman? Mickey Stoneman. I liked it better when I think he got back to basics and just tried to lock up that block hole. Faf Stoneman would have had a good catch there if hold on. He had DDC lurking as well. But yeah, once again, you see Greenshields taking a good one. Different kind of catch. And this was a nicely executed run out from Miguel Stoneman. Bounce throw into his brother. Player of the match, Alex Macy in this. I like that. I think he was pretty impressive with his couple of wickets when he got them. But yeah, how about some of the late hitting though? Haider was decent with 19 off 11. Then Mohamed Alamin with 29 off 11 in the end. He's essentially the reason that they were able to get the point, even though this was a bit of everything, wasn't it? Searching for the run that would take them to their point target. And then they missed out in the 1, but they ended up getting 6. And to be honest, they got 6 more after that. As we saw 4 Maximos, a 4 and a no ball in that last over. 29 runs. And so Awarash, they'll take the points here. 3 points to 1, 153 to 119 on the board. And Rupu, top scoring. 33 off 13 for him. Mohamed Alamin late in the piece with 29 off 11. 19 fighter in there. A couple of derricks, including a 24-carat diamond. It's a big diamond. 16 extras in there as well. And they finish 119 for 6. Not a miss. Not a big miss as far as the batting went, but I think Awarash just batted them out of the game in the first half of that one. 3 for 10 for Alex Macy in there. Ends up with the player of the match. Bardenhorst with a wicket in there as well. Stoneman, 1 for 12. Awarash, comfortable victors. We'll take a break. Back in about 15 minutes. Take you into the second match of the day. Match 66. It will be Precious Fighters. You'll see it only here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandu, here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me today as we'll continue with day 14 after this break in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rematch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Time for the start of match number 66. So we'll get to see two other teams from Group B get on the park here on day 14. A little bit earlier, we had the coin toss with this match, which will see Precious Cricket Club taking on the Fighters. Tyrone Peters was out in the middle with the two captains.
Fighters to call. Tails is the call. He wants to bowl.
So there you go, Fighters winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So Precious CC will get first use of the facilities here. Look at the chance for them to go out there and prove themselves with the bat. Certainly, they've had a bit of a tough time in the series. They're averaging 86 per 10 overs, and their total so far, they've scored 61 off 7 in a 7-over match, but then since then, 108, 56, 86, and 94. Having said that, they ran into some pretty good opposition in there. The 56, for example, was against Oerish. And looking at the percentages, Fighters, they start heavy favourites for this one with 87% favouritism, but you never know. Every loss is one closer to a win for Precious. There's Fighters with Mohammed Bilal behind the stumps. And their traditional black and blue colour scheme, which is probably fitting for the Fighters CC. But anyway, Precious getting ready to get us going in this one. Clickety-click 66. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And it's Gustava to get us going. And he starts with a traditional wide. It's almost like I've heard of actually some cricket in Estonia, ice cricket in Estonia, they would actually toast the pitch with a shot of vodka at the toss. That was the traditional thing there. It's one of my first experiences of European cricket. But yeah, the wind, very left to right today. A lot of these in-swing bowlers are losing the battle with the wind. Anyway, 3 runs to get us started. They'll take them however they can. Harpal gets another wide, but this is closer. And so 3 before we even get going. Just got what I would do here, obviously he's a natural in-swing bowler anyway, start your run up a bit straighter so your body position still is just facing a bit more to the left. That way you'll retain the natural movement that you're getting. Might be marking 2 or 3 stumps outside leg if he wants to have a chance of hitting it here, Harpal. That's better ball that time. And we'll get the first run off the bat. Feel free to join us in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, of course. It's good to have Corey back. We just got him for 3 days, so let's make sure we get full use out of him. And an early shoelace blow as well. And also, while you're there, you might as well fix up the bottom strap of the pad, which I can see is at risk of blowing as well. Bilal, he's all over it. Yeah, it's good teamwork early on in this one. Not great for the clock. One of the changes we'll have from next week is actually, because we made allowances for wickets larger a little while ago, the clock will actually start at 36 minutes. That's a better line this time from Gusavat. Yeah, so we made a change at the start of the year to allow fielding sides 1 extra minute for every wicket, not just the 6 wicket onwards. So to kind of counter that change now, because some of the games running a bit longer than they were before, the clock will start at 36 minutes instead of 40 minutes. These will just have to hustle again. We saw them doing that last year. This one's hit onto the leg. Run away for a single. Gursavak. He's worked it out, hasn't he? Like the adjustment that Gursavak's made here. This is a wild throw. I've said a few times, this ground is built for 5s because, yeah, we see a lot of full-blooded throws. It's a very fast surface, bit of overnight rain, slowed it down a little bit. Anyway, up in the air from Sawa. This is the first opportunity, and where you got your classic double fielder collision. And really, well, I wouldn't quite call them the odd couple, but it's an odd result. As I always like 2 fielders going to try and catch the ball rather than none. But Verinder Virk and Harpreet Singh comes together. And a life for Sawa on 2. And so this first over's had a little bit of everything. Has a tight run out opportunity as well. I think it was just home. End of the first over. And plenty of entertainment already in match 66. 8 without loss. As we welcome back Corey Ruckers into the commentary box.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. Been looking forward to this fixture for a while. That's an interesting grab. I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, well, that's the final result in the Western Shield. It was
pretty cool, that.
Quite an interesting start. Yeah, you see there, Team Europe. Obviously, the first game was probably, in my opinion, one of the most exciting out of the 9, though, 172 to 166. You did have that 2-1 lead, but you mentioned that kind of gives you the visual that games 4 and 5 on day 1, just the fatigue setting in. Obviously, some of the players struggling with kind of what they need to do to get through a full day's play. Ultimately, 360. Do you think that's a fair representation of what was between the teams?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. They were the better team overall. We just didn't have enough batsmen that click at the right times. That's a short ball. It'll be a dot to start. Yeah, we didn't have enough batters clicking at the right time to win that competition. Certain young man, especially, that's eating a chicken burger pretty close to me. 11 runs for the weekend. Cost me a shield.
Well, Corey, you do hold your job next year. Maybe you can make a few changes.
3-year contract.
Here's Virk. Was involved in that kind of mix-up in the field. And yeah, that's probably just one of those things.
The worst was the 2 games we kept them to like 159. Can chase that. And we just had shocking power play after shocking power play. Can never really get into the contest.
Let me throw some numbers at you from the Western Shield, because
Can we not include game 9?
no, well, maybe. All right, in the air, and this should be caught. Little stagger, but he recovers his composure just in time, and fairly safe catch taken there. So Precious lose their first wicket at 9. 9 for 1, and Vrinderberg, well, he kind of makes up for that first error, if you want to call it that, in the opening over. Although it is Harpal that is the man who's got to go. The score, 9 for 1.
Yeah, look, obviously fighters be hoping to get 4 points out of this. Precious yet to get a win on the network, and well, you're going to have to hit the sheds early for that man on your screen.
It's Captain Harjit Sahota that takes a very safe catch there. Yeah, so yeah, I was going to say, can throw a few.
Give me numbers up till game 8.
It's more in averages, so it doesn't. The ninth doesn't change the average very much. But 15.3 runs and over, so 153 per 10 overs. 15.2 Maximo rate, so an average innings has 15 sixes in it.
Sounds about right.
Way more sixes than 4s, so an average innings would basically be 153 for 5 with 15 sixes and 9 4s. As this is held around the corner, this is Rahul, who will start with the boundary. Good footwork. I like that he's getting inside. We saw in week 2 of the ECS, a lot of the batters kind of backing away, backing themselves into trouble. This is nice footwork.
Yeah, it just has to catch up with it, doesn't he? It's a pretty poor ball on leg stump and easy to pull away. So 4 to start his accounts. And, well, Precious, what do they need here, Vinny, to actually be in this game? An 80 or 90?
Yeah, I just think 100.
100 flat?
100 flat, get some early wickets.
Why is there in the logo got Precious Impact? What's PI?
I think it's something to do with the sponsorship behind the team, the backing behind the team. Could look that up. And yeah, I was going to say the other thing, just to finally wrap up the stats for the Western Shield, that Team Europe lost 53 wickets to 40. That's one thing. So read into that what you will. As this one is potentially an overthrow. I'll decide against it in the end. I'll just get one. The other thing is average scores per 10 overs. The Knights 167 to Team Europe 139. So you can just see they seem to have a bit of an advantage there. Don't think that's a free hit. It's just like a little wave from Crew. That is a big swing. That's going to end up at the boundary. Still very fast despite the rain that we've had here. So, was it 167 and 139 with the kind of average scores for each team? Do you think that's a fair distance between the teams, 28 runs?
Yeah, I do think so. They were just the better rounded team. I think their batting depth was a little bit more than ourselves as well. And they just clocked it with the ball. Our bowlers maybe got a little bit full. Freedy not bowling on the other days. The rain seems to be coming down again, Vinny.
Yeah, it does sweep in and out pretty quickly here. This is a nice little whip from Sawa. And he's going to get 4. I mean, Precious, they haven't really hit the heights with the batting yet. But I mean, sometimes you just need someone that is capable to play a big innings. I suppose with newer teams as well, they don't necessarily have the depth that some of the more established teams do. So it's important that someone like Sawa can go on and turn this into a reasonably big score. As we get to the end of the second over, it's 23 for 1. Whereas with a 3-point win, not quite a 4-pointer, but still they'll hope with 2 more matches today that they will be able to overhaul Marlow and get top spot back at the end of this day. Both of those top 2 would have played 9 matches.
Yeah, well, for Fighters CC, they'll be looking also to keep climbing up that table. Maybe put a little bit of pressure on those teams above them as the rain really starts coming down. You've got to feel for the players and the umpires out there. Not easy.
Bucks, he's looking concerned, doesn't he?
I thought any slight breeze would be worried for Bucks.
Can be like that. But let's just see. They'll probably give it a few minutes to pass.
What's your situation in these moments? Do you think that you just get the covers on, or you think try and let it pass?
I think you give it 5 minutes to stop, because just knowing this ground, it sweeps in, it sweeps out just as quickly. So obviously, if you can keep the game moving, that's the ideal.
Oh, shot.
Really nice shot. In fact, it might have even been within the range of Lalit Kumar, but he's not able to get a hand on it, I don't think. And Rahul times the absolute cover off that one. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, good batting, a little bit of width, just leans on it. bit of touch play, really, and that is a chance. Actually burst through Lalit Kumar there at backward point. So flying away, and 4 more to the total. Precious, tell you what, Vinny, maybe today's the day.
Maybe it is.
Every new team always takes a few games to build into the T10 format anyway. It takes them a little bit of time to figure it out and maybe get a score on the board that's defendable.
And
with the rain sweeping over the ground at the moment, it's actually helped the batting team a little bit. Balls skid on a bit more, make it difficult for the fielders.
this one swings in prodigiously to Rahul Khan. Just being able to work it out for a single. Yeah, I mean, it probably makes it a bit uncomfortable for everyone out there. The batters also sometimes having to hit a heavier ball. I just don't think these balls get as soggy.
I think it suits, when it's raining, I think it suits batting.
The evidence would be that way, actually, as this is just clipped away for 4 by Sarwat. Uses the pace nicely and the movement from Kurusabak. Yeah, I suppose in traditional cricket, you tend to think of raining conditions probably favouring the bowler more. But I do think in ECN cricket, the evidence is now that it maybe does favour the batting side. Still coming down.
So my thing is here, Vinny, we've got so many games coming up later today. At what stage do you start preserving the side of the wicket and the bowlers run up? So I'd actually think that this is probably pushing it a little bit far. And one's sort of skewed away through the offside, and that's going to race away for another 4. Sarwar's got ticking here. He moves on to 18.
Yeah, he's ticking very nicely, isn't he? The fighters. Just on the back foot a little bit here. Precious coming out and representing.
Nothing precious about their play so far. That motored off the bat. Who comes up with these names in Portugal, by the way, Vin?
I don't know. But
because there's no other, we don't have any other ECS around that come up with some of these names. They're quite funny.
Yeah, I like them. Anyway, this one.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
a little smart.
Oh, you remember the old adage, don't rub it? Don't think he's listening there. Gives that a good rub. 36 for 1 after 3.
That one got him on the pectoral. Yeah, 36-1 after 3. Not the worst power play. Precious CC gives them something to launch for, but I think here, you look at these two. This is a key partnership for me. You've got number 1 and number 3 at the crease. They want to make sure that they can bat deep into the innings. And yeah, I just think beg, borrow, or steal. Get that 100+ on the board. And a lot of these new teams as well, their bowling and fielding is a little bit ahead of where their batting is because they can share the load a little bit. I mean, they're conceding 125 on average in the series. And when you consider that they've run into Warish once already, it's a competitive kind of bowling against total, 125. But they're batting 86 is a little bit under.
If they can get runs on the board, Vinny, you know how quickly this game can change. And a couple of early wickets in the second half might give them a shot. Looks like it's going to be Verk that's got the ball. He's got 1 for so far. Can you make it 2 for?
This one hits him on the waist and cramps him for room. Interesting that they're going for Verk here, so they're bowling out their openers in the 4th over.
Has this been unseasonal weather in Portugal? Because I know obviously before I came there was a lot of rain around as well.
It's unseasonal. I mean, it can happen from time to time like this, but yeah, you wouldn't expect it. All right, this one is top edge, but fielder won't be able to hold on, and then kicks it into the end zone. And Rahul gets a life on 10.
Yeah, that's a sitter, isn't it? Should have caught that, but unfortunately burst through the tippy fingers and kicks it away for his trouble. 1 extra run to the total and a life.
He'll be disappointed that he doesn't hold on there.
It's like the old knock-on in the NRL, isn't it?
Yeah.
Forward kick.
That's what it looked like. Anyway, this next one is hit, and hit pretty well into the gap, and it won't be tracked down by Harpreet Singh. 4 carreras, Precious. Making fighters pay for a couple of drop catches. Okay, they're not easy catching conditions, we know that. I think that, going back to the Western Shield for a moment, I mean, obviously you see the standard of the high catching was incredible. And it just shows good players, they don't drop catches. Okay, there were some flat ones there. Maybe they weren't able to settle. A couple went down, but not many. We saw some fantastic one-handers as well. It bounces a bit more than Sarwa thinks. He swings and misses.
Tell you what, it's been a while since I've seen a T10 start with 7 4s. We haven't had a 6 yet. Very, very rare. Obviously, in this day and age, all these players are good at clearing the rope straight away.
Yeah, but also the ball may be getting a bit heavier, picking up a bit of moisture. It's harder to hit further. Edged and gone. It's a huge edge from Sawa, whose luck runs out. He's searching for that leg side, but Vuk gets it in the offside channel and gets the result. Nicely taken by Bilal behind the stumps. He's normally pretty solid. And the second wicket falls. It's 41 for 2.
Very good catch from Billy the Kid with the gloves on. Obviously, it was a pretty thickish sort of edge. Nice height. And, yeah, it's a wild shot, isn't it? Easy pluck, and the second wicket will go down. So, Fighters just fighting back a little bit here. And, oh, Precious, they'll still be happy with this start, I think.
Again, it's a ball. Probably needs to be hit through the offside. But yeah, it was a good area in the first place. So, Salim Sawa, 22 off 11, but can't go on with it. Bilal behind the stumps. I like his keeping. I'm always keeping an eye on the keepers. They've had a few issues, obviously, with the rain. It's kind of a bit better now, but where the keepers should stand. So they've been standing a bit closer than they might otherwise, just because of where it's easier to stand. And if you can stand up, actually, I think
It'd be for grip, wouldn't it? If you've got good grip under your feet, you just want a bit of solid turf.
Yeah. Wide first up. Gulam Daskia is the new batter. Yeah, so for me, obviously, it depends. In my skill set, I could keep up to quite a lot of bowlers, and so I would be trying to. I just think that gives me my best chance of doing my job. I understand not all keepers are that comfortable, but it's when you are in this kind of in-between distance that it can be difficult, because those big edges that fly, suddenly they're not regulation catches, they're reaction catches. Into the fourth over, that was a pretty good one from Vuk. Takes 1 for 7 in it, and after 4, it's 43 for 2. So tell me a little bit about your T20 series against Jersey. How many matches and when does it start?
So everyone is arriving on the Friday evening for a bit of a training session. Jersey actually have a very good T20 team. They're doing good things, and they're going to bring over a pretty good side. On the Saturday, there's a warm-up game with some training sessions for both teams, and then on the Sunday, it's 2 T20Is. So that'll be an interesting test for our boys. They're the highest ranked team that we've played in our history.
So what are the current rankings?
Pretty sure Jersey are 24. I think we're 34, something like that. So it's a big ask for the guys, but it's a good test.
Great test.
Bit of a warm-up, and we haven't played T20 cricket in about 14 months.
An ODI team. That's a big step for Spanish cricket.
Well, yeah, last year they were playing Ireland, Scotland. They've played Oman, Zimbabwe in the past. They've done some really good things. So good for our guys to get out there and see what they can do.
Yeah, wonderful. Right here, this is Gurvinder Singh, who's bowling now. And leg side, misses everything. Nice movement from Bilal. Stop it going for any more.
Yeah, just the extras also creeping into this innings a little bit. Fighters do need to be careful of that. Don't want to give away freebies. Currently, the extras have gone up to 8 now, and 4 overs, quite a lot.
Oh, right, goes after this. As the sun comes out, things looking a bit brighter. Catching opportunity taken. Is that Macy down there? Macy's on fire off the field, and he's trying to go full lurker mode. Got the hoodie on, trying to remain incognito. But that one disappears into the mitts of the puppy.
Yeah, good catch from the puppy. Took 3 wickets in the last. Now he's the ball boy.
Went with 2, lodged in the left hand. Anyway, next one is going to be hit out to the offside sweeper, who does keep it to 1. Nice shot by Daskia, and it is the first Maximo of the innings coming in the 5th over. Comes from the new batter, Daskia. He'll be hoping the captain to make a big impact here.
Well, they've got a good platform, Vin. 4.3. They've got over 50 now. Need to capitalise on it.
Cloths this one, but just a single. Yeah, I like the intent here from Precious. Like I say, it's a format that tests your limits. It forces you to be brave, to take risks. Fighters used to be the newcomers. Now they're pretty experienced in the format. Anyway, this one in the air, throws the hands at Daskia. Does he get the distance? He does not. And a nice catch taken, an important catch taken by Parminder. So essentially it's 6 and out in this 5th over for Gulam Daskia, who has to go for 8. Has the right idea, but doesn't quite get the contact to score. 52 for 3.
Yeah, very good catch considering the weather conditions. A bit blustery. A little bit of rain was coming from left to right on your screens. He holds on to it, and another wicket will go. So Fighters putting up a fight as we expect. 52 for 3. This game's well poised at the moment.
Yeah, it sure is. And this depth is going to get tested, I think. With 3 wickets down, we're still in the first half, so it's really important that Precious has continued to. Yeah, at a bare minimum, you've got Rahul at the other end, who has been there for a while, so this might be an opportunity. Okay, it's the last ball of the over, so maybe you see this one off. Amandeep comes into the side for the first time. He's on debut. Let's see what he's delivering in the number 5 position. That was pretty good. That was very good. And yeah, it's the old slip slide, and down you go. Ball sneaks past. It's a shoe explosion as well. And at the end of 5, it's 56 for 3.
Yeah, the old slippy slide shoe came off, and a couple of bonus runs here for Precious. Just slipped at the wrong time, lost the left shoe. Another boundary. They're doing a good job for a team that hasn't got a win, Vinny. I've been pretty impressed.
Yeah, looking at some of the locations coming up on the European Cricket Series. Anything you're particularly looking forward to?
Personally, I like the Italy Rome in August. That's always a good event. Malta later in the year is also fun. Back to Portugal in November. I didn't get to do the women's last year. Maybe get an opportunity to do that. That'll be good, but plenty of cricket. Obviously, England's being talked about quite a lot as well.
Also, I should mention that doesn't include non-ECS events like
T20s
coming up. So a few of those as well.
I think the next one on Brescia in Italy with yourself for a week.
We always have fun in Italy, don't we?
It's a dangerous place. We've got Spain are playing in the ECI weekend that weekend as well. We've actually named our team already. I could tell you some. Yeah, I could tell you some debutants. I've gone rogue.
Good. Anyway, here we go with start of new over. Rahul gets this away from the fielder. Cuatro carreras. Lalit Kumar comes on. He's normally pretty good, Lalit, at keeping it in the offside channel, but I like that Rahul hits an offside boundary here. Doesn't get lazy, hit across it. Makes good contact and gets the boundary. They're
finding boundaries at the right times, old Precious. At the moment, they don't look like a team that should be at the bottom of the table anyway.
This time, it does exactly the opposite. And gets a bit lazy, misses out. Hello to Mandrake in the chat. Always great to see you. Asking about subscription numbers on ECN. Where are we? I think eventually we're going to end up at 400K. Maybe by the end of the year. I don't really watch it day by day, but maybe you can have a look at that. Uh-oh. Well, goes back to the well. Guess we're at 387,000 subscribers right now. So remember, wasn't that long ago we went past 300. So
we're growing.
Great. And that's only YouTube, of course. We've got a big following on Fancode in the subcontinent.
Do we end up getting the Facebook back?
Yeah.
What happened with that? What was the story?
I think that Daniel Weston went and had a meeting with Mark Zuckerberg. And they sat down and sorted out over a glass of red wine.
Did Daniel open his calendar for Mark?
I think, yeah, we're open to everything. Here's Lalit. Oh, he's bowled him. Hit the top of the middle stump. It'll run away to the boundary. But that's irrelevant because it's the end of Rahul, who played a wonderful shot, then forgot how to bat for about 2 minutes as he tried to just swing the next two across the line. And then the third time, it was all over. Red Rover, he loses his shape, loses his head. And fighters fighting back here in the 6th over at 60 for 4.
Yeah, it's that top of the stump's length we talk about a lot, sort of with a bail trimmer. He gets it perfect, and it's a loose-looking stroke, Vinny, but he'll have to go. Well, Precious still looking to get up to that 110, 115 if they can.
I often say some of these news players, especially on the network, they'll learn things, and you just have a look how he hit his boundary. He hit his boundary straight through the line, kept his shape, didn't have to whack it, and then same two balls, next two, he tries to hit over mid-wicket. That one, same thing, you know, his body stays leg side of the ball, and you're right, top of the stump's length, hits the top of the stump, 60 for 4. Amandeep at the non-strikers end, he looked pretty good first ball, he hit a 4, now he's joined at the crease by Bahadur Singh. Bowled him, and it's 2 in a row. Kumar's on a hat-trick. He'll have to wait because it's the end of the over, but it's a perfect ball to the new batter. It was full straight through the gate. Over goes the castle, and Precious CC falling away in the middle of this innings now, 60 for 5.
Yeah, pretty much the perfect first ball to a new batter. Actually gets the Yorker spot on, pitching in between the feet on middle stump, and he'll be on a hat-trick. You're right, Vinny. End of the over, though. Perfect Yorker. Don't get enough of those in T10 cricket.
Yeah, Lalit. Pretty accurate. And you can see, even though he got hit for 4 first ball, it wasn't the worst kind of line. And he's kind of worked the middle order out here, hasn't he? Unfortunately, it's a lot of walking for Bahadur. He's got 24 carat Derek for company.
Derek's grown. They look bigger.
He's growing up. He's only a baby. He just had his first birthday. Did you know that? Derek.
When did we start that a year ago?
Portugal.
Really?
Last year. Good to see you remember because you were here.
I did do Portugal last year.
You actually,
Fake news.
We had you on a milk carton at the end because, yeah, you went missing. You went into Lisbon. It was a bit like...
Was that last year?
It was a bit like the last dance when Rodman goes to Vegas. Anyway, start of a new over.
That was 2 years ago.
Well, whenever it was, that was your Dennis Rodman moment. And I was knocking on the door. Carmen Electra's in there.
Well.
Corey, come back. We need you. Anyway, Saine's a new batter. Amandeep gets one that comes in a long way. Left arm in Changers. Gets something on this, Amandeep.
You just feel like this is a really vital moment because if the wheels fall off, they're only going to end up on about 90s.
Yeah.
They need someone with a late cameo here.
Just hanging on to that 10 and over. In fact, they've dipped just below it now.
Yeah, pressure moments for them. Fighters fighting hard.
Interesting he's going around the wicket here. I think he's really just trying to swing one through the gate of Saine, who's going to face his first ball now. This one doesn't swing. It's a pretty good swing of the bat from Saine. It's going, it's going, it's gone. Maximo! Well, that's a pretty decent way to start. A bit of a Barry Bond special here as he baseballs him up and out of here.
Yeah, nice shot. Good flow of the bat there. Really swung hard at it, but kept his shape, more importantly. 6 more to the total.
Yeah, really nice strike. This one pulls a length back. It's intelligent batting as well from Saine. Well, credit to Precious. Obviously, they've added a couple of players. Amandeep's one of them that's come in to the lineup today. And also, they brought in Bahar Singh. Okay, didn't work out for him. He went for a golden duck, but didn't waste any time.
What's their bowling been like, Precious CC?
Yeah, decent, competitive. 126 they're conceding per 10 overs. It's pretty well played as well by Amandeep. Looks like he's got a pretty good technique. He's willing to kind of play with a straight bat. He gets another single. So, yeah, tracking for 95 at the moment. Probably not quite at the 101 pace that they're scoring right now. The computer was just concerned with the 5 wickets lost and who's there. It's a good ball, though. And he's gone. A little bit of a feather. Must have been just a tiny nick, but it's held behind the stumps. Safe hands of Bilal. So that partnership is kind of over before it begins. Saine does hit a 6, but he goes soon after for 7. And after 7, it's 69 for 6.
Yeah, it looked like there must have been a touch. Billy the kid, the keeper, went up straight away. A little noise through the effects mic as well. Bucks, he thought that was out. Easy decision in the end, and good bit of keeping, actually.
Yeah, just feel it's kind of a nothing shot in the end. One thing in this game, I think in T10, you hate getting out playing a defensive shot. And that's basically what happens to Saine. So interesting with Lalit on a hat trick. He won't get the chance straight away. Hope he gets a chance. There's Parminder who's coming on. This also might be a bit strategic because this way Parminder can bowl 8 and 10 if you want him to. He's bowling to Amandeep, start of the 8th. Big swing from Amandeep. Kind of loses his shape this time. I did see in Malta once the opening bowler be on a hat trick after 1 over. Never bowled another over in the game.
Really?
Yeah. And then in a cruel twist, as this one is pulled up. Some concern though, Amandeep, but he doesn't have to be worried. It's out of here. Maximo! 6 runs. Nice strike. And just a little bit more composed that time. Playing the ball that's bowled to him was a fraction short and it was put away.
Yeah, maybe Amandeep's the man that can have a little cameo and get them to that 110 mark.
So in that game, coming back to live action here, it's a better location from Parminder. Yeah, so not only was he on a hat trick and never got brought back, he was 12th man for the next game.
Brutal. Well, that's what happens in Maltese cricket, Vin.
There's a bit of the old Simon Kadich, Michael Clark about that, perhaps. Pitched up, and Amandeep gets a fair bit of it. This runs pretty quickly across the outfield. In fact, it runs for 4, and you're really seeing how fast this outfield is, and it just gets faster as the day goes on, and the sun bakes it. That one runs down the hill.
Didn't Clark and Kadich just have a friendly chat? Just about the structure of the team.
Yeah. Maybe some structures they wanted to change, like each other's faces. All right, hits this in the air, miss hit, but it might be a good miss hit because it doesn't carry. Thinking of 2, but Gill, there's a bit of snail's pace about his first run, so he'll get a chance to face now.
Yeah, probably one of those situations here for Gill. A 6-4 or a dot would probably suffice. You want Singh to face the next over. He's ticking at the moment, 17 off 9.
Internal conflicts happen in teams, in all sports, and it's just a matter of how you work them out.
Well, it might be close.
Yeah, he gets away with it on both accounts. I think they might want to check the height here. Hey, where was it when it went past him?
That's okay, I think. He's quite crouched.
Yeah, a little bit crouched. I don't know. I think it's probably, yeah, wouldn't want to be any higher, put it that way. And to be honest, he sneaks away with it for width as well. But that takes us to the end of the over, and Precious CC are 80 for 6.
Yeah, been an interesting sort of innings. They got out the blocks really well. 7 4s early before their first Maximo, but do have to give some credit to the finders here. They've changed their bowling up quite a lot. They've used 5 different bowlers at the moment. Still with 2 overs to go.
All right, so could this be a hat trick for Lalit Kumar? It'll be the 10th of the season. Had a bit of a hat trick drought, haven't we? Haven't seen one since Mark Howes. Here we go with a hat trick ball in the air and not quite carrying. Actually pretty well handled there by Parvinder. But credit to Kumar. He's been spot on with his accuracy so far. Took 2 for 4 on the first over. And goes pretty close to a hat trick. Right on target.
He's got that sort of low arm action where his wrist positions are a little bit angled to the right. It's always slanting at the stumps. Been pretty effective so far.
Let's see some of this middle order really searching exclusively for that leg side. Kumar, he's got a bit of a Sophie's choice here. Does he go at the stumps and risk getting hit, or does he probably more defensively go more of an off stump, outside off stump line? I'd be going to stumps. He's got too far. You got a sneaky 4 waiting to happen. Maybe more.
Club cricket, Vinny. He's thinking stumps.
He is. That's just missing though. You never know your luck with Bucks. Worth asking the question. But that one I think was going down the leg side.
He's given it, at the moment, he's given it runs. No leg by signal. Maybe thought there was an inside edge. Didn't see it myself.
Yeah. It hits both pads. Double noise.
The signal's been coming now.
Actually hit back pad, front pad. So maybe double noise.
No, they've now called it.
Yeah, I was going to say. Had a second thought after a while. All happens in the 9th. Needs to happen for Precious. Can they get 1 or 2 more boundaries? Amandeep's the man. Misses this one by some distance though.
Just need to make sure they don't fall off the wagon here and end up with a 90. Got to get to 99, 100. Just maybe trying to overhit it the last few balls. Good spell from Kumar. 2 for 5 off 1.4. Pretty impressive.
Follows him. This is the big wide if he can get inside the line of it. That's just something. Again, one thing that I think a lot of these players that haven't played too much on TV, they'll be able to coach themselves, I think, with, for example, that ball there. Amandeep's got a pretty good technique. He can just kind of stay inside it a bit more. Now he slices up and tries to get over the offside fielder. Tries to judge it, but very difficult in the breeze. Hajat's actually one of the better fielders for Fighters CC. But in the end, they'll get 2. That was a bit of a swirler, wasn't it? Out to the offside boundary.
Yeah, in these weather conditions, never easy to take a steepler. That one does land in a big pocket of space anyway, so another over complete. And another good over, I'd say, for the finders here. Have pegged it back nicely.
Kumar, 2 for 7 off his 2 overs.
Handy.
Very, very good. Could argue he's the reason they're not going to get over the 100, because look at all the other bowlers going at 10.5 or 11 and over.
Yeah, just in that middle period, lost 3 for 9 and had a couple of slow overs. Sort of dented the first innings here.
Hello to Steve C, who's in the chat. Hello to Kroom as well, watching from the UK, and Helix from Australia. Here we go with the last over. And it's going to start with a caught behind. Again, good location. One thing I've liked about the fighters, they have pretty much got their bowling accurate in this innings, and it's had good results. As Parminder, strategically, they've used him 8 and 10, and he's come to the party. He has a wicket now, and Precious 84 for 7.
Yeah, third catch for the keeper, Billy, as well. Don't often have 3 little feathers through, but it's happened this time. What's the most by a keeper in an inning? We had 5?
Yeah, we've never had more than 5.
No.
And we had actually 4 stumpings in an innings for the first time in the first game of this series. Kuldeep Golia, and he actually missed a stumping off the last ball of the innings. Would have had 5. End of the bat. Gets past the infield, running away, running away. Well, there's the boundary. Definitely not off the middle, but again, just showing how fast this outfield is as Precious move up to a pair of snowmen, 88.
Yeah, it's probably a position you need to be guarding when the lower order comes out. Having third man in the ring's high risk, could probably bring square leg up, or having an extra man come up at mid-off. A lot of teams keep mid-off back the whole time, but no real need against the lower order.
As it says in the Bible, runs are runs.
Mm.
And with 4 to go, can Precious CC get 1 or 2 more of them? Not like that. That one's missed by a long way. Harvinder Singh here, coming out at number 9. This one's a bit straighter. It does get a bat on it. But this is probably pretty indicative if you look at the numbers. I think I mentioned earlier. That Precious CC averaging 86 off their 10. You can see there, some of the top order players getting a start, not really going on with it. Decent bouncer, this one. Deep has had an interesting time there, hasn't he? He's got 2 4s and a 6. This one goes upstairs, pretty well located bouncer, snout high.
Yeah, good bowling. They've actually bowled quite well, I think, fighters. Last ball time.
It's a bit on this. You might as well keep running here. Well, you got 1. Definitely got 2. And now, I doubt they'll even have a chance to go for 3. They probably like the idea of it, but Amandeep will take the not out. He'll finish 22, and Harvinder at the other end on 5. Did come up with 1 boundary, and Precious CC start there. Weak with 91 for 7 off the 10 overs. 92 will be the target for the fighters.
Yeah, interesting sort of innings. A bit topsy-turvy. I think Precious CC started quite well. 36 off the power play, but struggled as soon as the field spread. And credit to fighters. They've got quite a lot of Yorkers in there. So they'll feel pretty confident about chasing this. You think they'll go for it within 7 overs, Vin?
It's worth a shout. Worth a shout. I think I'd be batting just like you're batting first and see where you're at and then decide whether you really want to attack it. Obviously, you don't want to derail your innings too much. The rate, if they want to go for the bonus point, is about 13 and over that they would need. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of the first half of match 66. Precious were inserted by the fighters, and well, that ball was inserted between the 2 fielders. Unfortunately, it found the ground. This one was taken though. Sahota took a good one, had to judge it. The rain actually came down, don't forget, but I think they made a good decision to stay out there because it did pass eventually, but it was an uncomfortable over or 2 in there. That one was the old drop and kick. Used to be quite prevalent in some forms of football, but I've got to say Bilal is quite achiever behind the stumps. I thought that he was very, very solid on a slightly difficult day for keepers. That one was an edge that was taken off the bowling of Virk. Then the puppy, well, player of the match in the first game, but straight back to work. Took a nice catch out there. He knew the camera was on him as well there as well. Speaking of good catches, Parminder with a good one here. So, yeah, this was the issue. I mentioned that Rahul Khan and Sawa partnership needed to go a bit deeper if they were to make the 100. That was the old slip, slide and shoe explosion. But then Amandeep came, he did what he could, but really the fact they couldn't get those set batters in, staying longer, probably cost them the 3 figures in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. There was 4 wickets for 13 in the middle, and when that sort of happens, it's always hard to get that score up into the 100 mark. That was a perfect Yorker as well from the man you're talking about. Kumar bowled exceptionally well with 2 for 7. In the end, there was a couple of late boundaries that helped them get up to a score that might be defendable, but they're going to have to bowl extremely well. There's Billy again with a nice take, and Bucky with the decision of the feather edge.
Yeah, I'd say put it down to mostly the bowling. The bowling was accurate, I think, at this level. If you can put it where you want it, then you're going to have good things happen against, especially against teams that are fairly inexperienced in the European Cricket Series. So 91 for 7 off the 10 in the end. As we go back and have a look at the scorecard, 22 from Sawa up the top. Equal top scorer with Amandeep Singh, 22 not out of 15. Apart from that, just Rahul Khan gets to double figures with 16. But yeah, the issue here just essentially not clearing the ropes enough to get over the 100 into a more average looking score. We did have 11 fours, but just 3 maximos in the innings. Just 8 extras, I think, indicative of the fact that the fighters, for the most part, I think they put the ball where they wanted it and had good results. 2 for 7, Lalit Kumar was on a hat-trick at one stage, but missed out on the hat-trick, still had very good figures conceding only 3.5 and over. Pretty consistent from all the other bowlers. 2 for 22 for both Barinder Virak and Govinda Singh in this one. But no one really letting the side down, to be honest, for the Fighters Cricket Club. We'll take a break. Back soon. 92, the Fighters. Will they go at the 4-pointer? It would be a big boost for them in their quest to qualify, so I think it's worth some serious consideration. Precious CC will just be hoping that they can hold on and pull off a stunning defence for their first ECN win. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Koi Ruckers. We'll take a break. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Rematch.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Coming up, we have the second half of match number 66 here in the European Cricket Series. Portugal. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you on a Monday. And of course, the story so far, Precious putting 91 on the board. And they'll be hoping to defend that. As far as fighters go, if you look at the table, I think a 4-pointer would be really handy for their chances. If they can do this in 7 overs, then they would get all 4 points out of this contest. 63 or less if it was completely go pear-shaped for the fighters. Precious would have a memorable first victory on the European Cricket Network. Precious 0-5 at the moment. Desperate to avoid going 0-6. Gulam Dastagir, the captain, starts with a ball that would have been a big wide, but it comes off the end of the bat. And, oh, they're pretty interesting one at the end. Hits the bowler, hits the back of the umpire, but no run to get us going. Donk, donk. Double doink. NFL fans know what I'm talking about there. This next one is cut away into the gap. It's a nice shot from Parminder Singh. He hits it safely into the ground, finds the gap, threads the needle. 4 runs, our first runs of the response. That's a really good shot of just his weight transfer there. Try to hit it too hard, but there's value for shots on this Santarém cricket ground. You can see the wind there left to right. You can see the players' clothing. This one was bowled from about a metre behind where he might have bowled it from, but it's gone all the way. Maximo! Yeah, I don't know if we can see where his feet are here when he bowls this one, Dastagir. I can tell you that it was dealt with pretty easily. It was dragged down short. Easy swing of the bat there from Parminder. So yeah, 13 and over required essentially to get all 4 points. Now this one's hit pretty well, but that's great fielding. In fact, they're able to get the ball back in very, very quickly. Watch that one. Fantastic bit of work there by Harpal Singh. You can see that caused hesitation. They do get the one in the end, but yeah, fantastic bit of infield pressure. Bilal gets his first ball then, and he'll just deflect it away for 1. Dastagir, it's gone for 12 in the over. Just been getting the ball to swing around a little bit. That one probably is a wide, gets a little bit of the line, but Dastagir bowls this ball occasionally, just doesn't bounce at all. And you can see there that Parminder was searching with a horizontal bat shot. Never really gone up for him. So there's your 13 off over number 1. This is dragged from the tram line. And again, good infield pressure there. They stop a run. So they will get exactly the 13 off the first over. The score 13 without loss. Gives us a chance to check out the golden ball counter. 79 matches since golden ball. The last golden ball was PUC versus Dre. Qualifier 1. It was a dramatic one. Rafa hit it down the ground. It was dropped. It was recovered. It was a run out. Coming back for the second run, and it put PUC in prime position to qualify from that group, but Dre fought back in the final to get the qualification spot. Unfortunately, it just wasn't their week in Championship Week. Not quite able to replicate the magic of 2023. They bowed out of the competition before finals day. First one just sneaks inside. It's Rahul Khan bowling the second over. Baljeet behind the stumps today for Precious. That was a little in-swinger. Now I wonder if this has got a little bit of pad or not. It has got a little bit of the pad, so it'll be 4. But this actually went in a long way after the first one kind of nibbled away from the right-hander. This one really swung from the hand. Well, it's not hit, it's deflected past the keeper. A bit unlucky perhaps for the bowler. All right, goes after this, but doesn't really get it. There's no outfielder. Man, I think that's bounced just inside. It's been given 4 runs. It was very close. I've got a feeling it probably did just bounce inside. What does the replay tell us? Let's see. Outfielder there would have had a play on it. Yeah, I think it's 4. Just inside. Rope doesn't move either, which is a bit of a giveaway. Good umpiring. Oh, now gets a bit inventive. Lights, camera, action for Bilal. Gets a good response from his team as well. Maximo. And really, fighters, they're on the hunt for 4 points here. Very well struck. Bilal also happy to work the one if he sees it. And yeah, they've got in a very good position early on here. Precious is finding it a bit hard to challenge these two at the moment. Hello to Julian Dawson, always great to see you in the chat. All right, goes for this. He's a strong man. And Parminder just bludgeon that one up and out of here. Maximo! And that'll take us to the end of the second over. Fighter CC up and about the 34 without loss after 2. Basically, they've got 5 overs to get 58, to get all the points. That's 11.6 and over. Looking at the table, you can see why this could be really important, because Fighter CC with a 4-pointer, they won't just get to the 14 of Friendship. They'd go a point above and be in the true 3rd position. You got the Werewolves lurking behind. 5, 6, 7 at the moment. They're all the new teams. Werewolves probably the most impressive out of the 3 new teams this year. I kind of got them in order. The 2 very established teams, Marlow and Awarish. Then you've got Friendship and Fighters who joined the competition about the same time. Then you've got the 3 new teams, all in that order. Here we go with the 3rd over. Zaini comes in down the leg side, and again, not a lot of pace on that one. Bilal couldn't put it away, but he will get the wide. You see the significance of that breeze, and a lot of balls getting pushed to the right of the screen. One bucks the trend though. And this is the problem. Sometimes when you overcorrect, you lose the movement, lose your mechanics. Hello to Arafat Hussain asking, how am I going? I'm going very well, thanks Arafat. Hopefully you're going well in your part of the world. This one might have gone over the stumps, you know. It gets past the keeper though. They wait for the signal. It will be biased. I think that's the right call. I don't think this completely misses the line of leg stump, but Baljeet not able to make the stop. Yeah, for me, I think it climbs over the leg stump, or a part of it. And then it's a race to the boundary, but the ball wins it. 40 after 2.1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Once again, I've got Corey Ruckers with me, and our fighters look like they might be in for an early lunch if they keep up this rate, Corey.
Yeah, one of those innings where Precious needs some early wickets, but at the moment they just can't muster one up as that is clattered away for another 6. So Billy the Kid, he kept well. 3 clean catches. He's come out and he's batting well as well, Vinny.
Yeah, it shows he's not just there to push for ones and deflect. This time it's a bit more of the brute power from Bilal, who opens the shoulders and sends it well over the boundary.
Well, fighters are trying to show that, especially in this group. It's not just Marlowe and the Swans who are the top runners. They want to show that they can get up there and maybe cause a little bit of an upset if they get an opportunity. We'll have to wait and see, though, if they're able to do that. So Billy on 18, Singh on 17, both openers clicking at the same time. See that often in T10 cricket as well. One just outside the off stump, a little bit loose that time, but a better line there from Saini. 46 for none. Sort of feels like a bit of a Western Shield innings at the moment. We saw some very big scores in the power play from the British and Irish Knights. Foolish delivery comes charging down the crease. Toe ender. It's going to just roll away for a single. Yeah, so fighters CC did enough with the ball to restrict them to 91. They'll be thinking maybe, can we win this within 7? Bonus points definitely on at the moment. Very blustery day out here in Portugal. It's been a tricky old ECS, this one, with the weather gods not always being on our side. Full delivery, absolutely bombed. He's got every single piece of that. That's a monstrous 6, probably the biggest of the day so far. That'll bring the 50 partnership up. And at 53 for none off 2.5, sort of feels like it's a matter of time. What a nice shot that is from Parminder Singh. He got every piece of that full delivery, that grizzly ball, and sent it into orbit.
Yeah, it's just what fighters needed. Not just a potential 4-pointer, but could be a big net run rate booster as well. I mean, net run rate's still relevant because you could still be tied on points, albeit it's less likely under the enhanced point system. And a question from Terry. No Rico full today. Well, Rico's got the week off. He's just done 6 straight.
Should have done 7.
Well said. No, but Rico, he's certainly earned a break, so he'll be back next Monday morning with our first ever ECS match in France.
So where's the ground in France?
It's in Dreux.
It's in Dreux?
It's about an hour and a half out of Paris, kind of to the west, slightly north.
And 2-week event?
2-week event. Finishes with an ECI as well. Uh-oh. That's going to be the old Sydney Harbour Bridge there, the French cut. A little bit of Paris, a little bit of Sydney about that one. Anyway, it'll be 4 more runs to Parminder. Probably not the most convincing boundary scored, though. 57 without loss after 3.
Yeah, 57 for none. Brilliant power play for finals. That one easily could have trickled back onto the stumps, but fortune favours the brave, and 4 more to the kitty. With the ECS France, what's the situation? How many teams are actually...
Yeah, I can give you all the information.
Yeah, I'd love to know a little bit about it. It's exciting when we go to a new country for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, we've wanted to go to France for a long time. It's been tough to kind of work it out. It's quickly. Back-to-back Magicals putting fighters in a great position to take all 4 here. But I can tell you that in a week's time, you'll be tuning into ECS France, and the first match will be the Gridney Vipers versus the Villeneuve Super Kings.
Wow.
So stay tuned for that. We'll also have teams like Royal 94, Albinians. Also, how about this for day 2? The first game that Drew will play is in match 8. It's PUC versus Drew in match 8. I'll be there for day 2. So yeah, it's just our standard actually 2-week format, which is 11 sides. They'll play each other, and actually top 5 will get to go through to the finals. This year we're experimenting a bit more with the top 5 this year.
11 teams, so we're going to get 9 brand new teams not on the network then.
Correct.
Yep.
But we'll actually see quite a few of the guys that have played in ECI cricket for France. Ask the question, but very difficult when the ball's straight off the bat.
I would arguably say that is the worst appeal I've ever seen on a cricket field.
I mean, what's wrong with it, though? It would probably impact in line, going on to hit the stumps. Was your main problem that it hit the bat, not the leg?
He's just whacked it through square leg. How can the ball roll that far if he thinks it's come off his leg?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Corey. I'd use a review on this. Not ours. Let's go back to live action. Now this one is certainly off the bat. This time it's going miles. Maximum. How's that? It's far. And fighters are looking to do this in a big, big victory.
Yeah, not looking good. Fighters have just come out here and smashed everything, haven't they? And, well, credit to them. You got to put the bad balls away, and that's exactly what they're doing at the moment. 28 required off 40. Why isn't that flicked over to the bonus point parameters yet?
Don't know.
Who does that?
Someone that doesn't read their messages. Anyway, this is going to be out. And it's a nice one for Sawa. And look, he gets a little bit of a moral victory here in the end, doesn't he? After he gets sent out of the ground, the stumps get knocked over. And Precious have their first wicket of the week. The score is 64 for 1.
Yeah. Nice bowling. He gets this one a little bit straighter and a better length, if anything. It's not a half volley. Clatters into the stumps. It gives him a little point where he wants him to walk off to, and why not?
Yeah, free directions. And they do say that pre-Google Maps, that was the only way to find your way off the field. Have you ever walked off the field the wrong way?
No.
I've seen it done a couple of times.
No,
the whack they changed where the change rooms were. It's even worse. Anyway, here's Kumar. Bowled well, didn't he? Was on a hat trick at 1 point.
And for those at home that are following the actual, they need 28 off 21 for the bonus point.
Yeah.
Sports Interactive, if you're listening.
Maybe they're out to lunch. This is it down the ground. Kumar will get off the mark.
Yeah, one to him. Yeah, this has been a bit of a brutal run chase at the moment. They really just came out here and it sort of killed the game straight away.
Well, Friendship and Fighters in the same group, and they're kind of battling for third position at the moment. But they have an interesting little history.
I think Croot just getting the bowler a little bit.
Do you think he
psyched him out a bit then?
Do you reckon he was going, come on, Salim, let's get him. A little bit of encouragement. Bilal likes that coming into his arc. And more or less off the inside half of the bat, but still travels at speed. Across the line, it is 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 more to the total as this game is racing to a crescendo here. And, well, just have to think that Precious, they're on a bit of a learning curve, this ECS. It's their first time playing at it. They're struggling, but they will learn and be better for the run in the future ECSs, I'm sure.
This one, he makes position outside the off stump, and he puts it straight down the throat of the fielder, who drops it. And really, when things aren't going your way, they're really not. Sawa is suspended in disbelief as the regulation outfield catch is put down.
He actually didn't
have to move. I know you're going to say, and I'm with you. Anyway, it will be the end of the over, and so 70 for 1 after 4.
70 for 1, and a perfect start for the Fighters, who were trying to win this within 7, and they've done a lot of the heavy lifting early. So for the next 3 overs, 18 deliveries, only 22 required. You'd have to imagine they'll do that and take all the points in this one.
I had a question. What is a French cut? It's a very good question. It's an unusual sounding shot. French cut is essentially when you are trying to hit the ball forwards, but you accidentally hit it off the edge of your bat, and it goes normally between your bat and your body to, like, on the ground. If the ground was a clock with 12 o'clock at the top, normally goes to kind of 1 or 2 o'clock. So I don't know why it's called a French cut. I think it comes down to the fact, ironically, oh, by the way, that would have been out, that the French aren't really known for playing cricket. And so it's like a shot of someone, it's like an accidental shot. That's, I think, where it comes from.
With the French series, before we skip on from that, who were the ECI weekend players, teams in that?
Romania, Hungary and France.
Oh, okay, that'll be interesting.
I think Hungary have a similar team, just without the deploys.
Yep.
They've got a fair bit of talent there. I think like Sheikh Razik and these kind of guys.
I'm surprised you haven't bailed me up on the new debutants for the Spain one.
Oh yeah, we got thrown off, didn't we?
I should tell you. I'll tell you how many there are, and you can try guess, and I'll give you. I'll give you a hint.
Chance of guessing.
Yeah, you are.
He hits this into his own head, but he will get a single.
Nothing like head ball, and that will just be a single in the end still.
Checks his head still on. It is. This will be a good shot of it. Poof.
Well, it's a brave option, ramping it straight into the face, but thankfully he's okay, and he'll get a single for his trouble.
Risking going deaf in one ear there. Bilal should be tough to detect those small nicks behind when he's behind the stumps. Now Kumar tries to muscle this away, but doesn't get the timing. Well taken down there by Salim Sawa. So, yeah, we saw him have one dropped off his bowling, but he shows his teammates how it's done. And Precious still flying the flag here. They have a second wicket, and in the 5th over, it's 73 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch. You're still got to try and keep on to that point if you can. It was hit straight to him. Should hold on to it, and he does his job. So, second wicket goes down.
Tell me, but you got to give me clues because there's so many players in Spain. How many debutants have you got? This is for the ECIs in Italy, right?
4.
4 of them. Describe them.
ECS, Barcelona.
Yeah, okay.
They're all Barcelona based.
Okay.
One of them played at the ECL.
Asad Rabbani.
Correct.
Okay.
2 batters and a bowler remaining.
2 batters and a bowler. Is it like a Sami Rahman or something?
Nope.
Hello, Sammy, if you're watching. A little rolling cutter here from Duskia. Just made me think, just a quick aside, remember Nabi just went to field the ball, threw it back yesterday?
Yeah.
He's the only player that we wouldn't even think of appealing for that. Anyway, still a ball to go. Give me like a club they play for, or give me like a bit of a
No,
description.
you can think about it. You should get it,
Not
actually.
in Barcelona mode right now. This is... Oh, I've got one. Wazim Abbas.
43 years young.
Awesome. End of the over, by the way. 74 for 2 after 5. But this is not a done deal for the 4-pointer. They need 18 off the next 2 overs, so if Precious can put in a good over here, and that was a good over, by the way, from Duskia, with only 4 runs coming off it, perhaps Precious can find their way to a point. In-game analysis presented by Rematch. My analysis is going to be that every point matters, especially for fighters, if they are going to qualify. Because not only do they have to kind of outdo what looks like Friendship in that battle for 3rd, obviously got some other teams that might be able to kind of run and challenge for that as well, but also they've got to beat Gorka and their point total of 25 if they are to qualify for the Super 5s. And once you get to Super 5s, anything can happen this weekend. Okay, Wazim Abbas you've got?
Yep. 43.
Yeah, I'm probably 43 this month. So you said 2...
So another batter and another bowler.
Another bat, another bowler.
Now, okay, I'll give you a hint. If I went someone really old, obviously I went someone quite young.
Okay. All right. This one is hit up and out of here. That might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo as Virk gets in on the action.
Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, but he's got the length to play with here, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Just
still
steps, hits.
hitting a 6 over cover's never easy. That's just brute power, isn't it? Nice shot.
How young's young? Like Jafar Raza young?
MVP young.
Omar Ali.
Correct.
Okay.
Should have got that one. I'm disappointed you didn't get that one.
Well, he's youngish.
He's pretty young.
Okay. I'm happy for Omar. Really happy.
I mean, one fast bowler.
This one is a bit of a top edge hanging, but it's going to go over the infield and can run down the hill for 4. So they make it 8 off 10 now for the bonus point. Those boundaries pretty useful to get them back on track for the 4-pointer. One fast ball. Left armour, I assume?
Mm-mm.
Oh, really? Lost your touch, haven't you? Fast bowler. Any more clues?
No, I think you should get it.
I'll get it. Once you say it, I'll be like, oh, yeah.
I'll give you one more ball.
Masand.
Bow.
Okay. All right, hits this straight. He likes it off the bat. A little bit of swagger about that one from Virk. Maximo! And takes them pretty close to the victory. Just 2 more required. Okay. Right arm pacer. Team.
Murad Ali.
Oh, we'll come back. Oh, yeah. Back to the live action. That'll tie the scores.
Yeah, Murad.
Yeah, Murad Ali, great. Fantastic. Yeah, and you're right. Should have got that for Royal Barcelona. This is what's coming up. Werris versus Friendship. Friendship winning the toss. And this game will be starting in about 45 minutes' time. And you can see that Asadu Zaman is listed open with Rupu. I'd say Haida impressed me in that last game. I always think that Muhammad Nazrul Islam's a bit of a threat. Don't think about that low. Samir Pirani comes in for Werris. hoping to shore up their position. Oh, now he's going to turn down the winning run. Bilal, who says, I can actually do better than that.
Well, what's going on there? He's actually said he didn't want the single. There's still
I think he thinks it's the last ball of the over, and he's going to give Vilk a chance to have another hit. But
it's ridiculous, that.
it's a bit silly, really.
It's unsporting, if you ask me. They should be disqualified from this game, and the point should be handed over.
Sound like you need a fight out of the fighters. All right, well, what's Bilal do here?
Just hit the winning runs. Yeah, that's actually the
That's
right
only
response.
one wide as well, so it'll be like exactly the same result. They'll win a 5.5.
That's the right answer from Singh. He's like, if you're not going to win it, I'm going to win it for you.
I'm sure that's exactly what he was thinking. But yeah, it won't be the 5 wide, it'll just be the 1, because the game is over at the moment that it is a wide. The fact it goes to the boundary is irrelevant. So the fighters will get all the points in the end. They'll win it with 25 balls to spare. And Precious CC still searching for their first win. These two will meet later in the day. They'll get another crack. But Precious 0-6, drifting out of contention. But fighters, they'll be very, very happy to take all the points, especially as they're kind of in that survival zone, aren't they, at the moment here in Group B?
Yeah, absolutely right. And well done to the fighters for getting all 4 points. They've clean swept Precious CC in this one. It was pretty comprehensive, Vinny. It wasn't a big total of the chase, but to win it within 7's an impressive feat. And it was the openers that got off to an absolute flyer. They smacked it to all parts. 33 off 10 for Singh. Bilal, 26 off 16 carrying his bat. There was actually 8 sixes in that mini innings, and they did their job. They get 4 points, and they continue a good tournament.
Yeah, they put themselves in a very good position, and I suppose just a bit of inexperience as well from Precious. Didn't quite have the consistency that we saw most of the time, especially in the back end of the innings from the fighters. But they did have their moments, didn't they? With Sawa chipping in to bowl Parminder Singh after he hit a powerful 33 off 10. Had Mohamed Bilal at the other end who batted through for 26. But it was nice to see Precious CC at least were able to pick up a couple of wickets and have a couple of highlights to take away from this one. Well, this wasn't a highlight really. That was a fairly simple catch that was put down. Lalit didn't fire. He was caught right on the boundary by Salim Sawa. Daskia bringing up the other wicket. But that just brought Vilk out, and he had an early lunch on his mind, I think. He whacked 18 off 6 with 2 Maximos and a 4. And fighters, so they had a couple of chances to reach the target. It was a wide that actually brought it up. And they will finish up 92 for 2. A 5.5, a very, very big victory for Fighters CC. And they will take 4 points out of this. Precious CC won't register a point. We'll see them later in the day, though, when they will have the right of reply against the Fighters. 33 for Parminder at the top of the order. Hit 4 Maximos in his innings, but came off only 10 balls, striking it better than 3 a ball. Bilal had a mixture of power, poise and placement in his 26 off 16. Lalit Kumar missed out, but he did bowl very well in this game. He still had a good game. Vilk finished things off with 18 not of his own, including a couple of large ones. As far as the bowlers went, Daskia can hold his head high, 1 for 16 off his spell. Sawa with the other wicket. And a bit unlucky they didn't take a second wicket there, Sawa. He did have a catch go down off his bowling. So a bit of an extended break then. We'll be back in about 40 minutes with the rematch between Owerish. The Swans are taking on Friendship CC in match 67. When we return, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. Time for a quick lunch. Back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rematch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the third match of the day, and it's going to be a rematch between Rematch, the hosts, and Friendship CC. We saw these two teams meeting in match 65. Now it's time for match number 67. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters was with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Rematch to call. Heads is the call. And it's the tails.
I'm going to bet first.
So Imtiaz Rana has won the toss and he has elected to bat first. No surprises because they weren't quite able to keep the Awaris side quiet in the first half. Awaris putting on 150 plus. Friendship did come back well late in the game. They'll at least save their point, but they will be feeling that it might have been a missed opportunity to chase a big score. They did kind of have a few things go their way in the first half. Ultimately, Awaris still able to post 150 plus with a good Stoneman partnership in there. For the Friendship side, I think they do have a few good hitters in there. I've got to say that they want a bit more out of Asadu Zaman at the top. But for Awarash, they'll be spotting this as an opportunity to overhaul Marlow at the top of the order. They'll want to make back-to-back wins over Friendship CC. Well, big Friendship CC, man. Corey Ruckers will be there. Try and stay neutral, Corey. But I can tell you that your team, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit in match 67. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back, everyone around the world, as we get ready for Game 3 on this Monday. And boy, it's a Monday feeling all right as we have a look at these two teams. And my boys, Friendship CC, Mohammed Asaduzaman, the man that went viral many years ago for a bit of a mishap. Ashraful Rupu and Raju Mia at the top. They have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Gollum Khan's in the negatives on the fantasy score. Hard to do that. -2. Can he have a good game? Overall, we know the Swans are a dangerous team. That top order, especially the Stoneman brothers at 4 and 5, they're looking pretty good. Alex Macy with the ball as well. So we've got plenty of good cricket action coming your way. Game number 3 on this Monday. A little bit of a different vibe from the Western Shield, obviously, but it's great to be back to our normal sort of ECS. It's our staple throughout the year, as the Swans will go into this as 89% favoured. And that's a 1 in 10 shot basically for Friendship CC, and they've made some friends at Friendship CC, and that's what it's all about. Gave me a shirt a few years ago at the end of a tournament. I've supported them ever since. Know their team like the back of my hand. Love their batting unit and the way they go about it. So we're almost set to go. As good to see all the production crew enjoying a bit of food as well. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone here. Once again, I haven't had a lunch here in a good while. A bit of lasagna and a couple things just around the corner for myself. Very exciting. Thank you to everyone involved. Look how blustery it is today. That camera is shaking. Makes me feel like my eyes are shaking almost as the camera just going left and right. That just shows how windy it is today for the players and officials up there. Good luck to everyone. First ball in this match. Junaid Khan ties him up for a little bit of room, and Asaduzaman will just get a cheeky little single there, get himself off the mark. Rupu batted really well this morning, scoring the 30s. He was the one man that looked like he could maybe cause a big upset, but in the end he fell to a pretty good catch at deep mid-wicket. Good delivery starting from Junaid, bowling a heavy length. He's good when he gets his length right, Junaid. Getting that one to shoot through a little bit. But yeah, the wind has really picked up. Credit to all the officials, players, and all the spring media people up in the scaffolding who are doing a good job. Not always easy. That is horned. Rupu says, I'll have some of that. That's a big 6. We saw some huge 6s over the weekend. I think that was Leask corner when he was slog sweeping everything miles. What a nice shot. The first Maximo in this one. Friendship CC trying to cause a bit of an upset here. Sort of waiting for that length this time, and he got every piece of that. Boned. Big, big 6. Comeback ball. Fuller over adjusts maybe. Sort of misses out, and that actually picks backwards square leg. It's quite unlucky there for Rupu. Left to right of him by half a metre. Probably would have raced away for 4. Junaid getting a little bit of late swing there, and yeah, picking square leg out. Bit of hard luck. Play miss outside the off stump this time. Yeah, Junaid Khan usually bowls 2 overs at the top. See if they do that again this one. Has had a happy knack in the past on the network of picking up a wicket in his first over. Nice ball off the first and hit nicely but aerially, and it will still go in a gap. 4 runs, so nice batting. A little bit over pitched. He pumps it away through the covers. And 4 more to the total. That will mean the end of the first over. Score is 11 under. And if you do want to get in contact with me, you can Instagram me at RicoFull with 2 L's. That's RICOPHULL. And I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Well, the problem is Rico's going to get a bit of hate mail now. If people listen to you and messaging him, and that could cause a few issues. Anyway, yeah, Vinny Satter here, back with you to save the day. Now, Corey, I know you were...
What are you talking? That was me.
Oh, sorry, Rico.
Bale,
there you go. We got to
bale.
put the message out, don't we?
Chakade fatte, bale bale. Bale.
Obviously pretty popular with the viewers. They missed him already, so they get a little bit of Rico there. Anyway, this one is lifted up to the leg side. Hassan Zaman will just get the single here. It's a good old-fashioned no number.
Yeah, just a little bit loose here. There's a lot of breeze around the ground at the moment, and you just feel for the bowlers a little bit. It's not going to be easy. One flying it up and pitched up and still gets it away. Yeah, that really is shaky out there. Not easy. Oh, no way. That is so unlucky. Rupu has hit it onto his front foot, and it has rolled backwards into the stumps. Can you believe it, Vinny?
All right. Well, I can and I can't. I've seen a guy shatter a bat and get caught and bowled this weekend, but...
This is pretty unlucky. Jumped across, hit, bang, and boom.
You know, talking about unusual ways to get out, I have gotten out like that. And it's pretty annoying. But anyway, Rupu whacked a few, then whacks one on his own leg, and it has to go. Pretty unfortunate. But it's Vishwakarma that comes up with the wicket. Rahul, he's happy without it. Rupu less so, and Friendship a 12 for 1.
12 for 1. Not easy. When you're playing such a good team as well, you want these things to go your way. Unfortunately, it doesn't this time.
What do you think about the headband from Rahul? It's kind of headgear. Do you think it makes him a better bowler?
Yeah, definitely it does. It adds just that X factor to him that you want.
It's got a little bit of the Karate Kid influence in there. He'd be going at you with a fly kick or something like that. But yeah, this is a player that I think is a pretty important one. Muhammad Nazrul Islam for Friendship. Whacked one at Greenshields earlier that just stuck. Let's see if he can get things moving out, but you can definitely see that wind's a factor. Oh, pretty close, you know, maybe just climbing, maybe just hit him outside the line of off stump, but yeah, Vishwakarma, left arm spinners, I know you're a huge fan of this style of bowling. And yeah, he almost sneaks one through first ball.
Yeah, I think most people around the world enjoy a left arm off spinner that's got some craft and some skill.
And this is hit down the ground. Won't get a run here. The Friendship obviously did take the 1 point out of the match this morning. Wesh, a bit disappointed that they didn't take all 4. This one is a bit of a tight one. That's going to be gone. Directed from side on. And what a fantastic bit of work that is. Asadu Zaman is going to come up short. He hits one stump there. And Awarish, they pride themselves on their fielding. It was a feature of their cricket when they represented Portugal in the European Cricket League in 2023. And this is elite. Assad doing the right thing. He tries to get motoring. I think it had to be direct hit, you know. Have a look at that bit of work there. Picks it up, Miguel Stoneman. Hits one stump. And bang, hits the very top of the stumps. And pretty easy decision for Malik. Doesn't need to go upstairs for that one. Asadu Zaman looks filthy. You can understand that, but you've got to take your hat off to the fielding. For Miguel Stoneman, that is a wonderful piece of work, and Friendship 12 for 2. We talked about fielding a lot over the weekend, and just at the domestic level, it can make such a big difference as well, can't it, Corey?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey. And if you do want to get in touch with me, my name's Mr. Maximo with 5 O's.
Please don't message me with Corey complaints. I've got a separate account for that. Anyway, good to have Corey here for 3 days. This sneaks down the leg side, and that'll be the end of the second 12-2. Now, Corey, I know you were a bit preoccupado during the break, so I'm going to order you to go off and have a little bit of lunch, and you just come back when you can, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you, everyone.
My pleasure. We'll be haunted by your picture up there on the big screen, though. Having a look at Friendship CC in their position. They've got overtaken by fighters after the fighters went from 11 to 15 in their last game. Marlowe's still top of the pops, but maybe not for long. If you adjust for the games played, Warish actually have a better record. Hello to crew. How was your weekend? I think quite a few people enjoyed the Western Shield. I know a few people might have been busy with a few other things. Here's Junaid coming back for his third over. That hit the leg. I think it's just flicked the pad. It's going to fly away. Well, it's been given buys. It can't be buys. It's either wides or leg buys. Let's have a look. Oh. And no, leg buys. Okay, I thought he gave buys. It was an extravagant start to the signal when I put my eyes back on the replay. So just flicking the pad. Nazrul Islam gets another big in-chang up. Wow, there could be another 4 leg buys if this has flicked the pad. No, that time it doesn't. Very hard to pick up what's flicking and what's not. But you can see this is kind of like Junaid's perfect wind, I think. Apart from the fact he's running up the hill and maybe pushing a little bit into it, but he is mostly an in-swing bowler. Does get the occasional one to go the other way. Another good in-swinger. Haida gets the promotion. And doesn't get a lot of this, but gets an inside edge and onto the body for one. See the setup here. It's in a pretty good position, stays pretty still. Junaid's a tough guy to face, especially in the power play. Over 100 wickets on the network. Bites in prodigiously. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is... It's a sort of thing, as a striker, you need to be prepared to listen to a call. And you can see that number 69, Haida, at the other end. He wanted the run. But Islam, at the ball watching, says, no thanks. Not the start. That's what Islam was looking for. 0 off 5, though it did kick a 4. Oh, that's pretty close, you know. This can't be a no ball, I don't think, because it actually hits him on the leg. So I don't. Now your question is it going to hit the stumps? Let's have a look at it. I won't get a great look here. Let's have a look. Yeah, it might even be over the top, even though it hits him on the full. You see, yeah, it's not. But it's not. Is it hitting the stumps? Maybe, but maybe not. I think it's probably the right decision morally. I think Junaid meant to bowl that one there. Anyway, strange one. So he walks at him. And now we've got a mix up. One runs, one doesn't. Needs to hit the stumps, doesn't. Junaid didn't have time to get back. High drama here in the third over. And we're not even done yet. Still 2 balls to go. This is the next one on the walk. Probably said, well, I'm already halfway there almost. Might as well run, but then basically sells Nazrul Islam some fake goods. Luckily, Nazrul gets back. Now he gets castled. Well, Ida tried to get away. He now has to just leave semi-permanently from the middle of the SCG as Junaid goes straight through the gate. It seemed a matter of time till Junaid would get one into the pegs the way he was bowling. Expertly using this cross breeze, and Friendship have lost their second wicket. And the score is 21 for 3 actually, so 3 down now. Tries to attack here. It's been a little bit of a dog's breakfast, this power play. Friendship CC, but you've got to give some credit to Warish with their bowling and their fielding. It's been very, very good. Miguel Stoneman's run out. Probably for me, though, still the highlight of the power play. I want to welcome everyone back, including Steve McVeigh. It was great to see you yesterday, Steve, and thank you very much, by the way, for the wonderful gift of a chocolate egg, even though, okay, a week after Easter or so, doesn't bother me one bit. That was very, very kind of you, Steve. Also, hi to Dave B, who's popped in. Hello to Cosmic Nano, who's watching from Texas as well in the USA. Very lucky to have such fantastic fans out there supporting the European Cricket Network with over 1,700 matches scheduled this year. That'll be a record. I think last year was 1,663. Roger Mia will have to face the music. Junaid still has 1 ball to go, and he'll be trying to reproduce that exact same ball, I think. Watch out. Similar, probably does a bit too much and bounces a bit too much. So, brilliant over from Junaid. Even though, okay, went a bit off the rails at times. Had a few extras in there. In total, it was 9 off the over, and he does pick up a wicket at the end of 3. Friendship CC 21 for 3. 11, 1 and 9. Decent start. Let's see if they can go on with it. So make a change here in over number 4. Daniel Dorkaya actually is going to get the next over. Okay. Saw him actually bowling yesterday in game 9. Which was a bit of an experimental game, wasn't it? He gets that one to swing against the wind. Yeah, I was a bit surprised that one went. So was I, actually. He's actually not the worst bowler at DDC. Just a good all-round cricketer. Obviously, he's had a rough couple of days. You can understand that. And most of the time, that's what he's trying to do. Get it full, hit the block hole. Nazrul Islam gets off the globe and the 7th attempt. Steve saying that the eggs were a bit cheap after Easter. Now, I don't mind, Steve. That's very kind. Of course, I enjoyed the fruit mince pies that you gave me at the ECCW just before Christmas. One sneaks down the leg side, doesn't really swing for Daniel Dorkaya that time. Warash on home territory, not wanting to miss out on the trophy this time. Been close a couple of times. That was short and cut, and actually pretty well fielded there by Badenhorst, who stops any sort of run. And Junaid, who opened the bowling, bowled his 2 overs. Of course, we saw him playing as a wild card for Gamblers SC at the recent ECL. Respected that time by Rajumia. Yeah, nicely dealt with, but obviously can do a bit more than just keep the ball out. Looks like Macy's warming up. He's coming off a good game. Pretty close, but they just go down the leg side. DDC being primarily a batter, he doesn't really appeal because he probably knows he wouldn't want to be given out to this. So it's only really a polite inquiry. Steve saying, had a great day yesterday up at Santarém. Good to see the ECN crew and the Portugal crew. Oh, they might want to think about putting this fine leg back. That's another one that's going to sneak away. That time, Krug says there's a little bit of glove in this. And so it'll be 4 more runs. I just think with this wind, there's a lot of balls that are going to go in that direction. Let's see what we can pick up here. Yeah, must have been a little touch on the gloves. Girish isn't behind the stumps this time with Samir Pirani coming into the side. Mia will get a single, he'll get the strike, but DDC, decent over, all things considered, with 8 coming off that. And at the end of 4, Friendship are 29 for 3. What was I saying? Fruit mince pies, yuck. Well, I did hear there are a bit of a polarizing Christmas food. I'm going to say I don't mind them. I've asked this question before, but I'll ask it again. What's a food that everyone raves about, but you can't stand? For me, it's avocado. I just don't really trust the texture. You tell us what you think. What's a food that everyone else loves, but you can't stand? I'm sure everyone's probably got one like that. Here is Macy. The puppy's going to bowl over number 5. And it just keeps it pretty simple, doesn't he? Having a very good series. 2 Player of the Match awards throughout the first stage of Group B. Seems to be in rhythm. He's going to take a couple of great catches off the field, helping out around the ground. It's really a community effort here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. Completely lose his run there. That's the wind, I think. This is pretty straight. Well, now they think of a run. It's actually pretty well judged. Maybe a bit of a dicey one, but they're having to work hard for their runs at the moment. Oh, it's well bowled. See Samir Pirani behind the stumps. Good to see him into the action. Pirani making his ECN debut here. Has the responsibility of the gloves. Macy. No one can really time him up. He's not express, he's not trying to be. You can see batter moving around, kind of moving at the ball. Maybe just needs to stand a bit stiller here. Nazrul Islam is 1 off 9, and he's actually a good hitter, just not happening for him. Now he will get one. Short and wide, takes off the tram line and pumps it. Maximo! Seis carreras. Gets hit once, but yeah, Macy probably doesn't mind an over where he only gets hit once. Still got a ball to go. He won't be happy with that one. It was just a fraction too wide. It allowed Nazrul Islam to free his arms. This is the idea, but sneaks down leg side with the wind. But yeah, I think what would disappoint Macy there is that he'd beaten him with it. A bunch of deliveries that were pitched up and a bit straighter, and then just kind of bowled a bad ball that allowed Islam to get out of a bit of a jam. That one is a decent finish. Macy just goes for 8 then in the over, and after 5 overs the score is 37 for 3. Halfway through this one. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, let's talk about the ECC before we go back to the foods. And tell me what you think about these groups. Is there a particular group you think, for example, in the ECC that's group of death? Do you feel that group 1 or group 2 in the ECCX is one is stronger than the other? What are your thoughts? Netherlands 11, last year's runners-up, and the 2022 champions have a real tough group, I think. Jersey, Italy, Sweden, and Norway. And also maybe let us know, who do you think out of the ECC would you be your favourite to go down? Remember, the bottom team will be demoted to the ECCX in 2025. Here's Vishwakarma coming back, and he's going to start with a wicket. Goes straight through the gate of Mia, who tried to go with the angle, but his stumps get knocked over. Friendship CC struggling for runs and also losing some wickets as Raja goes 6 off 9 for him in the end, 37 for 4. So Meyer says anything that a vegetarian recommends. Dave says lemon. Okay. No, I'm assuming you don't mean a lemon, but you mean lemon flavouring. Okay. What else have we got? Mac and cheese for Mandrake. I quite like mac and cheese. Well, that kind of proves my point. Steve doesn't like butter or margarine, and he doesn't even want to type them. Sorry I said them out loud, but he likes mustard as far as yellow spreads go. Interesting, Steve. So what do you have instead? Like, you're like an olive oil kind of guy? Keep them coming. Dave B says any fast food burger is a no for him. Fast food in general. Okay. Patrick Higgins saying, love cricket matches, best sport in the world. Great to have you, Patrick. Where are you watching from? Let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. As the captain, Imtiaz Rana, comes out at number 6. Behind the 8 ball here, Friendship. Rana will get off the mark with a single, but have a look at the expected score. Walking sticks, 77. A lot of people like to get in the chat, ask for score predictions. Well, you literally have it on the screen. The score prediction is 77. So sometimes the answer's right in front of you.
Let's go, big boy.
This one is in the air and gone. Macy's had good hands on and off the field, and he'll get Mohammad Nazrul Islam, gets his revenge after Nazrul did whack him for a 6 in the last over, but now Macy holds on and sends him packing. It's another wicket to Vishwakarma. It's his 3rd in this contest, and Friendship CC right on the ropes at 38 for 5. Disappointment there, because Nazrul, this guy we know, is capable of much more, but just seems a little bit out of nick at the moment. When he does hit him, it seems like he is in form, but really only hit 1 in that innings. Just a few things going wrong. Windy conditions can kind of throw the batter for rhythm as well and balance. Just seemed to be kind of wandering and kind of off balance when he was receiving the ball there a few times. Muhammad Alamin comes in at number 7, 38 for 5. Yeah. Vishwakarma, 3 for 2. What figures? Just absolutely smashed though. And a great bit of fielding from Junaid. Does stay inside the boundary. We'll come back for 2. But Junaid Khan does really well. Now, who did this bounce off? Oh, that was a strange one. Yeah, this came in and yeah, maybe just bounced off the hand of Vishwakarma. Anyway, Gets another crack at Rana. And he tosses it up and he invites Rana to go for it. He says, yes, please, we need to in this situation. Maximo! 6 runs there, and Friendship trying to get one back in anger. Myra Patel, very funny, saying, guessing that the team that gets demoted from the ECC is based on overall points. Correct. He said, what's the tiebreaker if level on points? Most boundaries? Hardy ha ha. Still funny, actually, almost 5 years later, isn't it, Myra? But of course, it'll be net run rate. That will be used as tiebreaker if 2 teams are tied on lowest points as to which team goes down. And yeah, the idea is with this year, just with a few logistical reasons, we have a 21 plus 11 format, but next year it'll be 22 plus 10, so an extra team in the ECC. So 2 teams will be promoted, 1 team will be relegated this year. The Euros of Cricket. I think this might have actually been off the pitch. Crut's given it a wide. That's a no ball. So we'll look again. Oof. Maybe gets better with it out. But anyway, it's all academic anyway as Vishwakarma moves the plot a little bit towards the end, but he's got great figures of 3 for 13. And after 6 overs, Friendship still haven't hit the 50 barrier. It's 49 for 5 after 6. Yeah, Steve said, yeah, the Iberian lifestyle, plenty of olive oil, plenty of top-notch olive oil, pour it on. So he doesn't go for the other spreads that he doesn't want me to name because he doesn't like it. But yeah, olive oil. I've got to say, it might have been the olive oil and balsamic vinegar. I like horseradish too, Julian, but she says that, but he says that his wife Sarah detests both horseradish and mustard. Even the smell. Macy comes back, pitches up. The orthodox drive from Rana. Great work once again from Junaid. Good running as well. A comeback for 2. Junaid's been brilliant here. Loves to throw himself around. Edged and just out of the grasp of Samir Pirani. Well, that would have been a great way to announce your arrival on the European Cricket Network. And look, I think he's done a pretty tidy job. One thing I would say here, if he'd stayed lower longer, maybe he could have sprung a bit more. You see, he's kind of a little bit flat-footed there. Now, would he have caught it? Maybe not. I just think he might have got a bit closer. Think about it. If I told you you have to jump as high as you can, what would you do? You'd actually get down really low and you'd spring up. So, because he was kind of in a medium position there, couldn't really get the jump he needed to get there. Anyway, this is off the inside edge, holding up in the air, but it's put down off the field. Maximo Rana gets the benefit of the win there. Thought when I saw it hit him on the bat, he might have been in trouble, but yeah, he gets it all the way over the fence. Badly needed boundary. Rana, a bit of a second field roll earlier, but he's very, very capable of hitting 6s, and he hits 2 in a row there. Maximo back to back, and Macy copping a bit in his second over. Cricket's the great evener, as they say in the classics. Player of the match in the first game. Bowled a fairly decent first over here, but getting whacked around a bit here in the second. But he gets hit 4-6-6 now, 18 off this over. Let's see if the puppy can strike back. Hanging full toss. Really, that's another one that could have easily gone for 6. All cleaned up out there. Gets out of jail a bit there. Still 68 for 5. Friendship lift that expected score up to 96. Can they get the ton? Okay, in the air. Doesn't like it straight away. Alamin in trouble and gone. Well, there you go. Junaid Khan was just waiting for an opportunity like that. It's a very, very good fielder. So Macy does strike with a wicket, even though that second over of his almost goes magical. 19 come off it in the end. Alameen got a very unusual 3 off the first ball that he faced. That second ball, he skies one, and he'll have to go at the end of 60. At the end of 7 overs, I should say. The score is 68 for 6. Nice catch by Junaid in blustery conditions, although the sun's out. Believe it or not, we did have a bit of a shower sweep through as we look at some of the upcoming events. Yeah, so now next week we'll head to France. You can see on the bottom now, we've updated it to include Cyprus, where we will be having an encore series. But we have ECS cricket, then we have a weekend at the end of ECIW and ECI, and then after that we'll have T20 internationals, both men's and women's. So how about that? 5 formats in Cyprus over almost 3 weeks. Actually overlaps slightly with the Czech series, which will start on Monday the 17th of June. And yeah, potentially we might have been doing some T20Is before the Czech ECS starts in the Central European Cup. So that's something you might see during the summer. Obviously, the country's encouraged to play T20 international cricket as well. So if we're around for an ECS, sometimes they can schedule those matches, especially if the international teams are in town for the ECIs. As Miguel Stoneman gets the bowl here in over number 8. See there with Samir behind the stumps. Can't see what I'm saying. But he kind of stays in a fairly upright position, and that's why he struggled to get to that one that was up over his shoulder. Right now, Rana hitting him pretty well. That was a tough chance for Junaid, but he couldn't quite hold on. This is one of those ones, I think they stick or they don't. Can do everything right, but it's very tough to have the hand soft enough to receive the ball without it bouncing out, but then hard enough to deal with the impact. That's why I think even in the Western Shield, you saw some of these going down. Oh well, that one is Adios Pelota. That's really well hit by Mohamed Abdul Moteen Maximo. There you go. That is a very, very good strike. Friendship fighting back here. Remember at one point they were 38 for 5 halfway through the 6th over. A partnership of 30 in just 9 balls. And then Motin comes in and starts a new partnership with his captain Imtiaz Rana. Dave saying, did I see the catches to wickets ratio was 77%? Well, I think the reason for that is with better bats, they're more likely to get caught than with other forms of dismissal. That's the reason. So obviously, if you're not hitting as many balls, you're not going to get caught as often. We tend to see a few more bowled in LBW at the ECS level. Good call there for Friendship as I get the benefit of another wide. Yeah, so that's why I think essentially, and also more catches are getting held, but I just think there's less. The reason the proportion is higher is less of the other types of dismissal. For example, I actually don't think we saw one stumping in the whole Western Shield. Correct me if I'm wrong. Less run-outs because they tend to have a better understanding. But obviously when everyone's trying to be hyper-aggressive, then yeah, occasionally you miss-hit them and they can turn into catching opportunities, and at that level, most were taken. All right, this one is lifted up. And, oh, well, it's been dropped down there by Faf Stoneman. Yeah, Rana living a charmed life out there, isn't he? This time just a single, but it'll be the end of the over. I'll show you that last ball again. So 8 overs down, and Friendship CC 49 for 6. Yeah, Mickey Stoneman. This was the one that was hit out towards Faf. And really, doesn't drop that many, but well, he just let it get very low on him, didn't he? 79 for 6 after 8. Well, a bit of luck, they could get an awkward kind of 100. I suppose the thing is with Oerash, they've looked very, very solid with the bat. As we start a new over, a good pace of the game here. Keeping everyone on their toes. Badenhorst comes on to bowl over number 9. Hit and run. I think this stage you might as well. Would have been tight. Oerash averaging 164 with the bat. That's why even the 100's looking a bit light on, but this is perfect placement from Rana. He's kind of taken on the senior role here, which is what I'd expect, actually. Having watched Imtiaz play a fair bit over the last couple of years. That was a nice firm shot all the way along the deck, and couldn't have picked the gap any better at all. Now this one is hit a lot slower, which will give Faf Stoneman the ability to get on it. He's a little right smile. All right, hits this, but it's going to be in a safe zone, I think, straight down the ground. DDC comes and cleans up. He'll be keen to get a few more runs. This one is missed out in the offside channel. Badenhorst hit the ball pretty well this morning as well. For Oerash, he struck 29 off 15, a couple of 4s, a couple of 6s in there, but he looks in decent nick as well. Remember DDC, they'll only have him till I think Wednesday or Thursday. Runner plays down the wrong line here, end of 9. Badenhorst with a pretty tidy over with only 7 coming off it. Rana looks depressed, he missed that, but don't worry, he'll got another over to try and to come back. Probably feeling a bit fatigued at the moment. 34 off 15 for the Friendship skipper. And after 9 overs, Friendship 86 for 6. Bowling options. You got TDC to come back if you want. That's a potential option. You got Miggy Stoneman to come back. Or you could go to someone like a Faf Stoneman who hasn't bowled yet in this 10. But it looks like they're going to get going for Girish Singh. Well, he's a very versatile player, Girish. He's going to come on to bowl the 10th over. And Little Ed's going to fly away. And once they get away from you here, they rarely come back. Macy finds himself the other side of the fence. And might be able to chase this one down. Probably at this stage for Girish, it's too short. I think in the 10th over, you're looking to hit the block hole. Batter gets a swing, and although it's not quite where he was intending to hit it, he gets a good result. Going back to my question, I said, who do you think might go down in the ECC? Myritt says, yeah, perhaps Finland will go down because they've got a really tough group. Yeah, that's true. Thinks the Czechs will definitely get promoted. Isle of Man, his other pick to get promoted. That group 1 will be close. Yeah, look, the beauty is the cricket will sort it out. That's what I love about this format. All right, fraction short, hit up in the air and well caught by Daniel Dorkaye. So Rana finally will have to go after nursing his side to a fairly respectable total, I suppose. But still seems a bit thin on the ground, doesn't it? He'll go for 34. A wicket for Girish Singh. He'll tell you, that's how he planned it all along. And Friendship lose their skipper at 91 for 7. 3 balls remaining. Yeah, let us know your thoughts. I mean, yeah, also depends just who's playing well on that kind of 2.5 week period that we'll have the ECC. So essentially the first week and a half is ECCX, which is the first 10 days. Hit down the ground. Just be a single. It's Sufyan Rubel who's come out. Now hit away leg side. This might test the fielder. If they want to go for two, well, probably would have been out, but maybe worth a try. Just a long single. All right, hit in the air. Girish wants it himself. He was the closest. One hand, one bounce. Last ball. It's a race. Who's going to win the race? Oh, you got to love it. It's the old Jonty Rhodes style. It's geometry in real life as Girish, he looks at the stumps, he looks at Moten, he says, I think that I can reach there before you can. And your classic Jonty Rhodes circa 1992 World Cup special from Girish, who firstly wanted to catch, and then he knows they're going to go for two. And watch this. And look at that. Picks it up. He's already on his way back. Puts the head down. Oh, yeah. Have a look at this one. Oh, yeah. That's what you like to see. Destroys the stumps. And Girish loses the ball. Has a little bit of a flash of the pearly whites at the camera. And the umpire and Friendship CC will finish 94 for 8 off their 10 overs. And look, not quite the triple digits. They just had to work hard for all of their runs in that innings, didn't they? As we'll go back and have a look at the highlights of the first 10 overs here in match 67. And it was Junaid. He was making the ball talk early, wasn't he? In the power play. Well, that one disappeared, but he also was getting the ball to zip around quite a lot. Got to say, it was a bit of an unlucky one for Rupu, who was the one that moosed that big six early. He hit one onto his own leg and was bowled by Rahul Vishwakarma. And then this little bit of magic from Miguel Stoneman, who prowls around to his left, hits one stump, bang, and a fantastic bit of work to run out Asadu Zaman, who's just had no luck today at all. Natural came out, couldn't get going, could he? Okay, kicked to 4, so I'll give him credit for that, but 7 off 12 in the end with one Maximo. With 10 dot balls out of his 12. It was just an awful kind of a time. At the other end, Hyder couldn't get going either. He got castled by Junaid Khan. Really nice bit of in-swing bowling from the Oerish speedster. Macy came out there and he bowled a pretty good over as well early on, although he wasn't able to get everything his own way. With that one getting lifted up and out of the ground. Meanwhile, we saw Mia depart after only getting 6 off 9. We saw Vishwakarma bowling very, very well, ending up with 3 wickets, including this one, well held by Macy, who got his revenge in the field at least on Muhammad Nazrul Islam. Imtiaz Rana, though, he was there and he was fighting, and they had to fight for everyone, didn't they? But at least he was able to score 34 off 16 and showed a bit more of an aggressive streak, really, the Friendship skipper in this one, hitting 3 big 6s and 2 4s in his innings. Late in the piece, Stoneman created a chance, but his little bro unfortunately couldn't hold on. In the last over, Girish came on. That was a powerful strike down the ground, we thought, but Daniel Dorkaya said, nope, I've got that one covered. Then the entertaining last ball as Girish triangulates, and then he entertains, takes out all 3 stumps. It's almost like TDC could have given him a push start there as well, but it's good to see them trying for that second run. It was worth it because they had no balls left on the table. 94 for 8 after the 10. Imtiaz Rana with 34 off 16. Apart from that, Abdul Motin, the second top scorer for number 8. That's always a concern. He scored 16. 10 for Rupi before he was bowled in a bit of an unlucky fashion. 13 extras, including 5 leg byes, so probably not the worst effort there from Werash. In the end, 94 for 8 for Friendship. Looking at the bowling, Vishwakarma was outstanding, wasn't he? Best of the bowlers, 3 for 13. Wickets also to Junaid, as well as Alex Macy, and Girish Singh chipped in with 1 at the end, as well as his very entertaining run out. Daniel Dorkaya and Buttonhorse combined as well, 2 overs for 15 between them. So no real weak links there in the bowling for Uwerash. And I think they're thinking 4-point territory here, about 13.5 and over through the first 7 will get them there. Vinny sound to him, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers will be back from lunch, I'm sure, pretty shortly. We'll take a break. Back soon with the second half of Match 67 here live on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Rematch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Portugal on a nice sunny Monday for the most part. And we're approximately halfway through the action here on day number 14 of this European Cricket Series in Portugal. So basically, we just have group matches in Group B until Thursday. Then we'll know exactly what Super 5 looks like. Super 5 will be Friday, Saturday. Finals day on Sunday. Let's rock and roll here. 95 the target for Awarerush against Friendship CC. As the first ball, the traditional wide. There's been a bit of that this morning. In case you missed it, the bonus point, obviously pretty simple for Awarerush. It's just the 7 overs. If they can chase 95 in 7 overs, they'll do that. First one, swinging away from the right-hander. This one does as well. That'll be another wide. It's interesting. We got Wirakun and Vishwakarma given an opportunity to open the batting. So, yeah, credit to Awarerush skipper Conrad Greenshields. Obviously, he's got players like DDC who are there and obviously available, but he just feels the size of this target, it's a good chance to give a hit to a couple of other players. I've got to say that Lakshan Wirakun is also a very, very good photographer. In fact, he was helping out with a bit of extra footage of the Western Shield over the weekend. So he's certainly quite accomplished in that respect. That was a big in swinger there. Very different action actually from Haida, and actually went. Scramble through for one. Vishwakarma will get his opportunity now. Many sounding Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Monday. And you know that song, I Don't Like Mondays? Well, it doesn't apply to this man. Corey Ruckers coming back. You didn't even know it was Monday, did you?
Yeah, arguably my best day is Monday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why is that?
You get to tell your friends and family what you got up to for the weekend.
Yeah. What did you get up to on the weekend?
I got to coach Team Europe to a loss.
How'd you go?
Yep. Bow. They should have called it off after 3 games. It's always best of 3. We weren't prepared for 9.
Best of 3 thing. But then you lift the shield. Speaking of lifting the shield.
Never got to touch it, but I heard.
Did you see Lincoln trying to lift it up?
Is it that heavy?
So heavy.
How heavy are we talking?
Over 15 kilos.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. But it's got no obvious handles. You know, like you're trying to like hold it around the edge. Vishwakarma gets hit in the person. He won't get a run first up. One thing this does to, I suppose, using the non-standard openers, is it does probably make the 4-pointer a little bit further away for Awarerush.
So with that shield, if it's more than 15 kg, what are we talking? Where's it going? Do you have to book a whole other suitcase?
I'll tell you. As this is hooked away and pretty nicely by Vishwakarma, who will get a boundary, the first of the response. So the shield is presented. It is then retained at ECN HQ, and the winning team is engraved on it, so it's a perpetual trophy.
So they didn't get to take it home?
They don't take it home.
So it's kept in Europe?
It's kept. Oh, I see where you're going with this. It's kept at ECN HQ, which is like neutral territory.
Yeah, but just where is that kept? What country?
In Switzerland.
So we've won the Western Shield.
One, but retained, maybe. Anyway, let's have a look at this shot from Vishwakarma. It's a pretty good one. Yeah, it's going to go through the offside. It goes for 4.
Yeah, I always knew that it would stay on European land, and it's an honour to have retained and won the first edition of the Western Shield.
Nice angle there.
So you're telling me the whole British and Irish Knights left today, but they don't have the shield?
They will be on the shield.
That's a loss. That is a complete loss.
They were able to raise the shield. It would create an international incident, because in what country does it reside in? Switzerland's renowned for its neutrality.
Well, I'll be picking a Switzerland player next year, so that no matter what, it feels like we've won it.
12 without loss after 1. Awarerush with a decent start. 13.5 and over or so is what they would need if they do. If they are able to chase the... If they're going to chase the bonus point. 80 matches since the Golden Ball. That's gotten up pretty quickly. Shows you how quickly... how many games we're playing, right?
Yeah, we've played a lot. I mean, EC ACL felt like it wasn't that long ago. We've already got up to 80. So, yeah, this start of the year, Vinny, it's been action-packed, honestly. It really has been going, and we've got a lot more cricket coming up in the next few months.
Yeah, I mentioned that we'll be probably covering a bit of T20 cricket, even around European Cricket Series as well. As this is played away by Vishwakarma. Nicely struck, and he'll get a boundary. First ball from Abu Sufyan Rubel. So apart from some of the series that you see on the upcoming events, like the Medina Cup in France, like the Netherlands T20s, there is the opportunity, I suppose, with the ECN when we come to town, if you can organise T20Is around it, we're there to televise them. As this is going to be more runs for Vishwakarma. Gundy ball really from Sufyan. Short and outside the leg stump and put away for another 4.
Yeah, he's got his chance at the top of the order, and he's cashing in the left-handed Bradman. Nice shot, pulled away, and runs are flowing here.
So, for example, in Cyprus, after we have our ECS and ECIs there, there'll be men's and women's T20 internationals over the next 3 days. And in Prague, in Czechia, we'll actually start our telecast 3 days early with the Central European Cup for women.
Wow.
So it shows there's the opportunity there to televise more T20 cricket. As this is carved away nicely. Vishwakarma is on a bit of a heater here, left and right, sending the ball to the boundary at a furious rate.
He's looking like a really complete player. I like it. Leg side, offside, good hands and good batting.
Yeah, he's certainly taken the opportunity with both hands. Now he's going to go straight and he's going to enjoy this one. Mind yourself in the cheap seats. Maximal. Oh, what's better than a 4? A 6. And he puts that one big time out of here. Now he's a guy, Rahul Vishwakarma, he's played in a Nepali short and Nepali shirt. Played for the under-19s and even played a bit for Nepal.
Really?
Yeah.
What, Nepal? Like the Nepal?
The country.
Like national? No.
Well,
don't think so, Vin.
He's
good player, but that's what's he doing here? If he's played that level,
because he's here.
Well, maybe he has.
In the squad, anyway, right now, he's looking like he's in a hurry. Maximal. I like him at the top of the order. Left-handed option as well, so you get a left-hand, right-hand combination. He played under 19s cricket at least, and I think he's played for Nepal back around
he has.
Yeah, 2010.
He took 7 wickets against USA at the 2010 Division 5 wickets against Tanzania. Wow, we've got an elite cricketer on our scenes.
Yeah, and
well, move over the top order. Get this man up there. You're missing some good comments in the chat, Vinny.
Okay, I'm going to look at one thing at once, but I'm going to say, our very own Andrew Leonard, I'm sure, would give us the down low on Vishwakarma as well. He's a Nepalese cricket expert. 38 for 2. 38 without loss, I should say, after 2. All right, let's see what happened. So, what did you like? The broken back getting incinerated? I don't think it was in the end. It wasn't as easy as we thought.
No, I like Steve McVeigh's comment saying, well, that means England's held the Ashes for 150 years.
Yeah, oh yeah.
If I have to give up the Ashes,
true.
I agree. They've won the Ashes for 150 years and we've won the Shield.
You could argue it's more expensive to transport the Western Shield, by the way, because do you know what happened when we were trying to get it from ECN HQ in the box? It was over 32 kilos, which meant it couldn't go on the plane. They had to basically improvise and carry it. Not carry it, but yeah. It was meant to come with the stand and everything. Couldn't travel because of the weight. How about the medals as well? All the players receiving a medal. I thought they were pretty special as well. Anyway, flicked away by Wirakun. Vishwakarma, he might have been a little bit short if that had hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think he would have been in a lot of trouble. What we should have done for the British and Irish Knights then is given them a mini shield, like the mini Ashes.
Well, they've got the medals. So each one's got their...
No, but like
the medals are a shield. You saw that, right? Did you notice that? Good.
Quite heavy, actually. I don't know where mine went.
Did you get one?
I had one. It said second place.
No, but they are little shields. I think that's the idea. Oh, drops.
No.
And Vishwakarma's looked pretty good so far. This one I don't think went back as quickly as I'd have thought. Down it goes.
Maybe I'm looking at a different Rahul Vishwakarma.
No,
That's him?
didn't realise he's playing under 19s now. He's 31.
It's amazing some of these great cricketers that have fallen into the European world.
Another Nepalese under 19 representative, Nippo. Of course, we've seen him before here in Portugal. Now dragged leg side, has to hustle, but not cleanly taken there by Sufyan Rubel. Yeah, got to say that those messages, are they not messages? Those trophies and medals from Local Lifestyle are pretty special. Anyway, leading edge popped up, should be caught, and it's dropped. Well, you wouldn't read about it really. This is Mohammad Asaduzaman.
Oh, no.
And even his fielder gave him the benefit in his peripheral vision of just pointing at him saying, that is yours. So there's no doubt whose it was, but out it pops, and Wirrakun gets super lucky. Have a look at this on the replay. I like the little help from the fielder saying, all right, that's you. And bang, spills it.
Tell you what, if I'm the sponsor of Zahir Kebab, as that one's hit the very edge of the pitch, might be called no ball, could be called wide, I don't have a clue. It's going to be called no ball. Yeah, Vin, if I'm Zahir Kebab, I'm not very happy with that drop catch.
Any news is good news.
What, any immediate laser?
At a kebab shop, the answer is yes. Anyway, free hit coming up then. Badger will let that one take the wind.
No, that's okay. Look where he went before the ball was bowled.
Yeah, maybe by a stump, and it probably bounced on that line. Even though
Yeah, that's okay. That's good umpiring. He went a stump. If that line moved to stump, that's fair.
okay,
Stump and stump.
touch and go still.
Oh, looking at the takeaway menu from...
Is that what you're looking? I was wondering what you're spending all your time looking up.
Tell you what, I'm
Is there a standard kebab shop?
No,
what makes it different?
It's on Uber Eats.
Okay.
It's in the middle of Lisbon, so we might have to go in.
Okay, we walk in there. All right, in the air, and Vishwakarma hasn't got this at all. He will go. And so after giving up a slightly difficult opportunity, he holds out as Raju Mia will take the catch. Haidar has something to show for his work. He's actually bowled pretty well to have 1 for 16 in the end. And at the end of the power play, Werris lose their first wicket. It's 42 for 1.
I got a question for you, Vinny. At what stage do we get to creating an ECN museum?
Good question. And where's it got to be? As if it's ECN HQ, so people would come from all around, or is it Cardimer Oval?
A museum could. Depends who's in charge of Cardimer Oval at that stage, but ECN in a museum can be anywhere.
How close are we to moving ECN HQ to Malaga?
Nah, I don't. They like Switzerland, don't they? Have I missed something? They were all here this weekend, which is pretty close to Malaga. It's interesting to see the Swiss office fly in for the big stuff. I'd love to see them at an ECS tour.
We'll see them, I'm sure, during the year from time to time.
Yeah, probably at the big ones. Where's the ECS?
They're still here today, actually.
At the ground?
Taking care of some important business. Anyway, Wirrakun had a bit of a lucky break. Brendan Bardenhorst, the regular opener, comes out in the number 3 position.
I like the idea of a museum.
What's in the ECN museum? That's a question for us. First one, not going too far.
Well, you get people that donate the thing. So Max O'Dowd's, he's got his player of the tournament MVP trophy at our house. He could donate that in.
I think Shahid Afridi's bat, what's left of it,
100%.
That's an exhibit.
We told him, we said, get this signed by all the opposing team and take that home with you.
This is going to sneak off pretty much the edge of the pitch. It's going to be a quarter no ball, +4 buys, so not what the doctor ordered at all. Would Mohammad Shawkat's box be in there from the famous 2022 incident?
Absolutely. That's in like that's when you have to spend €10 to see it.
And in the background, there's still photo of the exact moment he's trying to straddle over the ball.
We've got your shoes on a plaque with like rest in peace because you've probably died by doing too many games.
Probably.
Yep.
It's okay. It's the way I want to go out.
What do we have from Rico?
Good question. You'd have like maybe a little sign to Derek the Duck. He loves that. Anyway, this one's up in the air. Tester does pretty well to grab it on one bounce there.
Free hit anyway.
Yeah.
What else would we have in the ECN
I want to
museum?
put that to the viewers. What is in the ECN museum? Maybe like,
You know I've pulled off the Holy Trinity now. I've got a gold, a silver, and a couple of bronze.
Well, congratulations. And I suppose technically on the weekend you came last.
With my silver.
Just saying. Maybe some stuff from back in the day. Maybe some of the original painter spikes that were given to the players that pretty quickly went on eBay back in 2019.
You know what was nice last night? A lot of our players, we sort of realised that last game was a bit of a dead rubber. But we were going around and everyone was signing each other's bit of memory. So I got all the players to sign my hat.
Yeah.
I think Afridi got everyone to sign his shirt. So that's just missed the stumps. And the backstop will keep it to a bye.
Backstop.
But yeah, it was really nice to see everyone go around and signing everything for everyone.
That is nice, actually.
That's a good memory. I mean, so these players won't play together again ever. It's not going to be the exact same
Exactly.
squad.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's a moment in time. And you never know how big this goes. I'm going to keep that hat. And I want to donate the first ever losing hat.
Anyway, this is in the air. And it's holding up and it's caught. Good pair of hands there from Badrul Haider. So Badenhorst is going to have to go. Bonus point equation pretty interesting here, about 13.5 and over. I wonder if Daniel Dorcayo might come in now at number 4. But anyway, 50's up, but they lose the second wicket as Badenhorst goes for just the one in this one. It's 50 for 2.
Yeah, 50 for 2. Just getting a little bit big on him. Found the fielder out there, and unfortunately, he'll have to go. What else could we... I like
Steve
this.
McVeigh says some of the comms threads. Yeah, those some of our old outfits. Oh, you know what would go in? Did you know that my white jacket got ruined when I got silly stringed on my birthday?
No,
And I have no idea what to do with it because I can't wear it anymore.
Really?
That was in Cyprus. And by the way, nothing was intended, but turns out that stuff doesn't come out, no matter how many times you dry clean it.
Yeah.
R.I.P. my white jacket.
There's got to be some artifacts or antiques or relics or fossils that we're forgetting.
Like broken stumps and things like that.
Yeah.
And like from famous ECN moments as
How
well.
about the player's teeth from Cyprus that were split into a million pieces when his head recoiled back?
That was the second ball of the season.
Do you remember last night? Oh,
Yeah,
Vinny.
I do. Anyway, this one is up. It's in the air. DDC
Of
comes
course.
in. And, well, I think it's smart. I mean, you give it an opportunity, but it also, you want the 4 points because, don't forget, if you finish top, at the moment it seems between them and Marlow for top, right? If you get top, you get 2 extra points going to the Super 5s. It maybe gives you the double chance on finals day.
Yeah, nice shot. It's good to see DDC make some runs. Yep, still hurts. Oh, the teeth from the man
That's
from
with the ball
Cyprus.
on the way out as well. There you go.
What else is there?
I'm going to the viewers. Oh, the robot costume.
Oh,
The
yes.
robot costume's definitely in there. You could kind of set it up as well. Yeah, definitely.
A couple of our broken chairs. Remember that?
Oh, we already had the chair graveyard in Switzerland.
But there was Switzerland and another place we kept breaking chairs. I remember breaking a
was that?
couple.
Switzerland, we actually started writing on them saying who had broken them. Do you know that we ended up having to pay for those chairs? Even though we should have been suing the chairs that just couldn't handle people sitting on them. Anyway, Wirrakun, he's bided his time, and here in the 5th over, he'll finally hit a boundary. Maximo! Werash closing in on potential 4-pointer here.
Yeah, fair stroke that. He's thrown the whole body weight behind it, old Lucky, and he gets a big 6.
Well, he's got a strong right side because that's his button-pushing finger when he's taking photos. So there's a lot of bottom hand that goes into this. And you can see the big man can make that grizzly fly. Yeah, robot costume's a good shout. What else has happened that we've forgotten about?
We could put...
You could have
the one
like,
of Barry in the silhouette on the ground out the front of Santarem.
a reenactment, like a light show.
Yeah, it's the show that you watch when you go in.
Wow, there you go. Wirrakun was just toying with us the whole time. That's gone into the clouds. Maximo! Back to back. Moten not impressed as another one flies out of here. 27 on 15 now for the bonus point.
Yeah, nice shot, isn't it? Another 6. And that is out the middle of that bat. That's gone a long way. That was a big daddy 6.
It'd be like a... Do you think you'd go in the entrance to be like the cube?
Yeah.
You go through the cube. That's your ticket to get in.
Mandrake said my blanket from Croatia.
Oh, yeah.
If that wasn't there, I would have died.
Yeah, your blanket from Croatia is pretty good.
What about some of the players that have had things
Yeah,
on...
I'm trying to think, like items. Items. Oh, I've got one.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss this time. How about from the recent ECL, Paul Murray's jockey lid?
Yep.
the loophole helmet.
The smashed laptop.
Oh yeah, definitely. He just kind of clips this one away. And, oh, well, he found the fielder. What a fantastic catch that is. As Moten gets the last laugh in the end. Wirat doesn't quite get all of this. And Raju does a really great job to grab that. Stop, drop, and roll stuff. Awarish lose a third wicket. Wirakun at least does get a couple out of the screws, but he has to go for 16, and it's 68 for 3.
It's actually a beautiful shot. He's just unfortunate. He found the fielder in the end. It's a nice, safe catch, kept to the ground. A little bit of a James Bond roll into the room, and it's out.
He's controlled his roll, made sure he touched the ground inside the rope. But at least he's got a couple of highlights there, a couple of large ones for Lucky. Oh, Dave B thinks we should have the photo of his catch in the Grizzly merch tent. In the famous introduction, one of the most famous 3,000 introductions I've ever done.
There's no way Dave took
Dave's in there somehow.
He never took a catch.
Maybe it would be...
Yeah, he's in there in the...
No, he did, because I threw the ball over my shoulder and he caught it.
Dave's in the XXX area, and we're not allowed to see it.
Have to pay
He's
extra.
watched... Yeah, he's...
I would like to see the first screenshot of the first person he ever timed out. Uh-oh. Keeper's there, forgot what his job was, went down the leg side. This is, yeah, just a bit of a tough one, I get it, but you need to anticipate when you lose the ball in the batter, you have to get down the leg side. You see here, he doesn't move. And then he just sticks his hands behind his back. But, yeah, you can see there. And then how he gets an aggressive point as well from Golham Khan saying, you forgot your job.
Yeah, I just think a bit of a deer in the headlights there, and yeah, the bowler is not happy.
Well, he remembers his job this time, so maybe a bit of negative reinforcement, but it works.
I reckon it touched his foot.
You reckon?
Yep, I do.
Nah.
Yeah, I do. There was a noise. Conrad's trying to be a bit sheepish here and steal one, but watch this skims him. He's cheeky, Conrad. That skims his foot. Yeah, and he's going to buy a wide here.
Yeah. I mean, you called him dishonest.
He is the most...
And I guess time will tell. Is it not quite the underarm, but not far behind? I think it'll go as a dot. Let's get on with the game. It's 73 for 3 after 5, I think. Yeah. I think you're right. I think it's inconclusive, so you just got to go with it.
I reckon he might be still calling wide here. Just watching the umpire out the corner of my eye. And
Conrad's going on reputation.
Nope, over. That is disgraceful behaviour from Conrad Greenshields. Once again, he brings in the competition to disrepute.
Hello, Conrad, if you're watching this back.
He's the reason that
ECS calendar this year, where are you looking forward to going? Throw a random one at me. If you, tell me somewhere that you'd like to go that you don't think you'll be able to go, because you're not rostered on.
Yeah, there's a few I'm not... Well, I'm not rostered on from June 1st, so do I still have a job?
No.
I reckon I would love to do Prague one day.
Yeah.
I haven't done
Prague's a nice city. You'd like that. Anyway, start of a new over. This one is called wide. 22 off 12 for the bonus point with Daniel Dorkaya and Greenshields there.
Well, am I taking the DDC from ECS or the DDC from Western Shield?
All right, this is lifted up in the air and it's gone. So DDC will be a 6 and out casualty here. And that's the way it goes. I suppose in this situation, they're in a pretty good shape. But I'll tell you what, it does give Friendship the hope that they could hold on to their point. Why is that important? They seem to be in a two-way battle with fighters at the moment for third spot and potential qualification. Just not quite out of the middle there. Showed enough of it to the fielder. And that'll be the end of Daniel Dorkaya in this one. The score 74 for 4. Nicely taken there by Badrul Haider. He's got a very good pair of hands.
Yeah, here comes Miggy Stoneman with his bonsai, and he's pumped up and ready to go.
A few people saying a few signed jerseys or signed bats.
Is the music?
Oh, the blue is a good one from Mandrake. The blue plastic stumps from Barcelona. Were you on with me that morning? I don't think you were. When the stumps didn't arrive at the start of the European Cricket Series. So we played the first game and a half with like kids' plastic stumps.
That's disgraceful.
Can I tell you something? After a game, everyone was pleading we could keep them. You've never seen stump explosions like this. Right? This is hit straight down the ground by Miguel Stoneman. And he's going to get 4. Well, he beats the fielder. Just kept on keeping on, didn't it? And Abu Sufyan Rubal couldn't make the stop. Yeah, it was, who was it? It was Shubdeep Deb. Ran around a keeper, threw down the bowls and stumps, and they absolutely just got
Annihilated.
Obliterated, yeah. And when they got the real stumps, everyone was a bit disappointed. But they should definitely be in the ECN museum for sure. Julian says a purple pepper token from Kartama. That's a pretty good one as well. Pretty obscure.
Would this museum be free entrance, or yeah, 25 ahead?
Maybe get a season pass.
I think Dave B would sign up for a season pass.
And in the museum, ECN's just on the big screen all the time. So you've got the cafe restaurant, right? Cafe bar restaurant with ECN on all the screens since we're on all the time.
What sort of food are we selling?
Purple Pepper can take care of that.
Oh.
What do you want? Oh, Empanada Shop has a satellite shop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to change the food up a bit. I reckon Empanada Shop. Don Mundo. Don Mundo's donated
Victoria
a shirt.
Cerveza
Yeah.
at the bar.
Yep.
Yeah, Purple Pepper can take care of some, and some Empanada Shop as well.
And I want to take the happy hour sign from Sunset Beach Club and have that in there as well.
They said you can have it, just take it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like this from Kroom. It says an interactive display of viral videos. So you have like the live ECN, and then you've got like the 12-hour delay, so that we're even, because it's 24 hours, you can just watch ECN 24 hours a day. But yeah, I like the interactive display of viral videos where you can just choose a viral video. I like that, Kevin.
Oh.
What do they say? Bowl to your field.
Oh.
And that's exactly what he does. And now it could be gone. This is very ECN. And now the thought of a second attempt at a run out.
Yeah, that was a
wide and by signal from Kroot there as well.
That was a real Gundy ball down the leg side.
I like that. What do you tell me about the fine leg with the old hands on hips?
Oh, and then you cop it on the inside knee. That was good fielding.
Right, back to live action. Now Stoneman will help this round the corner. 12 off 7 for the bonus point. Make that 8 off the 7th over. Because Miggy will get his second boundary. Kassin, not the worst spell, but there are a couple that got away in there. He'll take 2 for 26, and at the end of 6, it's 87 for 4.
Yeah, you still imagine they're going to get that bonus point, being 8 clean points this morning for the Swans, who are looking a very, very good team.
Kassin bowls out. Free entry. Oh, yeah, I like that. This is good by Steve. He said, free entry, but how much to get out?
Yes.
Very good. Very, very good. I think I want to keep these coming during the break as well, because it looks like we might have a bit of an early finish here. Coming up next in around about 40 minutes, we'll make a start. Precious versus Fighters, another chance for Precious to get their first win in the European Cricket Network. And they've been inserted once again by Fighters. Did make a good start, didn't they, Precious, last game, which couldn't really go on with it. That game, like I said, will be coming up after a short intermission at the end of this one. Okay, Ghulam Khan is going to try and bowl the 7th. He's only got 7 to defend, whereas need 8 for a 4-pointer. This one's hit hard by Greenshields. Kind of into the gap, and it's the old step over. Doesn't work out too well for Mohamed Abdul Moten. They needed 8. There's half of them.
Yeah, nice shot. Little bit of width. He just has to put his hands through, and he gets 4 runs for his trouble. Good batting.
Mandrick says a great big blue spanner. I'd actually say a picture of his tattoo would be in there. The first ECN tattoo.
How do you know it's the first?
Because no one else got one.
No, there's someone out there that would have done it beforehand. Just to tell
You were
us.
meant to be the second. How's that going?
Well, I might not have been the second. Maybe I have got one.
The first verified ECN tattoo.
Verification.
It's his profile picture.
Don't believe it. I want to see it in person.
Well bowled. Still dug out for 1. So it becomes 3 off 4 now for a 4-pointer. There's got to be more. Like an evolution of the ball from the previous manufacturer to the Grizzly, perhaps. Maybe some of the ECN, the baggy ECL caps. A selection of those. 3 to win. Make that 2. And Stoneman will get a single. Yeah, you'd have lots of the old ECL kits, wouldn't you, as well? The ECL kits are pretty iconic.
Yeah, there's got to be some shirts that you'd have to get back. They're some of the best of the best.
Best of the best.
What's your favourite shirt that you can, top of your head, if you can recall?
MSC Frankfurt 2022.
Yeah. I like the
Yellow spots.
What was the team that looked like KFC?
Did Conrad think the game was over, or did he just broken another one of those bats?
Yeah, he breaks bats weekly.
Yeah, fair enough. 2 to win then. Let's see if this one works. Yeah, it works pretty good. That's out of here. Maximo Green Shields finishes things off, and they do it with 20 balls to spare. They take all 4 points. Fighters are loving that result as well, because it means that Friendship will remain behind them on the ladder, with Fighters a game to play coming up next. Green Shields changes the equipment. That muscles this one out of the ground. Disappointing one really from Friendship, who were outplayed in all aspects. They'll end up going down 99 for Awarash off 6.4, defeating Friendship 94. Coming up next, don't forget, we do have that Precious versus Fighters lineup, and that's coming up in around about 35 minutes to the first ball. Fighters winning the toss and bowling in that one. Well, of course, this chase was always going to be about if they could do it in the 7 overs, we thought. And interesting that they went for Wirakun and Vishwakarma at the top of the order. I've got to say, Vishwakarma did really impress us with a pretty stylish 36 off 15. Remember, they will be looking for a replacement for DDC at the top of the order when we get to the Super 5 stage. He certainly didn't do a lot wrong with 5 boundaries, 2 sixes in his innings.
Yeah, he batted really nice. I think having a lefty at the top obviously adds a little bit of variety for them as well. And he could easily be a front runner to open the batting when DDC leaves. He batted really well. He had a little bit of luck on the way that you have to have in this format. But overall, did a good job. And these 2 openers got them off to a flyer, which helped them get the bonus point.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fingertip up. He went down there. Wirakun. He had a bit of luck too, as we saw a bit of a goober go down. Asaduzzaman not able to hold on to that one. Vishwakarma, he'd be out of luck though, and he was caught on 36. Button Horse came and went almost as quickly for just 1. I suppose you'll have your failures sometimes. That one doesn't hurt his team too much. He went for 1 off 2. Daniel Doakaya, he came out and he got to see this. Wirakun going large a couple of times after a slightly slow start, but then he was well caught, wasn't he? By Raju Mia out there on the boundary. DDC, well, he did go 6, but then he went out, leaving Conrad Greenshields and Miguel Stoneman to finish things off. Got to say, I think that Badrul Haider, he caught very well in that innings. Conrad went to get the lucky bat. Turned out pretty well for him as he put it out of the ground, and Awarash win within the 7 overs, and they take all the points out of match number 67.
Yeah, it's a pretty comprehensive performance from a very good team, Vinny, and at the moment they're going to be hard to stop as we have a look at the scorecard. 16 and 36 for the openers, a quick 13 off 6 for Shields. 18 extras really hurt when you're trying to save a point.
Yeah, that's right. Some of them were a little bit avoidable, weren't they? But yeah, Vishwakarma, I kind of agree. Could be the answer at the top of the order when DDC goes. Certainly do have a fair bit of depth in that lineup at the moment. 2 for 26, Sajjad Hassan did take a couple of wickets. Did have a couple of balls get away from him though late in the piece. I think Haider has a good case for best of the bowlers with 1 for 16 off his 2. The other wicket went to Mohammad Abdul Moteen in there. We didn't see too much of Ghulam Khan, who couldn't quite get through his over without the total getting past. We'll take a break then. Back in around about 30 minutes time. Take you into match number 68. Precious batting first after being sent in by the Fighters. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. We'll be back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rematch.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful Santarém Cricket Ground in sunny Portugal as we get ready for the start of the third match of the day. And this is going to be match number 68 coming up. When I said the third match, I meant the fourth match of the day, of course. Anyway, coming up we have Precious taking on Fighters. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago when the one, the only Tyrone Peters was with the two captains.
Precious to call. Heads is the call. Whoa. It's tails. They're going to bowl.
So there you go. It is Harjot Sahota that wins the toss and he puts in Precious. Probably feels that their batting is a little bit shaky, and certainly it would be a fair assessment based on what we've seen from them so far in the series. I think a lot of pressure on the top order to deliver, and they'll be trying to do that, no doubt. But yeah, who can step up? Maybe Salim Sawa. He looked pretty good in that last game. Made a bit of a start. I think Amandeep Singh brought something to the table. Bahadur Singh was brought in this morning as well. Wasn't quite able to make the same impact. But anyway, Fighters CC. Sahota listed at the top of the order. Got Parwinder Parminder in there. Virik's a pretty important player. Bilal I thought was outstanding behind the stumps. He's listed at 10. He batted 8 spots higher than that earlier on. Despite that, they still like to shove him down the bottom of the order on the graphic. Fighters 88%. Precious, well, I think they were 13 or 14 before, so they've taken a bit of a knock, but you never know. Let's see if they can make a bright start. They kind of made a good start to their innings earlier, but the only issue was that their innings just kind of derailed when some of those top order players had to make way. Big warm welcome to everyone who's watching on Fangird, of course, in the Indian subcontinent, as well as anyone that is watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Got to say, we really enjoyed a little experiment. If we had an ECN museum, what would be in it? You can still let us know. Here's Rahul, who's back. That's a pretty decent ball first up to Sawa. That kind of wobbles around a bit. The result's a dot to get us started. So can Precious just get that 100 plus on the board to make things interesting? This one spears in. Rahul does get the ball to move around a bit. That's why they give him the new rock. Sawa opening up with Gulam Dastgir this time around. Rahul be keen to get amongst the wickets, but this one he does lose down the leg side. You can see he's a bit of an unpredictable customer. Interesting that he didn't get a bowl before, Rahul. This one's close. Bucks feels generous and says you can have that one. Got to say, this was pretty tight. I think might have got a fraction of the line in there, if I'm completely honest. Next one will just be punched out, won't leave the infield. I'm loving some of these suggestions, like, is there a gift shop at the ECN Museum? Will we be able to buy Vinny, Rico and Corey bobbleheads? That's an interesting one. That's good areas from Rahul. Sawa's burning this first over. No runs off the bat. 5 dots so far. Quite the start that we're hoping for. Swing and a miss. 6 dots and a wide in that one. We're off to the races. But it's a bit of a snail race, really. Precious 1 without loss after 1. Corey's back. By back, I mean, not quite here at the moment, but he'll be here at some point. You can get in touch with me. And why don't you send Corey a message of support or otherwise? You can get him on Instagram at crutgers_28. And then also, you can get me at Mr. Maximo, but I only want messages of support. It's good to see that they've worked out now that Corey's here, not Rico. That you could be excused for not knowing. Yes. At the 3 over power play. Anyway, time for over number 2. Dusky says, well, I got to make up for it. And he's able to blast one essentially through the outfielder here. It says Lalit Kumar took 2 wickets and 2 balls earlier today. Right now, he gets swatted away to the leg side boundary. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, joining me in the commentary box. Well, guess what? It isn't Corey Ruckers. It is none other than Awera skipper, Conrad Greenshields. Well, hello, Conrad.
Hello, Vinny. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Yep.
Anyway, this is lifted up and out of here. Dusky making up for lost time after we saw 6 dots in the opening over. It's a shot not too dissimilar to the one that you finished the game off. The knockout blow in the last game, Conrad, but Pressure searching for their first win. Congratulations on your wins so far today. You still have another game to go in the last game of the day, right, against Fighters?
Yeah, you know, we've been really good, really happy. It's been a good week, and yeah, we'll try and make it 3 from 3.
Lalit. Probably pretty accurate, but accurate can become predictable sometimes. Like this, and it's in the slot again. It's hit hard, it's hit high, it's hit out of the ground. Maximo! What a weird start to the innings. You got Sawa at one end, he's none off 6. And at the other end, you got 16 off 3 to Duskia. What a format of cricket. Speaking of which, congratulations for your efforts as manager of the Team Europe side over the weekend. What was that experience like?
It was amazing, Vinny, to be honest. It was something really special. The guys were top class. The gelling that went on with the squad itself was just probably the best.
It's a great experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, was there a little edge on that? There was. I'm not sure Lalit knows because he slipped over. But it'll be 4-6-6 and out for Duskia. Quick fire 16, but that's the end of him, well held by Bilal behind the stumps. And score 17 for 1. I was mentioning this, just going back to this game right now, but Lalit is pretty accurate, isn't he? And that's one of the things that some of the bowlers have struggled with at this level.
Yeah, the accuracy of Lalit is good. It's like a slinger-malinger, kind of. Slung himself off the ground there. But good wicket, good cake, and yeah, 17 for 1.
Yeah, for a lot of those guys in the Team Europe side, and the Knights for that matter, it may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because you just never know. A lot can change in a year. You know, some of these players, even for the Knights, might be going up levels. People might be moving around where they're residing, for example, and just may not never quite make the cut again. So we mentioned it a little bit earlier. It's the only time these group of players will play together in one weekend.
Yeah, it was really special. The camaraderie in the squad was amazing. Corey did a great job gelling them. We had a good little team building session the night before.
Right, here's Rahul. He almost nicks off as well. So this innings, we've had 11 balls, and yeah, we've had 8 dots, if you include the wicket in that, 3 boundaries. Very T10.
Crazy format, isn't it?
No singles so far. Pretty good design on that bat from Rahul, by the way. Oh, this one would have been a wide, but why worry about the wide when you can get 4? Miggy's after it. Cuatro carreras as Rahul gets off the mark. Scores 21 for 1 after 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me is the Welsh captain and Europe manager, Conrad Greenshield. So if you've got any questions for Conrad, then throw them into the chat. Wayne's in from Australia, just saying hello and welcome to the comms, says Dave, who's watching from the UK, and Dave from France as well, saying, hey, Cookie. He's got a nickname for you. Cookie? Cookie. Okay. Something going on I don't know about. Precious CC trying to get out of the doldrums here. Just would love to get a win or two along the way. To be fair to them, it is their first European cricket series. And we saw with Friendship and Fighters getting added a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
They get better with time. You've been in Europe for quite a few years now, Conrad. Maybe I'll get your thoughts about where the game's been tracking. Anyway, this is in the air, and it's going to carry Maximo. 6 runs as Sawa. 7th heaven for him. 7th ball, he gets his first runs. He gets 6 of them. Nice shot. Yeah, but I mean, the first European cricket series we did, I can't remember if it was 5 or 6 teams back in 2020. To grow to 14 clubs this time, you've got to be really happy with that.
Yeah, the growth has been amazing. It's something we're really proud of. The standard has picked up too. Oh, buzzers.
Not quite.
The standard has picked up. We've got 2 divisions in the league now, so you know, for the top division, it's more competitive, and it adds a little bit of incentive for the second division to promote into the first.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And yeah, I think that's a healthy thing. I mean, you might have seen that with the... Well, this one actually gets through everyone. And this outfit is rocketing, isn't it? And in the afternoon, the sun, the wind, just kind of removing that excess moisture. A nice shot by Rahul. He gets 4 runs. But yeah, the promotion relegation thing, I think it's important. I think it also gets teams playing their level, which sometimes can be a hindrance to new teams if there's just one division. But you can only do that when there's more teams, obviously. And obviously, you kind of made that leap in the last year or 2. Nice little shot. Offside. Hit and run. There's no hesitation. Oh, that could be gone. You know, got a bad feeling about this for Sawa. And this direct hit, I think, makes the difference. Didn't get a good stretch in there. Did Salim Sawa.
Bats in the air.
It's very similar to the Miguel Stoneman run out, isn't it?
Very
with,
good.
With the pick up and throw hitting one stump. How about that work from Virik? As long as the keeper doesn't break the bails, which he's safely behind.
Gonskis.
And it is Adi.
Oh. I reckon he's just made it.
Oh. That ball.
Is that bail off?
Yeah, it's hard to see with the colouring of the bails and the gloves and the ball all together. I think that one, they're going to end up giving an umpire's call. The umpire on the field called it out.
Oh.
So they're going to stay without.
Eagle eyes.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, both of us felt it was out because it wasn't a very good bat slide. It was more of a plonk, but it might have been a perfectly timed clonk, but maybe not, because we'll be given out in the end. And so Sawa, it's going to be run out for 7, 32 for 2. Another direct hit run out from side on.
Yeah, fielding has picked up. Fighters are a really good team. I think they've beaten Marlow this series.
Yeah, they did.
So, dark horses, never know what you're going to get with them.
So here's Amandeep Singh. He impressed me in the last game. It was his first game on the European Cricket Network. Started with a very nice boundary through the offside. Looks like he knows how to hold the stick. And he's going to get rocked first ball. Well, thank you very much. Taylor 2 first balls. This isn't a beautiful cover drive. He gives himself some room, Damien Martin style, and gets castled. It's 2 in a row for the Fighters. Just like that, it's 32 for 2.
I reckon that's your fault, mate. Commentator's curse.
Isn't it nice to be back together in the commentary box and making a bit of magic? Let's have a look at that. It's the footwork gets him in trouble here. It backs away a bit, keeps a little bit lower than he thinks. Easy come, easy go. And so, 32 for 3. A bit of a shame for Amandeep, but welcome to the European Cricket Series where anything's possible. There's Golden Derek, shining brightly. Oh well, doesn't waste too many balls.
He's behind the boundary line there.
So anyway, team hat-trick ball. Sneaks down the leg side for a while, only just. Yeah, also obviously promotion and relegation coming into the ECC this year, the European Championships or the Euros of Cricket, which will be in September and October. Obviously Portugal, you are in that top tier, but you're going to have to work pretty hard to stay up. When you look at
intense group.
Yeah.
Really tough group. Looking forward to the challenge there, and I think the team that we're going to take there will be up for it.
Yeah, it's going to be spicy, that's for sure.
Wind is starting to pick up.
Yeah, it really is. And we had a couple of showers sweep through today, but we've also had sunny periods. It does happen in this part of the world. Rahul bowled pretty well. And he's going to get a crack here. See if he can pick up a second wicket. Might be a bit of bat on that. It's the nervous start of a run that's never there from Baljeet. But that'll be the end of the over. Precious, a decent rate, 33, but they do lose 3 in the power play, 33 for 3. Yeah, so the ECC groups are out now. If people didn't realise, they're on our social media and they have been released. And yeah, 21 sides in the top tier, 11 in the ECCX tier. Although we do expect only one team will be relegated because we'll be going to a 22 and 10 format next year. But you can see there, obviously you're in Group A, top right of the screen, starting Thursday the 3rd of October. Ireland, Scotland, France and Guernsey with you in there. It's a pretty intense group.
Yeah, that's a serious group. It would be good fun. Yeah, we're always up for the challenge. Ireland will be tough, but like I said, the Portuguese side are working hard, and maybe a few surprises.
All right, this one is just worked away for a single. Yeah, obviously, yes, it's difficult, but also, like they say, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And I think the Portuguese clubs at the Cardamom Oval and the Portuguese national side have shown they can get some pretty big fish. So there's no shortage of belief there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, we play cricket. We know how to dabble a little bit, but it's a good learning curve when you play the stronger teams. That's a shot and
Yeah,
six.
nice shot, and right on cue. They need a bit of a partnership, don't they? It's been a struggle for Precious so far. They've lost wickets and exposed the middle order early, and they haven't necessarily been able to get those boundaries to make them competitive. But lift it up, Maximo over the leg side. Nice batting. Yeah, so I mean, obviously Owerish. I remember going way back. You beat CLYMS in your first game in the ECL, and they ended up almost winning the whole thing. Good area there from Lalit. He's been a bit more expensive than last time. You know this as well from playing a lot of this format now. One game to the next, your fortunes can change very, very quickly. Kumar only went for 7, took 2 for 7 in the last game. Same opposition, he's 1 for 27 with 3 to go.
Yeah.
It's part and parcel, isn't it?
Crazy format. It's all about momentum, and you know, you can change momentum very quickly. It takes one ball. Strong run up.
He does. And yeah, I do think he normally gets it in a good channel.
Yeah.
I suppose that's the issue if he runs into batters at the top of the order that are kind of maybe next level up, then...
A bit more technical.
Yeah, a bit more technical. They know what's coming, they can handle it.
Yeah.
They open up the offside a little bit more. But anyway, trying to fight back with a couple of good balls to finish.
Oh, snuck that one in. Well bowled.
Sneaks it in. So at the end, not quite the end of the over. A couple of, I'll tell you this now, because we'll have to start getting used to it. That after the technical committee met, see that one's probably straight over the line. But next week, that's not a wide. So
Oh, it's changing.
So the trial, at least in France, and we thought France is a good one to trial some of these new regulations because it's a good time of the year. A lot of lead time for ECC, for example. Nice ball the over then for Kumar. That one is definitely a wide. And we haven't been to France before, so we can kind of train the umpires the way that we probably will be going forward. So now, at the moment, if the ball has to be completely inside the wide line on the offside to be a wide, and even if it touches a little bit, it's going to be a wide, right? This is pretty harsh. This one is straighter, and he gives it the old row your boat. Oh, you got to go to the bowlers, and great effort! It's like an improvisational twist and shout and throw from Lalit Kumar. They're both at one end. And so I think there's no run there in the end, but yeah, entertainment to the fullest. Again, I reckon there's ball watching going on here. And then quickly has a look, and it's a nervous look, and accompanied by a try and get back. I reckon that would have been out if it had hit. But it's an entertaining dot to finish the over. 41 for 3 after 4. So yeah, a couple of things will come in next week. So we added an allowance for all wickets, but it's meant that the innings are going longer, and so we're going to counteract that by starting the clock at 36 minutes instead of 40. But you do get every wicket is a minute. So it kind of, it averages out to what the clock used to be, more or less. And yeah, the wide thing. We'll talk about that in a minute. But first, here's Govinda. Is there a little nick on this? Buck says no. It's either wide or it's out. And yeah, it was one or the other. So that's a good example. So that ball next week isn't a wide. To be a wide, it'll have to miss the line completely, right? So that kind of ball next week will not be a wide, right? Because it gets a bit of the line, I think. Now, there is a counteract to this. That line will not move on the offside. So it will not move. So we're giving the bowlers the line back, but just, I think there's a lot of arguments and there's a lot of pressure on umpires to then move the line. They've watched a lot of things, the front foot, where's the batter when the ball's released.
Trigger movements.
Yeah, trigger movements. And there's a lot of inconsistency that's crept in. So the idea is that at least, okay, you can argue, is it easier on bowlers or batters or whatever, but at least you get that consistency. For example, as we get to this one.
Standing in front of Bucks, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Bucks just having a word about it. That's a decent kind of bounce. Maybe above the shoulder, maybe not. So for example, the leg stump wides, they're very harsh, but everyone knows that's the rule.
Don't bowl there.
Don't bowl there. If you bowl there, you're at the risk of getting called for a wide. Same with the offside wide. So that one probably would have been under the new interpretation. So yeah, I think it's been this way for quite a while now. It'll take a bit of getting used to, but I also think it actually does give bowlers a bit more leeway. They've actually got a target. If that's what they want to hit, they can look at that line, and it's probably a bit more in line with what the T20 regulations are about what the line belongs to the bowler essentially. Or
makes sense.
More in than out. Yeah, so I'll be curious to see how that works out. Anyway, this has worked around the corner, and this will be 4. Nice shot. Yeah, picked up the odd boundary here. That's their four sixes in the innings. If they can pick up 2 boundaries and over, they're in pretty good shape to get that 100 plus. That might make them competitive against this Finders CC lineup. Also, Diego is in the chat. Diego Mendonca saying, can we ask Conrad questions? Of course you can. We would love to have some questions from the chat.
He's a funny guy.
Tell me about Diego.
No? Rather not do it on live television.
Big swing here and a miss from Rahul. He got some great characters in your lineup. I mean, tell us about the Awarish Club. We talked a bit about Europe. Let's talk about the Awarish Club and maybe keep us up to date with what's been happening the last 12 months since we last saw you on the network. I suppose we saw you in the... actually, no, we didn't see you in the night series, did we, last year?
No,
it was 12 months since we've seen you on the network.
Yeah, that's right.
What's been going on?
Well, I mean, Awadish has grown. So we've got 2 teams now, first and second. The second's in Div 2. We've now moved the ladies to Awadish. So we've got an Awadish ladies team.
That's pretty cool.
And then we're looking at fielding some juniors too. So the club has grown really well. Great bunch of members in it. It's the environment, the whole atmosphere around the club is amazing. Lots of different characters, lots of different cultures. And it's funny how it works, but it's just...
Bit of a melting pot, isn't it?
Yeah, and it gels really well, and really happy and proud to be a part of it.
That's really good to hear. As we get ready for over number 6, let's get to start with a pretty good straight hit. Placement-wise, it does the trick, and that will go for 4. 4 carreras. Nice shot by Rahul Khan. Okay, so what do you think is the key to that growth? Why is it that Awarish is growing? What do you think that's down to? What makes Awarish different to some other cricket clubs around Europe? I know you've been around a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's more, we're just open to, different kind of people. We accept everyone. We joke around a lot. I think
that's a good shot. Straight down the ground. This time he does get it a little bit better. Maximo to Rahul. And Precious fighting the good fight here at the moment. 11 and over. Potentially they can get that 100 plus. I think they'll need to be competitive. Yeah, openness. It's a good word.
Openness, yeah. We joke around. Before every game we're always chatting. We take the mickey out of each other a little bit, and then when we're on the ground, it's business.
There it goes again, and Rahul having a bit of a heater here. 3 boundaries in a row. Is this Precious's time? Is it going to be 7th heaven for them? 6 losses out of their first 6 games. Some nice straight hitting here, and I like this. Doesn't kind of get lazy and hit across the line. Hits straight through it.
Good shape. Kept his shape. Backing Precious, yeah. It'd be nice for them to get their first one on the network.
For sure. They have been able to pick up the odd point along the way. Now, it's a bit of a flat bat job. Well, they haven't plugged that gap, have they? It's pretty much 4 in a row that have found it. And Rahul moves to 35. This is what they need now. They need Rahul to turn this into a big score. I mean, I think they've had issues. And it's kind of like, if you look at the last time they were out in the park here against Fighters, Sawa got to 22, got out. Rahul got to 16, got out. But if they want to get, because 120 plus, 130 maybe, he's got to stay there. And it does seem like he's controlling the innings pretty well at the moment.
No, he's batting really nicely. He's not premeditating. He's playing with every ball on merit, and I think that's key to T10. A lot of people tend to premeditate a lot.
Yeah, true. yeah, if you look at some of the best examples to use, I'll use DDC, even though I know he's had a rough couple of days. But yeah, stands still, hits the ball. Isan, I think, is a good example for Spain as well. But when he does that, he bats a lot better. This one is hit hard. Oh, look, it's a tough one, but goes to ground. Bowman Singh will have to concede the single. And that's the end of the 6 over. And the score is 93 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And I'm here with Conrad Greenshields, of course, the Aware skipper. He's spent a lot of time with the Portuguese national team as well as being the manager of our first ever Team Europe side. Now, good question from Dave here. Now, you probably don't know this because you were playing, but someone had the idea of imagine if we had an ECN museum. What would be in it? And there were a few things that came up. We've got a few bits of memorabilia around here. I said Mohammed Shaikat's box from the very famous.
Not so sure about that
hit
one.
In
Really.
it's a pretty cool concept. That
Quarantine
we
box.
could have the shield in there, and we could have all these.
Yeah.
It started with the shield, obviously.
The
We
shield.
talked about the shield, living at ECN HQ, and kind of went from there. Maybe the empanada shop has a stand. There's a food court. ECN's on all the time.
Got to get them more involved in the ECN.
I think so.
Right?
They're always busy though. But yeah, what would you put in the ECN museum, or what would you like to see in the ECN museum? Have a think about it.
I'll have a think.
I thought maybe the shattered bat from Shahid Afridi.
Oh
on
yes,
the weekend.
good one.
That's
good
in
one.
there.
What about going back in the ECS? Gucci's 6'2", isn't that still the best?
Oh yeah, that's true. I'll tell you a bit more about that right now. This is a tough stop. Sahota can't get off his feet. That'll be 4. So this is a fantastic individual contribution at the moment. Really nicely hit. Yeah, Gucci 6 for 2, all-time best figures. But there'll be a stand where I think you can choose viral videos, and that'll be at one of the stands. So you can
that's a
press
good
the
one.
button.
Oh,
If you want to see it, you
I
can see
got
it.
you now.
All right, in the air, hits it pretty well. How about this from Rahul Khan Maximo? Seis Carreras moves to 46. He's really in the zone right now.
Yeah, really strong, stable base, and he's just timing it beautifully.
Yeah, looking at Precious CC, obviously, they've only hit the ton once in 6 tries. Goes again, doesn't quite get it as well this time, and he's going to get caught. Well, there you go, Sahota, like a hot potato, jumped out of his hands, and so won't quite reach the 50 in the end. And I was actually going to bring this up because I think you want someone in to make a big score. And this actually, I was going to say, is the highest score we've seen from individuals so far. He's gone past the 40 that Gulam Duskia scored against Ronan CC back last week. In fact, that's the only other 40 that we've seen. So that's probably one reason they've struggled to put big scores as a team on the board. But anyway, you got to applaud Rahul there for his 46 off 17. And the score is 82 for 4. All right, he's replaced at the crease by Harpal. And Harpal, earlier on, he was opening the batting, but couldn't really fire. 3 or 5 at the top. Comes in at 6 this time. Looks at a big wide. So that's a good example of a ball that will still be a wide next week. Got a question here from Said Meisim. He's saying, Conrad, are you still looking for any talented players for Awaresh? With a little emoji. Oh, this one just climbs over the ball. Might have actually taken his fingernail here. That'll be a single for Harpal, I should say, at the end of the over. 84 for 4. Let's come back to Said Meisim in a minute, but first, let's have a look at a little bit of what's happening on the European Cricket Network. And got France next week for the first time. Hey, I know that you like to tune in from time to time. ECS France, that's going to be pretty rogue.
Yeah.
I think they've got some big hitters there. 11 sides over 2 weeks. There'll be an ECI at the end, which features the French national team, as well as Hungary and Romania. Just a men's ECI for that one. Brescia will be the brand new ground in Brescia. We have been there before, but not to this ground. Some T20 cricket around Estonia. If you want to see Gucci, you'll see him in Estonia,
I'll be
actually.
supporting Gucci.
First ever England as well. It's got a bit of coverage on ECN. Tough stop here. That makes it look easy. Just a single.
Good air gold Gucci, huh?
So what do you think? Zaid Meissen wants to jump ship to Awaris.
I think Marlo need him.
You think so?
Yeah.
Get out the checkbook.
Yeah, we'll talk next year, Mai.
Yeah, you've got a lot of talent here, a lot of raw talent in Portugal. Look at the worldwide, the amount of players you got eligible. It's actually quite remarkable.
For the Portuguese?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, talk about that. I mean, it must be, yeah, a bit of a, what's the word? Conundrum. Obviously, you're trying to boost the domestic competition, but I'm a big believer when you have these guys that qualify, even if they don't play cricket in the country, they rub off on some of the other guys, and it raises the standard as a whole. I look at Laius Deploy, for example, in Hungary, qualifying for Hungary, and I look at the effect he's had on the national team that then comes back into the domestic game.
Oh, I'm a big fan of it. I think if you've got a passport and you're playing cricket competitively, especially a lot of the guys that we're talking about are playing at a high level, definitely deserve a shot.
This one's hit leg side. And, well, a bit of a fumble. And that's 4. And so I was going to say, probably cost them 1 in the end. You can see he just kind of slipped into the rope as he tried to make the stop. Oh, Precious, getting the rub of the green a little bit here at the moment. Certainly a bit of a brighter batting performance than earlier, that they're keeping longer into the second half of the innings this time. As the next ball, we'll go in a similar direction. Another fumble. This one isn't as costly, just a single. Yeah, but I can understand, though, that sometimes there are costs involved in getting those guys to play, but obviously there are some incentives there financially as well to climb the rankings.
Well, that's the thing. The better the team, the better the rankings, and the funding comes from ICC. And sponsors, too.
Right, in the air, hanging for a long time, but it's going to be put down. And the old double fumble. In the end, happy just to stop the boundary, given where we're at in this innings. Again, another one. I suppose none of them are easy at this level. You can see he gets there. Again, it's not, see at this level, some teams at least, they're not so comfortable getting off their feet to try and take those catches. Yes. 93 for 4 then after 8. They get 2 off that last ball.
Happy having Corey back?
Yeah, when he's here, it's great. Corey's, he's had a big weekend. So have you, though. We'll see. How intense was it, though? I mean, we've never had 2 teams go ahead 9 match series in a row. Wait for this ball, though, which is short, and it's hit away, and it's hit for 6. So that's what they're hoping out of Harpile. They asked him to open the batting earlier, so obviously the Raiders batting. That was a bit too short, wasn't it? And it gets whacked away with leg side. Maximal 6 runs.
Good shot. Yeah, I mean, the intensity was there, but, I mean, we really enjoyed it, I have to say. I'm sure Corey has said the same.
Yeah, he did say as much. One thing, though, that Dave's saying, speaking of the ECN Museum, he said the bat that you gave him, that it broke. He wants to put that in the ECN Museum.
Okay.
You signed it and gave it to him.
I think he's got about 50 signatures on that bat.
He wanted to know where it broke, against which team. I don't know if you remember.
That was against Siwa.
Yeah. Okay, this is short. Absolutely smashed. Bit of the razzle-dazzle there from Baljeet, who puts it up and over the fence. Maximal. Now, Precious, they've reached over the 3 figures now. Still an over and a half to go. They're challenging here.
Game on. Yeah, I think we've said that par, at least par is 130, but in a game like this with the wind and that, looking around 120, if they can get there, they're on. Wind predictor is climbing for Precious as well.
30-70 now. Now dragged away, leg side, and that's going to go as well. Maximal! Wow, look at this. Expect to score up to 120. It could be more than that the way things are going. Precious, I mean, runs on the board. Give them a bit of confidence as well. The fighters on the back foot a little bit. Remember, Friendship kind of staggered, not taking a point out of the last game. Now they're going to run. He's going to have to throw through him. Actually got a good line in the end. Now they're going to go for 2. And they'll concede the 2. Here's one of those times that I know you might wear a grizzly in the back, but you need to hold your line here. You see, he looks and says, well, it's either run out or get hit in the spine. He says, I'm going to risk the run out. Gets away with it. What's funny, probably gets him another run in the end.
Smart. I think that was planned all the way through.
Anyway, pretty entertaining innings so far. Last ball of the ninth. This one ties him up as well, almost goes back onto the stumps. That'll be a dot to finish the over. Now, these two both showing a bit. This resilient partnership in the ninth over for the fifth wicket. That one ended up going magical. 21 off the ninth. The score is 114 for 4. So Gurusevac ends up in the naughty 40s. I suppose it's a bit of a journey back to normality, where the 120, 125 being pretty competitive compared to the Western Shield, where it seemed like kind of 150 to 160 was the par score.
Oh yeah, at least. Yeah, the Western Shield, what an amazing experience. The level of cricket, I thought the European boys played out of their skins. They were fantastic.
I mean, both teams gave everything. I really enjoyed the series. I know the viewers did too. It's over the line, so that's a good example. That ball next week probably is not a wide.
Okay.
Anyway, I was going to say, Corey asked me this question earlier, but it was a big success. I think there's no doubt about that. But were there any modifications or changes you'd like to see brought in for the next edition?
Yeah, I mean, something I thought of with the English side, especially, maybe giving a few of the smaller nations a few spots.
This is flat batted, and it's actually going to go as well. Wow, Maximo, 6 runs. How about that? Never got too far off terra firma from Harpal Singh. Precious CC finding their mojo here in match 68.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, so by that, so the European nations are limited to 3 per country.
Yeah.
I think that was the intention originally for British and Irish Knights. They lobbied for 4, they got it.
Yeah.
I think 3's the right number.
3's the right number there.
Yeah. I agree with that. And sometimes little changes can make a big difference. And I just think
it's also good for the countries like Guernsey, Isle of Man, you know, for those type of players to come and showcase their skills.
Well, you've got 6 potential nations.
Yeah.
England, Ireland, Scotland, Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man.
Yeah.
So on average, they should have 2.5.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one. I mean, I thought the whole weekend was a huge success. Daniel Weston, you know, hugely emotional, such a nice guy, and I think it was a proud moment for him and the family. And I think Europe held their own. Potentially, probably a lot of people didn't give us a shot to go that far and push.
Talk of the night wash.
Yeah, the night wash.
Never
That was
came.
from. That's a silly one.
Did you not heard that one before?
I have in the group.
All right, goes after this. Doesn't really control the hook off the top edge. And running away. Nicely taken down there by Gurvinder Singh. So the good partnership comes to an end. Baljeet holds out for 24. But those two came together at 82 for 4. Kind of looking down the barrel a little bit. It came off the back of a decent partnership of 50. But they're able to put on 40 of their own. Have Precious CC in the conversation here. 122 for 5.
Yeah, I think they'll be really happy with that total. Yeah, night wash, terrible. I think that came from Rob.
Okay.
But yeah, I thought it was great. That 235, Dan Lincoln's innings was one of the best I've seen. It was just brutal. So still and just hits the ball so cleanly. There were 300s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 300s. One to Ward, Lincoln and Jenner. Also
it was a
98,
serious side, that.
98 not and 96 for the British and Irish Knights as well. Yeah, Leask. Amazing. Got to 96. Missed all last 3 balls.
I reckon he's on the take there.
Not official
No.
of the ECN, but hearing what you're saying. I think he had my voice ringing in his ears.
Did he?
The sound of 96. But,
put the pressure on him there.
That's the way it goes. Well, apart from that, before that, his highest score on the network was 37. So,
but the bowling towards him there was phenomenal.
agree to disagree there. Sani wanted a second. He got overruled as Harpal is going to hold out again. So 2 wickets in the last over. Pretty good last over. 2 for 9 taken in the last. And Precious, well, they get his 120 plus on the board. 123 for 6 after 10. And going back to this game right here, right now, it's their highest score so far. And you'd have to say the best chance of actually winning a game.
Well done. Very, very well done. I think they'll be ecstatic with that. Precious CC, interesting name, but you know, they love their cricket. The captain is an absolute fan of cricket, loves it. I think he calls himself the Kohli of Precious.
Yeah, that's fair. When you're
fair.
captain, you can basically
call yourself what you want.
Whatever you like. Anyway, Conrad, I know you've got to get to your official duties. I want to say thanks very much for joining me for an innings and wish you all the best for the game later on tonight.
Thank you, mate. Thank you so much.
Conrad Greenshields. As we go back and have a look at the highlights of the first half of this one. And, well, there's the odd fall down, miss the nick, but see the catch. As we saw Lalit Kumar operating that offside channel to get a bit of punishment, though, at times. But I will say that Precious CC, they just seem to be getting better every game, better with the experience. How about this for a run out? One stump, direct hit, bang. It was so close. It was given out on the field, probably because the direct hit came just before the little slide. The result of the replay was inconclusive. That was pretty conclusive, though, as Rahul rocked the stumps of Amandeep Singh after I talked him up. He had to walk back just as quickly as he walked down to there for a golden. And then we almost had another disastrous run out. Great, actually, an improvised effort from Lalit Kumar to try and turn that into a wicket. Rahul, though, it's his best inning so far. In fact, it's the best score by any Precious CC batter so far here in Group B, as he put together 46 off 17, unleashed a flurry of boundaries, 3 sixes and 6 fours in his innings. That was cut short, unfortunately, just short of the half century. It was Sahota that was able to take that catch to send him packing. But there was a little bit of resistance left with Baljit Singh, who'll do the keeping in this one for Precious, putting 24 on the board, as well as Harpal Singh, 21 off 10. They're able to scramble their team across the 100 barrier and even across the 120 in the end. Parvinder, well, he would actually finish with a couple of weak wickets in the 10th. Yeah, if you're chasing wickets, 10th is always a good over to bowl. A couple of catches taken there by Gruvinder to remove the protagonists. But in the end, 123. If you offered that to Precious, I think you'd take it. I think the computer's giving them about a 40% chance. Fighters, look, I do still think they're favourites when you look at their kind of experience in their side, but Precious have certainly given themselves a chance in the fight. 46 to Rahul Khan, his PB, and he scores it off 17 balls. Loved his approach, loved his straight hitting as well. Made some good choices in there. 24 and 21 respectively for Baljit and Harpal in the middle order. They kept things ticking even after Rahul had disappeared. Daskia early on with a few good blows, 2 sixes and a 4 before he was dismissed, but he kind of had got the mojo going. Don't forget Sawa had 6 dot balls in the first, just a wide off the first. So they actually get 122 in 9. It shows you they really kind of fought it out after that tough start. 2 for 18, Parvinder has pretty good figures. I think Rahul was probably the best of the bowlers for me, though, 1 for 13. Wickets also for Lalit in there. And also Gruvinder with 1 for 21. Gurusavak had 1 to wicket. He ended up in the naughty 40s. None for 41 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break. Back shortly with the chase. It's 124 for Fighters CC. Otherwise, Precious CC, if they can defend this, it's a precious moment for them as they'll have their first ECN victory. Many sound of him, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks to Conrad Greenshields once again. And Corey Ruckers will probably be back for the second innings when we return to the Santarém Cricket Ground for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Rematch.
Hello and welcome back to the SCG, Europe's version of the SCG here at the Santarém Cricket Ground just outside Lisbon in Portugal, where we've got blue skies on a Monday afternoon starting week 3 of this European Cricket Series. A 3-weeker here in Portugal. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you, and Precious scored 123, the best score yet in the European Cricket Series here in their 7th match. Now Fighters CC will be searching for this target of 124. Of course, they might be looking at the 7 overs, but they need to go about 17 or 18 and over to do that. 86 or less. If Precious can restrict Fighters to that, they would actually get a 4-pointer in their first ever win. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Table's pretty interesting at the moment here in Group B, because it just seems the way things are going. You've got Awarish and Marlow kind of fighting it out for top spot, but they look pretty assured for the top 2. And then you've got Fighters and Friendship fighting it out for 3rd and then potentially qualifying. That's if they can outscore the 25 points of Gorka 11, who were 3rd in Group A. And you've got the Werewolves, Ronan and Precious, who are all, I suppose, looking out of the running for qualification, but there's still a lot for them to gain, as they've got a mixture of kind of 5 to 7 games left to try and get them going. So looking at the opening combination, that's Parvinder Singh, who's out there. Malik Kumar at the non-strikers end. Almost ready to go. Let's go. And starts with the ball, actually nips back, pitches well outside the leg stump, so that won't be out, but still a decent start. Top ball, as Rahul Khan will be hoping that his batting form translates into some bowling form as well. Remember, they were just 12% at the start of this game, Precious CC. Now they're 40. And this one may just take him back into the 30s, I think, because it's absolutely smoked by Parvinder Singh. And there's your first runs. There's your first boundary. Big hit. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Conrad Greenshields was with me in the first innings, but now back at his station is Corey Ruckers. Corey, how about Precious? 123 on the board.
I always have had a soft spot in my heart for Precious CC. This could be their day in the sun, Vinny's. That's wide down the leg side. Also, while I was in a little bit of a break and you had Conrad Greenshields, manager of Team Europe, I was looking up some cricket scores from around the world. Have you heard about the Glamorgan Middlesex game going on at the moment?
I heard that Middlesex have scored their highest score ever at Lords, beating their total in 1921.
Yeah, so in the
how much is it?
Well, it's not as crazy as you might think. So it's clipped away beautifully. Nice shot, and that's going to be 1 bounce for good batting.
Yeah, nicely whipped away.
Glamorgan have batted first and hit 620 for 3.
It's pretty good.
And then Middlesex have just gone and hit 655.
Wow. Still, yeah, pretty big.
Imagine.
Pretty batter friendly.
Yeah.
And they say we're batting friendly.
Oh, that must be. Imagine sitting there watching that. That must be tough.
Yeah, well, people don't necessarily know this. Unless you're a real bit of a history buff on the game. But, laws of cricket have constantly been changing over the last hundreds of years. And there were quite a few changes made around 1930 because of some high scores. And I think there was a 1,100 made by Victoria, and there was another 1,000 score in first-class cricket. So they actually made the ball bigger and the stumps smaller. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Because it was just getting so batting heavy. Imagine, that probably would have had a bit of blowback at the time, going, oh, you can't change that, you can't change that. I'm not saying you change things for the sake of it, but the truth is the game's constantly been adapting and reacting. What a hit. That's Big Daddy stuff. Is Mucha Daddy back? Because that is huge. Out of the ground, Maximo. A big one, 6 runs.
What a shot that is. That is out the screws, out the bleachers. Harrison Ward would have liked that one. And a good start to this run chase for Fighters CC. Just finding their batting boots here. Yeah, just going on with what you're saying, that Victoria score.
1107 or
1107
yeah.
on Christmas Eve, 24th of December.
Merry Christmas. The second innings of the game. Go look that up. I think it was... They won by like an innings and like 900 or something.
They batted for 190 overs, and that was 8 ball overs. So what's that?
Was it basically
190 times 8?
Times 8 divided by 6. It's like 255 overs.
That's pretty good.
It's a lot of overs.
Oof. What's that? Almost 4 new balls.
Yeah. In the old days, I think they used to change them every... Oh, no, they changed it actually back and forth for a while, so I'm not sure. But that actually has changed over time. Oh, genuine edge. That's going to race away to the boundary. Now 123 has been reduced to about 100 pretty quickly, hasn't it? By this opening over that's gone magical now. And after, I suppose, beating the bat Parwinder first up, he's had a bit of pain since then, Rahul Khan.
Yeah, that hurts. The other interesting thing about that, the other only first-class score of 1,000 or more was Victoria, also 3 years earlier. So you say it's a bit of a purple patch for the batting group.
Yeah, generally when you're hitting 1,000, it's a good day out, or days. Nice bully over. Oh, sensible. Just doesn't get carried away, gets going, respects it, gets his runs out of the over. 22 of them. 22 without loss after 1. Well, this kind of is in the Goldilocks zone, I think, for a golden ball. 81 matches since we've had a golden ball on the network. That was back on Group D Finals Day in the ECL. In fact, we had 3 golden balls in ECL 24, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. What's interesting about... Sorry, I'm in a little bit of a web here. Victoria, when they
You're
did
in a rabbit hole. And we literally got back for 2 balls before you got distracted.
I'm distracted. When Victoria hit 1,107, New South Wales got rolled for 221 and 230.
Yeah, so they won by an innings.
So do you say that
700
is the pitch flat or not?
I just think Victoria very good at batting. Didn't they have someone score 400 plus in that innings? Go look up the scorecard.
Nah, I'm over it.
Look at it. Victoria first.
Oop.
You know, first time using a computer or?
Well, they bowled first. So they've bowled them out for 220.
Yeah.
And then, 352 for Bill Ponsford.
And a 295.
The top 4.
Top 4 will get hundreds. There's a triple hundred and a 295 in there as well.
Now your number 9's come out right at the back end with a plucky 63 just to add insult to injury. It's an amazing scorecard if you ever get a chance.
1,107. So when they made it more bowler friendly by making the... I think maybe they made the ball smaller is what they did. I think they made the ball smaller and the stumps bigger.
The other 400 was in their other 1,000 games. So they've bowled first. They've bowled Tassie out for 217, almost identical.
Yeah.
And then that man, Bill Ponsford, fill your boots, 429, with Hammy Love. Hammy Love was a good player and
keeper, actually.
Good name. Hammy Love.
Yeah, Hammy Love.
There he is.
All right, high. And this has been skewed up straight in the air. Important moment. Can't get there. They do stop the boundary. Just needed something to go their way, didn't they, Precious? Lalit gets off the mark. Need the 3-dimensional wagon wheel to show that one. Tell you who my favourite wicketkeeper was from the 1800s? Jack Blackham.
Really?
When they used to keep up to everyone. They used to keep up to everyone. And you look at and they'd be like, and there were 37 buyers in the innings. They didn't care. This is like uncovered wickets and everything. Here, Rob Kemming told me, went to go watch him once in the first ever Ashes in 1876. Geez, you really are in a cricket info rabbit hole moment right now. Parwinder is going to town as he'll lift that one up and over the ropes as well. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot again. Bit short, puts it away. Yeah, Cricket Info can send you on rabbit holes, can't they, with statistics and things. Probably the most interesting high-scoring affairs. The 3rd match down there on the list, 4th match, in Pakistan. It looks like Baluchistan. Don't know where that is, Baluchistan. They've been rolled for 93 before conceding, but that is a massive shot. Will it have enough?
Chance.
6.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he just needed to go sideways. He was a bit deer in the headlights down there, wasn't he? You can't really blame him. It was a bit of a steepler for Harpal. But yeah, I think we'll see this one does get over the line in the end. So, Maximo. It's actually running around from outside the boundary. So that would have been 6 regardless, even if we've got a hand on it. Back to live action, though. Showing he's willing to respect the good ball, though. Gear goes for 13 in the second, and Fighters are 35 without loss. Can I give you one that you should look up while you're on the rabbit hole? Look up, I think his name is Danawada, an individual score of 1,000 in India.
High school cricket.
But it's worth watching. Look at the table while Corey does that. Fighters in third position, but with a fight to hold on to it. After this, they will have played 8 games, the same as Friendship. We know that they'll be ahead, but how far ahead? We get to see. Precious just hoping for their first ever ECN victory. Did you look it up?
Oh, the fact that you think I can spell whatever you just said is quite remarkable.
I thought you just look up 1,000 score.
35 already off 2. If they were batting first, they'd probably make 1,000.
Pranav Danawada. He's 23. He's just completing year 6. Anyway, this will be a full toss. It'll go for 1 first up.
Yeah, in control of this chase at the moment.
I found it in 3 clicks.
Go on.
So, here's how it worked. Now, I do know this is a Bandari Cup game in India in 2016. Now, I did hear, you think we've got short boundaries? These were shorter. And there's a few articles if you want to dig deeper about this. But let's just say that KCGES, which was this guy at Danawada's school, they went in pretty heavy favourites because a lot of the other guys, ARYAG school, they had exams and stuff. So they had a lot of players that, let's just say, weren't quite as old or experienced. All right, in the air. Got to catch this, otherwise kiss the game goodbye.
Oh, he's put it down. He's put it down.
Oh, can you believe it? And, well, I think it might be one of these ones that just might have escaped the hands and hit him upstairs. That's unfortunate, but really didn't even run there because he was so confident he was probably going to get caught. It's a big moment in the game, though.
Yeah, it's a big moment. You need to take all the chances. I reckon he's hurt himself a little bit here as well, so there might be a bit of a delay as the players get around him and make sure he's okay. But go on, tell me the story. What have you got for me?
Okay, so I don't know who won the toss, but suffice to say, I'm going to tell you who won the toss because I feel like this is relevant when you hear the score, right? Okay, so I like this. So Arya Gurukul have won the toss. They've elected to bat. Good, confident move, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they got bowled out for 31 in 17 overs. Top score of 13 by South Salurki. And well done to Chimney Patil, who took 5 for 3 off 3 overs. But then you're thinking, maybe it's doing a bit. 31, it happens. Teams get rolled. Coming back to the next innings after this.
Oh, that could be close. Had a little bit of dip on it, but I reckon it
dipped after it went past him, though.
I agree.
I reckon this is a no-y waiting to happen. Let's have a look. Where are our instincts at these days?
Instincts are... Oh, that's such a tough one to call. Where's the crease line? That's a no-y just. Only just.
But look,
where the line is that where you judge it from? Where the foot is?
It's very hard to pick. It's one of those ones, normally it's kind of in the middle. Maybe the batter will get the benefit. I don't think it is called.
Oh, that's big.
Free hit or no free hit, it's going to get hit. And that is powerful stuff. Maximo! 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot. He gets it in the wheelhouse and he pumps it over wide mid-wicket. 6 more to the total.
So they get rolled for 31.
Yep.
Casey Gandhi, English School.
Tough day.
Then grab the bat. They hit 3 for 1,465 in 94 overs at a run rate of about 15.5.
Oh, really?
Top scorer. So Akash Singh, 173 off 92.
Good.
Pretty decent, right?
Yep.
His opening partner, Pranav Danawada, finishes on 1,009 not out.
So he lifted the bat 20 times. He celebrated 20 times with the bat.
1,009 not out with 59 sixes and 129 fours. He scored it in 6.5 hours off 327 balls. A strike rate of better than 300.
Oh!
Speaking of good strike rates, that'll help. Because that's another one that's going to go miles out of here. Maximo. It's the man they dropped a moment ago, and right now they're paying a steep price. Fighters at the end of the power play, they're 48 without loss.
That wouldn't be one of those games where, like in the blind cricket, where they've got the bell in the ball and one team wasn't blind and the other was.
Well, let me tell you that poor Siddhesh Patil, he held up his end. He scored 137 off 92. But Yeah, and to give you an idea, that neither one of those other Centurions hit a 6. Meanwhile, Pranav Danawade's hit 59
Well, does he
sixes.
play professional cricket, or is he just
I
a
don't know what he's
school?
doing. I'd love to know, because this is kind of 8 years later now. 58 off 31 for Jagtap. Yadav, 36 not out. The opening partnership, at one stage they were none for 546. You probably know it's when they keep batting and they're already 510 ahead, you probably know you're in for a tough time. And then at one stage it was 1,077 for 1.
Mate,
Just missing out on the 500 partnership.
That is crazy. 1,000 runs in one
But you know,
innings.
maybe you can play out for the draw, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, sure, you're ahead. I mean, you're only behind by 1,434. But time to put up the shutters, right? I'll give you the end of this exciting story in a second. Right now, Gill gets a bowl. It's the old slower bouncer. Maybe the unintentional slower bouncer, but it does the trick. Kumar misjudges the pace and only hits 1. I'm happy to say they fared better than the 31 in the second innings, okay?
Yep.
They scored 52 all out, and that meant the margin was, how much was it exactly? They won by like an innings and about 1,380.
Yeah, surely that has
They
to...
won by an innings and 1,382 runs. There you go. As this is clipped away, and it'll go for 4. Geez, he's scored most of the runs so far, hasn't he? Parvinder looking very dangerous. 48 off 15 now. And player of the match, Ayush Kamath, actually took 8 for 16 in the second innings with the ball. But I think Dhanawada just secured it with this 1,009
Just
not out.
digging into the ground is called the Wayala Naga ground. It is 50 to 55 yards straight, but 35 to 40 yards square.
Correct.
So what's that in metres?
30 to 35 metres.
Nice.
And how old were the kids?
About 10 or 12 on the opposing team. And he was a 15-year-old boy. And he went to town.
So going on and making a big score.
It says here that in a big article he's dropped 23 times and about 12 missed stumpings on the way there.
You ride your luck. 50's up, by the way, for fighters. Interesting. 1,000. Scored 1,000 backyard cricket. Now, well, this is the old one-hander. And that's going to get over the top. Maximal. It's going to be 50 for Parvinder Singh. He brings it up off 17 balls. And he's really put a dent in his target already. Look, they still need around about 10 and over or so. So maybe if Precious can get him out the way, might be able to open something up. But that one, just the line that was wrong there, ends up disappearing over the ropes.
Yeah, just more runs.
It's an interesting story. If you read a bit about it,
Yeah.
quite interesting. And
Love it when you go in a cricket rabbit hole, Vinny. It's good.
we do it every day. Down the leg side, doesn't learn his lesson with the line here. Gil.
Yeah, well, I'm zooming in on Google Maps right now of the Wayala Naga
You've
ground.
really gone. Let's have a look at it. You need to put the scale next to it.
I need the, I want Google Earth to work here. That's what I might do.
Postage stamp. I like the keeper telling him, hey, try bowling this side. Good advice.
Oh.
Really listen. Still on the leg stump. Over and out of here. Maximal, 60 now on the board for Parvinder. He's having a fiesta here. Gorging at the bowling in match 68.
He's got a lovely little pickup shot, doesn't he? Just any length, flicks it away beautifully, and runs are flying here at the moment.
I've heard of grounds in India where you only get 2, for example, for some boundaries because it's so short, there's no room. You have to do a bit better resolution than that. Oh, it looks pretty short.
Oh.
Well, that's straight down the fairway, tell you that much. Absolutely belted. He's 66. All right, I owe it to Precious. I'm on century watch here. He scored such a high proportion of the runs, and he's hitting the ball so sweetly. He just had that one kind of miss hit, and he got dropped.
Sorry, Vinny, I'm gone. I found it.
You've gone on Google Street View. Can we get into the ground?
This is it. It's unbelievable. Doesn't look too small from where
I
I
want
am.
to see from the air. I want to see the square boundary that's 30 metres. Anyway, end of the over at 72 without loss. 66 of those runs off the bat of Parvinder Kumar. Parvinder Singh, I should say. Lalit Kumar will be saying he's contributed holding up his end. He's 3 off 5.
Good partnership.
He'll just go home and say, yeah, I was involved in a 72-plus run partnership for the first wicket. Set my team up for the win. Now he's facing up, to be honest, the play probably is. Don't swing and miss. Get the one. Because a bit like Hansel and Zoolander, Parvinder is so hot right now. So he does try and swing it and hit it about 100 metres and misses. Probably feels like it's his time.
Tell you what, at this little ground that I'm looking at, there's a lot of cars around, so it must have been a dangerous sort of innings. What a story. You reckon that'll ever get broken?
Do you think they declared too early? I mean, he's gone 1,009. Could he have gotten 2,000? Well, Kumar swings harder. And well handled down there. Well, this is where the rubber hits the road. If you don't get Parvinder, and you're even staring down a 0-pointer. But if you can't get him, I still think they've got enough runs to play with to maybe get back into the game here.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a heater though, Vinny. 66 off 19. Century watch is definitely on here.
Good average booster, isn't it, as well?
Absolutely.
1,009 not. That'll do. He doesn't really care where the ball is now. And I love this bit of the old byplay. And have a look. Now the keeper's saying, why didn't you bowl there? And he's saying, I did bowl there. And he doesn't want to hear it. See, look. The keeper's saying, look, why didn't you bowl there? Look, it was there. And... well,
I think he apologised.
Said, yeah, well, you're right, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know what game the keeper was watching, though. Baljit Singh. Okay, you might argue gives a bit of length to work with. It's a proper heave shot, though. Left-handers love those, don't they?
There's a bit of Arjuna about this man at the crease.
All right, slightly slower and slightly shorter. Doesn't quite get the timing down the ground. Just a single right now. I think you're pretty happy to see Parvinder at the other end.
Have you had a century in this ECS?
We've had one century with Sher Ali that scored it.
Shit, from Sweden?
Yeah.
See here.
For Gorka 11. He's not here right now,
He's
but...
become a bit of a freelancer, hasn't he?
He gets around. It's pretty cold in Sweden, hard to play.
True.
Making connections all around Europe.
What happened to Vibor Yadav? I remember he was another one that used to play. Ah.
He's just taking...
Because he was going from place to place as well.
He'd like to go from place to place, but yeah, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. So maybe I think getting a bit of the jam line. Think about the run. Probably not worth risking it.
So Sher Ali just the 100 this series so far.
Just the 100. We only ever had 200s in ECS here at the car. Actually, in ECN cricket in Portugal completely. Of course, you'd remember the other one. The national team players when he was playing for the Lisbon Capital.
Yeah, special innings from Mandani.
Yeah, can't believe you got that. Now he's bowled him. So Kumar, 4 off 9. Well, say he held up an end, but there was some wild swinging in there. Almost trying to upstage Parvinder at times there. Get some good bat velocity, but over goes the castle. Pressure CC at least have something to show for their efforts. The stroke of the 5th over. It's 81 for 1.
Yeah, you miss, I hit, and they get a wicket. Maybe that opens a door for them in this match. It's not surprising only 200s up here, because this outfield's usually quite rapid as well.
Quick, there's a bit in the pitch. I think, often a ball might do something you don't expect. And
I would have thought a couple more, though.
yeah, I think we'll have a few more in the future. I mean, we had 3 on the Western Cup.
Oh, two and a half.
Shield.
2.5.
Jenners,
Yeah.
asterisk.
D does not count. DNC.
Better bowler than batter on the weekend. DNC. Nabi. Bowled 2 decent over the seamer.
Jamshed came in and bowled leggies.
He's actually a good bowler. Did you know that?
No.
He's a death bowler for the Black Caps. Anyway, end of 5. They get 81 in the first 5. 43 required off the second. Need to make something happen. The captain brings himself back. Short, banged, and that will go across the line. It's going to be 4 more. Just don't drop short to this guy. I get that he's driving them down the ground, but I still think we haven't really seen a Yorker. Yeah, that one kind of sat up and asked to be hit. Not quite as powerfully as some of the others.
What's he on now, Vin?
He's on walking stick 77, Parvinder Singh.
Yep, I reckon we're staring down the barrel of the 3rd ever 100 at ECS level cricket in Portugal. Just needs a couple more out the middle of that bat. He's batted beautifully.
Parvinder, by the way, it's his first 50 on the network.
Make it count.
Well, this time he clips it away, and that is going to carry the line as well. Maximo into the 80s. What a knock. His previous highest score was all the way back in 2022 when he scored 33 against the Brothers 11 Portugal. He's a guy that averages 10 on the network, striking at 120. But I'd say those statistics don't tell the whole story, because right now he's 83 off 23. He's just having a dream innings here.
How many players do you think on the network have hit 100 before they've hit a 50?
A few.
You reckon there's a couple?
Yeah.
So they hit 100 first.
Nabi scored 100 second day of ECS.
Yeah, but Nabi's...
Well, technically he did pass 50 before he reached 100.
Oh.
The old nutmeg. He won't like this. It's costing him runs that he could potentially be getting, but I think this is going to be 4 buys. Again, you know, God gives you gloves for a reason. Instead, he tries to give it the old stomp step. He's certainly done a lot of pointing since he's been out there, Baljit Singh, the keeper. See, spreads them wide open and tries to give it the in-step. Doesn't work out too well.
Yeah, brave option going with the feet first. At least they've still got some smiles on their face.
You're allowed to wear gloves on your feet. I don't think you're allowed to. All right.
That's better.
Proper heave. I mean, I love the storyline of this innings from Parvinder. The fact that, I mean, he's been playing. He's played 32 matches on the network with a high score of 33. You know, has always chipped in. But this is a breakout innings. I mean, he's 50 above his previous high score. And we're talking over a period of 4 years. It's well bowled, though. That one just sneaks inside. There we go. Back in form behind the stumps as well, Baljit Singh. Jawad just saying that Vibur Yadav now playing in Dubai, in the UAE. He's now registered in Emirates cricket. Interesting. See, he's continuing his cricket journey. Anyway, right now, this is going to be lifted up. An 89 for Parvinder Singh. This is some knock right now, and he's put his team in great shape. In fact, they're an outside chance of the bonus point still, because after 6 overs, they are 101 for 1. Only 23 off this over. And if he can get the strike back, that's a real chance. Grusevak's joined him at the crease. And it's been centuries galore this year on ECN. Just have a look at this. We've had 38, including 3 on the weekend. Of course, Sher Ali scored that 103 for the Gawker 11 against the Caps back on the 26th of March. Jonty Jenner, 4 tons in the year so far.
Pretty good season, that.
Considering they're all in kind of marquee tournaments as well. Isan's got a bunch of centuries as well. All right. Interesting. Could they get this? First, let's have a look at Grusevak. Needs to get a 1. No, not interested in a 1. He's just going to lift it over for 6. Well, I tell you what, it could be the biggest party pooper of all time right now, because if he just bangs 3 more, Parvinder's once-in-a-lifetime shot at 3 figures is going to evaporate before his very eyes. But anyway, Maximo time, interesting.
Yeah, team game first. You can hit 1-6 there. Now if you nudge a single, that's all right. But there's still 17 to play with. Still a bit.
Waiting a long time to bat.
He's gonna bomb this for 6, isn't he? Oh, he's got him in the head.
Oh, it could be run out. It'll be run out off the head to the keeper. Oh, that's rough in so many ways. Parvinder, he actually saw the writing on the wall and saw the window of opportunity closing. So the old crash helmet does its job, but it also rebounds to the keeper. Quick work from Baljit, who's been pretty animated through this 6.5 overs. And unfortunately for Parvinder, the dream is over. A headache for both batters, but for different reasons. And a great innings comes to an end. 89 off 27 with 12 Maximos, 4 fours. And the score is 107 for 2.
Yeah, disappointing. What an innings though, Vinny. Special knock, lots of 6s to the leg side, and he'll be disappointed not to make a century.
Oh, well. Reminds me of like if you're on a game show and you get to the last briefcase or whatever.
Mm.
You just never know if you'll be back. Hope he is, though. Obviously, it's a real sign of what he can do. I mean, Rahul comes out. He won't be, well, yes, he will be facing, actually. Run out the keeper's end. Might as well have a crack at it now. Does. Gets 6. This is still on here. Needs 17 off 4. Make that 11 off 3. Maximo. Precious. Just not had the answers. Remember, to be honest, they did drop Parvinder a little bit earlier in the innings. He's gone on to make them pay. Potentially, fighters could get all 4 points of friendship. They'll be praying that Precious can push this to an 8th over so that fighters don't gain another point on them in 3rd position. Gill, none for 36 off 9 balls bowled. Oh, flat bat smack. That's out of here as well. Maximo. Oh, seis carreras más. Big trouble. Gill being put to the sword. Goes from the dirty 30s into the naughty 40s. How about that for Rahul? Come out and gone bang, bang. All right, 5 off 2. One more Maximo, they get all the points. All right, well, this will only be one. What that means, it's simple. The fighters need a boundary off this ball for an extra point. Once again, Corey, you've seen the bonus point system delivering another layer of entertainment here on ECN.
Yeah, just offers up something else in these games that are a little bit lopsided. So can they get the boundary needed off the last ball here?
Boundary or bust, and it's Gurusevak. Hits it, doesn't really get the contact.
Oh, no.
The old step over, fielder's there. Suppose they're not going to run for, are they? But, well done to Precious, I suppose. They've had some positives in this. I know the last 7 overs haven't really been positives, but let's be honest, they did score their highest score. They probably deserve a point out of the game. They're going to take one. Awaris versus Fighters in the last match of the night, coming up, starting in around about 40 minutes right here on ECN. Awaris winning the toss and deciding to send in Fighters. So yeah, maybe tactically Fighters doing well batting second here. So maybe get them to bat first. And Awaris listed Green Shields at the top of the order there. Looks like DDC is taking a back seat after a big couple of days. They join us for that one. Last game of the day always means random questions. Our first random questions back with you, Corey. Adore Islam in the chat saying, Corey, sir, how are you? I'm your big fan. Is that you? No, Adora actually does follow the network. It's not a fake Corey account.
Oh, I remember fake Corey account. That was good.
It took, 7 hours? But someone's happy to see you back.
That's good.
And, I think that's fantastic. Anyway, 3 to win off 18 now at 1 and over. I think the writing's on the wall here.
Oh.
Make that 2. Make that 2. Harpal getting a bowl here in over number 8. Well, Precious, at least they take something tangible away from this game.
Yeah, 2 runs remaining. It's been a good run chase. They've dominated Vinny. It's going to be another wide, unfortunately.
So the scores, in fact, even more than that. So Harpal will end up with an infinite economy rate. The game's actually over. At the moment, they complete that first run because 1 for the wide or 1 for the physical run. And they'll do it in 7. This is actually the first time we've ever had it. They do it in 7, but they don't get the bonus point because the 8th over had started. And Fighters, they feel pretty happy to get the points. I think they'll be a bit disappointed that they don't get all 4. But in the end, still a pretty comprehensive victory for Fighters, who continue their grip on 3rd place and potential for qualification.
Yep, and they get that run pretty easily, that sort of chase where they got off to a flyer, and when teams get on a run, they're very difficult to stop. Some impressive hitting over the leg side, and in the end, an easy victory.
Yeah, let's go back and have a look at really what it was. It was a Parvinder show, wasn't it? And he just kind of rode his luck to an extent, but also he was brutal. He showed a lot of power while he was out there. And a couple that were kind of teasers. This one, you can see fielder running outside the boundary, but probably wasn't going to be able to do too much about it anyway. And Parvinder, he lit it up, didn't he? 12 Maximo's 4-4s in his innings, striking at 330 runs per 100 balls. And yeah, well, time to rock and roll, baby. Good to have the sun out. Good to have the ECS back. At the other end, Lalit playing the role of sandbag, really. Eventually started going for some of his own. This wasn't his day with the bat. Did bowl reasonably well, though, Lalit. He went for 4 off 9, but he can just go home and tell the missus that he was involved in the 81-run opening partnership in 5 overs. Anyway, back to the Parvinder show. And really, it's quite incredible that a guy with a high score in 4 years in the 30s was able to do this. But then, heartbreak as he runs himself out unnecessarily with a victory target in sight. He'd had to go for 89. It was the old head to keeper to stumps trifecta that robbed him of the chance at 100.
Yeah, robbed him indeed in the end. It was too little too late. He didn't get 100, but they did enough in the chase to get a very comprehensive victory. Well done to Fighters CC, who are proving that they need to be thought about in this group still. It's not just going to be Marlow. It's not just going to be the Swans. Fighters are right up there.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that kind of friendship versus Fighters natural rivalry is playing out in real time, isn't it? In this Group B. 89 for Parvinder. Really, really batted well in his innings. And yeah, you had to be a little bit, feel sad for him a little bit that he doesn't get the chance to bring up his 100. He's a little bit worried that Rahul might steal his thunder there, or Grusevak, I should say. Rahul then came in and smacked a couple of his own. They couldn't quite do it in the 7, even though they do it in 7 overs. It looks like they're on the screen, but because the game did go into an 8th over, they will not take the 4 points. That opportunity was missed as soon as over was called at the end of the 7th. You see there at the bowlers, I suppose Saini, 2 overs, 1 for 22, decent figures. Apart from that, not too much to write home about. And Harpal, he's the not so proud owner of an infinite economy rate with 3 runs conceded off of 0 balls bowled. We'll take a break, back in around about half an hour, take you into the last game of the day. Awarish have sent in the Fighters, so the Fighters can keep on batting, and I think we'll see Parvinder at the top of the order. We'll see how he handles the heat when we return for the last game of the night. Random questions will be in, maybe even a bit of food chat, but I'll be here, Corey will be here, and we'll be back in 35 minutes with match number 69. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rematch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of the day here. And it's match number 69 between Oarish, the hosts, and Fighters Cricket Club. These two played a pretty entertaining game earlier on. But well, it wasn't actually against each other. They both played very, very entertaining games. And this is now their third game of the day, Oarish versus Fighters. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago when Tyrone Peters had the two captains.
Fighters to call. Tails is the call. It's a hit.
We will have a ball.
Conrad Greenshields decides to send in the Fighters here in match number 69. I think it's an interesting decision. Obviously, they feel pretty comfortable chasing. And I'll be curious to see how many they're chasing Fighters. What about Parvinder with a breakout innings on the network? 89 before. Unfortunately, he ran himself out in curious circumstances. The ball that bounced off the head of his batting partner to cost him a chance at a century. But you can see there, no DDC in the lineup. So obviously, they're going to have to live without him in the final stages of this tournament. Fighters, though, Sahota leads the side. I think Rahul was pretty good. I think he's one guy you might want to push up the top. I think Parvinder for sure is going to be there. 77% favourites, the Oarish Swans in this one. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world because, of course, it's the last game of the day and we like to have our little discussions, don't we? Maybe a few random questions as well. Almost ready to get going then. You know that we've had a few random discussions ready today, haven't we? Certainly enjoyed some of our discussions, potentially talking about the ECN Museum. What do you think about that, the ECN Museum? Quite a cool idea. Anyway, almost ready to get going. Krip Patel says play, and let's get underway. It starts with a heave down the ground. Hey, this is an interesting one. You'll have to explain this to me because how Parvinder's not opening the batting, it defies logic unless there's something wrong with him physically. Maybe he feels like he needs a breather, so he sent out for Indaveric saying, look, you whack a few around, leave me on the pine for a little bit and we'll see how I go, but I don't know about that. Let's go straight over the stumps. Could it be maybe they're thinking protect him a little bit from Junaid Khan, who to be honest is a pretty good matchup against him. He does get the ball to swerve away from lefties. So maybe it's tactical. It's brave, if I'm honest. Brave's one word for it. Oh, wow. That one comes in, takes the pad. Great chase by Macy. He's a dynamo in the field. This is a good example of a ball that's going miles down the leg side if you just leave it alone. You get inside it, but he's not able. Welcome back to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. That's well bowled by Junaid. Ben's another one. This time he's going to get unlucky, and even Macy's not going to chase this down. So Rahul gets off the mark. I like the idea of throwing him up the top of the order. That's what I like to do, along with Indaveric. Junaid, very handy bowler on the network. Formerly of the Coimbra Knights. Also, we've seen him playing for Gamblers SC recently as a wild card in the ECL 24. Now, they think of a run, and Junaid has to think about trying to run out. Look at the non-strikers end, but he had a big target in the way. to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. An entertaining series this Portugal series has been. Again, comes in, can't get out the way of it. Luckily gets the bat through it in the end, so Rahul gets 4. Creative shot. It'll do the job in the end. 4 runs and a boundary. That will also take us to the end of the over. So 13 without loss after 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Why don't you get in touch? Because it is random question time. And so joining me in the contracts once again is Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. Looking forward to the last game today. Obviously, the Swans go into this one as heavy favourites, but you just never know in the ECN multiverse what could happen. Do send in any messages or questions if you do like.
So anything can happen and probably will here on ECN.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Vinny. I don't think there's much we haven't seen now. Always seems like there's something going on, or a bit of chaos, or some magic. And I look like I will be taking all control here, Vinny, because I'm pumped up for this last one.
Well, so you should be. Here we go. Shake, rattle and roll. Vishwakarma, we liked him. Nepalese descent. Played cricket high up in the system there. But he'll have to climb his own personal Everest here because he's got big Verinder Vuk out the other end. Here's the second over.
Well, this man's been very talented with bat and ball. A little bit of slinger-malinga with his left arm off spin. Top ball for to start here. Vuk getting tied up for a little bit of room.
Yeah, he's been really good so far, hasn't he? He's just really slid the ball in more than anything.
Fighters, they'll desperately want, you'd have to imagine, a score of above 120. That isn't going to help. He's taken all the air out of that ball, but they will scamper through for a bye.
I'll take it. It's Girish Singh back behind the stumps. Very versatile player. We saw Pirani behind the stumps making his debut. We speak to Conrad Greenshields before. It's great to hear that Werris now have 2 teams. They have a first, they have a second. They also have a women's side they've taken control of now. Also working on a juniors program. Well, could be trouble here. Oh, close.
Well, I reckon he timed. It was a bit of a weak throw.
And also had to go to the bowler's end. Maybe worried that the bowler wasn't going to get there. You could have thrown to the bowler. He had plenty of time.
Yeah, just think he got it all wrong in the field. It was a bit of yes, no, maybe. Slight hesitation. He's barely running. I think he's in. We'll have a closer look. Yeah, he's going to be just safe. A better throw. Oh, is it a bit closer? He's safe. Just in, Vinny. Just in.
Yeah, well, I guess that's good running. It's Vishwakarma.
Well, got it. Out the screws. Vuk wakes up and the big man hits a big daddy 6. That went about 80 metres.
That did go a long way, didn't it? Has picked up and out of here. Yeah, fighters. A bit annoyed. I think they missed out on a point in the last game. They can make up for it here. With an upset win over Werris. Kind of spoil their party a bit.
Yeah, it would be a big performance if they are to upset the Swans. So, left arm off spin to continue here. 2 balls left in the second. A little bit of a delay as the field gets changed. No Daniel Doyle-K in the lineup, so maybe a bit more batting like the Swans in this one. Oh, it goes again to repeat the dose, but in a half of the bat, which will just roll out to Faf Stoneman. He's come back today from South Africa. He'll be a big addition for the rest of this series for the Swans, Vinny.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's a fantastic addition. And he's also a guy that could potentially get open the batting, if you like. I did like what Vishwakarma offered, and I also like that he's left-handed.
Again, that sort of slingy, quick action and put down. Well, he got there. It looked like it was going to fall short, but I think in the end, Naseem just got there and it burst through his fingers, so it'll be a single. 2 overs complete, 22 for none.
Yeah, fighters, fighting start. What do you think about Parminder not opening? He might have been a little bit fatigued after scoring 50 plus more than he'd ever scored on the network in 4 years. But would you have kind of marched him out there gun to the head style?
I
Your
think-
kind of coaching?
I think, Vinny, that in this day and age, fitness does come into it. We saw in the Western Shield, some players are really struggling with the 5 games. And even players playing the back-to-back games, hitting a big score like that, maybe he just has pulled up a little bit lame.
Potentially. Anyway, it's Junaid coming back immediately.
Oh, bit of shape there from Junaid. That swung in and sort of held its line after pitching. Big hands-on-head job, because that was pretty close to a wicket.
Yeah, pleasurable kind of sight to see the bowler
Yeah, hands-on head, Vinny.
getting something moving.
You can understand why. That was close.
Looking to rip something out now. Oh, it goes pretty close. Another bender from Junaid. That's inside edge onto the pad, just a single.
Vinny, did you see the man in the news that's run the whole length of Africa?
You told me about this. Pretty crazy, hey?
How far do you reckon you'd get in that run if you started at the southern tip of Africa, which is in Cape Town?
Where's the
Cape
first
Town.
McDonald's in Cape Town? It's probably about
Probably
how
about
far,
5 minutes away. Junaid to continue. Oh, he gets that all wrong. That's going to be a 7-up. Straight away called. Nice shot. So he gets it all wrong. No ball 6. Pick up sticks, and this is a good start for fighters.
Not what you need. And yeah, Junaid, he's a pretty handy bowler. We've seen him many times on the network, but he sometimes does go for runs like every bowler in this format.
Yeah, it's okay to go for runs, but when you bowl a no ball, it just feels like a kick in the teeth. So a 7-up, and this is a good start now for fighters. High up on the bat. Oh no, it could be run out of a free hit. He misses.
Oh no,
Oh, yeah.
Where's the fielders? Luckily, there's enough backing up. It was all hands on deck there.
Tell you what, that would have been out as well. 3 stumps to aim at from about 3 metres away, and he fluffs his lines. He wasn't even in the pitch of any, so could have been run out off a free hit, but he misses. And another run to the total.
Junaid still searching for that first breakthrough. Oh, backing away and swinging like that. I don't know. I think to Junaid, you're better off kind of getting across your stumps, giving yourself a chance, get the ball in front of your eyes a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a good adjustment from Junaid to keep it outside the off stump. If you see him back away, you don't need to follow him all the time. Keep it away from him. Another decent delivery. Good length. He's a good bowler, Junaid, when he gets it right.
Oh, he is. Over 100 wickets on the network now. Not too many have done that.
Good bit of noise out there from the Swans, who have had a pretty flawless tournament. They'd want to keep that up. They don't want to let any cracks or any teams through. High, and I mean high. This has got snow on it, and it just lands right next to Conrad. No one could get to it in the end. It went so high, and at these conditions, Vinny, it's not an easy catch.
No, it isn't. It is pretty blowy out there, but yeah, half chance perhaps at the end of 3 overs. The fighters are 32 without loss.
That ball went to orbit, into orbit. 32 for none. Good start for the fighters against this good Swans team.
13, 9 and 10. 3, I suppose, average overs in the power play. How many do you think that the fighters need to challenge the Swans here when you consider there's no DDC in the batting lineup, for example? Not to say there's not a few good players in there.
I'd say minimum 120, 125. And then obviously in an ideal world, they're getting anything past that 140, 150. Haven't seen huge scores in the ECS series though.
Oh, man. Okay, here's Macy coming on in the 4th over, reasonably early for him.
Oh,
Big swing and a miss. Again, staying leg side of the ball is a risky tactic. I think it was Vierick. He's sent up to the top of the order, but he's not really making too much happen at the moment.
yeah, good bit of bowling there from the puppy Macy. Picked up 3 wickets in a match earlier today. 1 man in the match, and he's a tricky little customer.
He's a Good story, isn't he, Macy?
He's a bit, I wouldn't, how do you describe it? He's a bit floaty with the ball, but sometimes if you put that in the right area, it's quite difficult to line
He's
up.
swinging so hard. That's the thing. So, yeah, I think Macy's guy, well done to him. He's picked up his first and his second ever Player of the Match awards during this ECS.
Again, it's not quick, and he might not get away with that. Ooh, that's a tough one for Macy.
That's probably got a bit of the line. Just saying,
Oh.
next week will be interesting to see.
Well, that won't be a wide.
Yeah, it won't be wide.
Which it shouldn't be either. Look at this. Like, you think, like, there's a slither of that ball.
And so it'll be now, as in, like, if the ball is slightly on the line, on the outside, as long as a bit of it gets the line, it's fine. Could be shorter games, Corey. Less wides.
You watch the good batsman bat outside off stump and make it even harder for bowlers. Is that speed pumped? What a shot, Vinny.
Brilliant shot by Virk and gets out of his slump. You say that, but Lincoln tried that tactic back in 2022 and, well, he had to get replacement stumps. He got castled so often. I'll say.
We'll
the thing
see.
is, with that extreme tactic, they've done that anyway because you got the return crease as a hard line anyway, right? So, yeah, we'll see. It's worth trying.
So that means anything that's outside that line, even if the batsman's moved over, is a wide.
Yes, even, but the ball has to miss the whole line, Right, this one is hit away, and it's a great effort out there from Arslan Naeem. That was flat, it was hit hard. He can't deal with it though, and it's going to go across the ground for 4.
Yeah, more runs here. Fighters definitely putting up that fight. He got it pretty high up on the bat. It's a decent enough connection, a good effort out there. Probably we're disappointed not to hold on, but 4 runs nonetheless. 2 balls remaining in the 4th. Both openers are in. I desperately need one of these 2 to bat deep here and go large. Splice this time, and it's over the top. Backward points in the ring. And that's going to be another boundary, Vinny.
Yeah, nicely struck. And the run's coming pretty freely for the fighters. Not always convincing, but yeah, just building a score little by little.
Yeah, they are. Just ticking it over. They know they need to put on plenty of runs here today. But this is a dream start for them. No wickets as well. 10 men still in the shed, 9 men in the shed to come out and give it a wallop. Last ball, the 4th. Good comeback ball from Macy. That misses the off stump by a whisker. That will be 4 overs complete at Cardamom. Oh, not at Cardamom Oval. At Santarem Oval.
Welcome back.
47
Corey.
for none of 4.
Well, you would have failed a concussion test, tell you that much. But yeah, anyway, it's a interesting start, isn't it? Around about the 12 and over mark through the first 4. No wickets so far. A tough chance to go down in that last over.
Yeah, did go down that last over. Macy went for 15. Sinead's already bowled his 2. Yeah, they've got a good platform. I know we talked about Parwinder's innings before coming out at 3, the lefty. A lot of Singhs in this lineup. I'm sure they'll all be wanting to enjoy themselves if they get an opportunity.
No doubt. Okay.
Miggy got the ball in hand.
I mean, he's bowled pretty well. He's got to keep it simple, though.
He's another bowler that's sometimes hard to line up. Not too much pace, but they can work against you as a batsman sometimes, especially at this sort of club level. Looks like we've still got some of the Swiss office hanging around, Vinny, as well. I thought they didn't do ECS days.
Yeah. Well, James Cantor's here.
Oh.
Never know, he might even confirm me for Netherlands and England series so I can get my flight
Oh,
booked one day or another. Anyway, here we go.
Yep.
Another one.
Miggy. Catch. Good take from Miggy. Never easy in blustery conditions. He actually tracked back off his own ball, holds on to it, and he'll break the partnership, and is now 47 for 1.
Yeah, nicely held. It wasn't an easy one, that's for sure. Swirling around in this breeze. So, fighters will lose a wicket. The only partnership is broken as Rahul is caught and bowled by Miguel Stoneman, the elder of the Stoneman Bros.
Is he the older one?
He is, 47 for 1.
No. Miggy is not older than Faf.
Well, you want to take it to the third umpire?
I will actually, Vinny, I will use my review. I'm going to use it. It's an official review.
Put it this way, they weren't so close together with an umpire's call. It wasn't a Zulfiqar situation. But Miguel, go look at the profiles, Corey. I know you like to do your research in-game.
Yeah, I will. All right, let's do it. Got to love the European Cricket Network.
Still find it hard to believe a guy can get 89 and not bang down the door to bat.
It'll be fatigue, Vinny. Back-to-back games is brutal for some.
Runs are great for fatigue, though. I'll get you right back on track. Anyway, Miggy does it all himself.
All right, I'm almost there.
Okay.
Didn't know Miggy's first name was Luis. Luis Miguel Stoneman. There you go. You learn something new every day.
That I didn't know either.
And we'll be informing him later when he comes off the field. Luis?
It's Luis.
Yeah. Oh, that is pumped. Sahata, he sits back, he gets it. There goes Junaid. Oh, Junaid's pulled up a little bit there. That could be a tweak of the groin, Vinny.
Well, you don't want that. Key bowler at this stage of the week. But yeah, what about the shots? Fraction short and smashed away with the leg side.
Yeah, definitely smashed away. Nice shot. Just watch here. Junaid lands a bit, maybe awkwardly. Maybe the knee hyperextends a bit, but hopefully he's okay. He's an important player for them. There'll be a bit of a delay at the moment. They might be bringing a 12th man on. But anyway, Miggy was born in 98. Okay. 98.
Okay.
And
You're going to be able to do these calculations.
Faf, as that's pulled away down the ground, probably just for a single. Faf was born in 96. So Faf is the older brother.
It is a lie. And I'm sure some of our viewers will be
No,
getting on top of that pretty quickly.
I'm surprised by that, though. I wouldn't have guessed that one.
When's he really born?
He's born in 2000. Both young men.
2000. Crazy, hey? What were you doing in 2000?
I was just surviving from the Y2K bug, actually. As another full ball is pumped down the ground. What a shot. A little bit too full. Verk is enjoying himself, and he says, I don't care what age you are, I'm going to smash you over the rope.
Which is just the numbers, they say. But yeah, don't get too short. Stick to basics, I'd say. Would be some good advice. Just short of the Yorker. Okay, we're trying to get it there, but still ends up going the journey.
Wow, I didn't realise I'm a silhouette. And I played a game for Excelsior.
Did you?
No?
All right.
I love our website though. It's got a lot of things on it.
It's got a lot going on.
Oh no.
Great take, or attempted take from Girish. He's back behind the stumps.
Apparently I'm Dutch.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, if anyone knows
Do you reckon you can print that out?
Yeah, if anyone if anyone does want to know what we're talking about, you can go on the ECN website in stage and in the search bar to type in any player's last name and find all their stats. As this is high in the air, pretty sure it's going to have enough legs, and it does have enough legs. Verk's on song, fighters are on song. It is now 67 for 1.
Yeah, enjoying themselves, and yeah, we're at the end of a long day for them. No different to fighters though, who've also played 2 games previously to this. Yeah, pretty well struck.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's really flying long. Stoneman picked up the wicket, but he's still gone for 20 in this over. 39 of 20. Doesn't get that one out the middle, but he'll be able to keep the strike unless there's a misfield, which there sort of is. But Faf lays an egg and keeps it just to 1. That's 5 overs complete. The score is 68 for 1.
Yeah, so on track for that kind of 132. It certainly would be a little bit challenging, I think. But Weresh, talk us through a group. Let's go a random group. Pick a random group and talk to me. Hey, I've got a good idea. How about Group C? Because you're the Spanish coach. Spain, Switzerland, Belgium, Malta, Finland. How do you like your chances?
I haven't had any time to digest this because this came out yesterday and obviously no phones and we're all busy, and even today's felt quite busy. Interesting, every group looks great. Belgium, we know how good they can be at T10. Switzerland are coming on a lot in T10. So are Malta. Finland probably a little bit behind in that group because Malta have some seriously good strikers as well. What a great group. Looking forward to it. I think obviously we start as favourites, but in T10, you've got to play some good cricket to get through.
That's what we like about T10. It's unpredictable right now. You can predict that Virk's going to go hard at the ball. So he gets his chance at the top of the order. Maybe it's a case of whatever you can do, Parminder, I can do better. As Verinda sends this one up and out of the ground.
Yeah, nice shot. It was short down the leg side and he just pumped it away. So runs are flowing here at the moment, Vinny.
They certainly are. All right, Brendan Badenhorst coming on, disappearing just as quickly. First ball.
Good comeback.
Remember Y2K though, you brought that up. That's a weird thing, wasn't it? Now, do you think it's one of those things that is like it was so well prepared for, that's the reason? Or did everyone just kind of panic?
Actually,
it wasn't necessary to prepare.
I was only just turning 11 around that time, as that one is smoked over the offside. That's his 50. What a special innings been. 52 of 24, and beautiful striking of the ball.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Need some more of that. Very, very powerful strike, and well-deserved 50. Ends up bringing it up off 24 balls, so he has had the lion's share of the strike, but he certainly has been productive with it.
Yeah, so I was only at 11, Vin.
Yeah.
I actually don't fully know the whole story of it. I know a little bit.
I was a bit older than you, so I was 18, I suppose.
Yeah.
At the turn of the
millennium. Was it a big talking point? Like, was it massive?
Yeah,
to
they
the
were worried that all the computers were going to shut. All these potential things were going to happen, like because you understand the theory behind it, that the year in all these computing systems is only saved as 2 digits, right?
Yeah.
And so I guess the computing system has been developed through the, say, 70s, 80s, 90s. But when it clicked over to 00, the computers would think it would be 1900, the year 1900. So that might just throw things out. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air. That's going to go as well. Playing a bit of a heater here. It seems that every innings, the fighters find a new opener that's doing the job. And I mean, he's a guy who does have a 50 on the network. 53 not out against the Indian Royals he scored last year. But apart from that, I mean, his top score in 2021 was only 14. His top score this year, this was only 18. And now it's his time to shine.
Yeah, he gets another single there. So was it just a mountain
so
out of
out of a molehill?
Mountain out of a molehill?
Well, it's hard to say because nothing happened, and like everyone was like, that was a bit of a fizzer.
And how long did this build up for? Was it months? Or?
Yeah, definitely. But eventually everyone just said, okay, guess nothing's going to happen, and that was that.
Last ball of the 6th, and that is not going to be the last ball of the 6th. It's going to be called no ball, I think. They might have a closer look, but I believe square leg umpire, he'll be wanting to have a look, and, well, the umpire signalled bye. They didn't even run, so it won't be a bye. Not sure what's happened there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Let's have a look.
Oh, I'm not too sure. I think it's been a long day for everyone involved.
Oh, it's high, isn't it?
Yeah, but the umpire signalled bye. They didn't run.
I reckon that's high. Look. He's at the crease. It's over his waist. I just reckon that's no ball.
Yeah, but look at this.
Yeah, they're probably saying, hey, can you check the height on that for us?
Yeah, they've given it now.
Yeah.
Good. So they got the right call in the end.
They do. That was a strange one, though. You're right.
Yeah, it was a strange one. So no ball signalled in the end. That's what the signal I think he was looking for. Just got a little bit muddled. And credit to these umpires. They work very long days, and it's not always the easiest to...
Exactly. Well said.
You can't get every decision right when you've got so much going on. Anyway, last ball of the 6th, and it's a free hit. And it's high. It's long. Is it handsome? You bet it's handsome. 6 more. Vinny, 95 for 1 after 6. The Swans, for the first time in this competition, are feeling the pressure.
They are loving life at the moment, aren't they? Hey, look, you do need to be tested. Women ODD seen in the lineup today. Pretty entertaining. Entertaining day at the moment here at the Sunthrone Cricket Ground. Maybe there's a twist to it yet. Looking at the scorecard there. 59 dominated. Parminder's listed to come in next. Remember, he's coming off 89. Maybe still coming to terms with the fact he's run out within sight of his first ever ECN century.
Well, look who's singing next, Finn.
Well, that's the thing. Sing's, it's not really a surname. It just denotes that you're a male in the culture. Do you understand that?
No.
So I'm a Singh. Did you know that? No. I use it as my middle name.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why you sing for a male and Kaur, K-A-U-R. You've probably heard that before, for a female. Vishwakarma misses the pitch, and what's worse, it's good old head fielding from Macy.
Yeah.
And forgets to pick it up. Maybe an early sign of concussion. That'll be a no ball and a couple of bites.
Geez, the wheels are falling off a little bit here. Good work from Macy, who gets his head on the ball. But yeah, he's missed the pitch, gets it all wrong, skews away. So it's a no ball, 2 bites. There's the little clanger. Top fielding, good effort. But boy, the runs are flowing.
Free hit then.
Oh, that's taken off.
Pretty good comeback.
This pitch is pretty flat usually, especially for the spinners. I know the spinners on the weekend found it extremely hard, but that really shot up. Got it. Shot. They are pumped up fighters. We've got a game on our hand, and it's 104 now off 6.2.
Look what they're on for here.
Big score.
159 after that shot. Wow, we're going to have a chase on our hands.
Yeah, if you wanted the early finish, Vinny, you ain't getting it. This is going to go deep into the night.
Happy to stay as long as possible.
Same. I don't even want to leave.
We're staying overnight.
Yep.
Right. What's the comeback here from Rahul?
Oh, missed stumping now.
Rushed it.
When it rains, it pours.
Yeah, well, here's the thing here. You got to decide, is this one you had to rush or not? My instinct is he had more time than he thinks. And, geez, it would have been tough for him to get back. Because it's wide, he knows he's going to have to get back to stumps pretty quickly. So it's one of those ones, I'm not sure if he had the time. So maybe I can understand why he did snatch it. Sometimes you do, to steal that extra millisecond.
Oh, that is so close to the off stump. So Hota, he'll be liking the matchup of left arm off spin, being a left-handed batter himself, but boy, that could have been all she called there, and that's so close. Now down the leg side, and keeper does okay not to let any more through. Just feeling the pinch here, the Swans.
They are. Yeah, I'm loving this. This contest at the moment. Swans being tested. No, they've never won an ECN trophy in their club's history.
Swept away this time into a pocket of space, but there is a man patrolling deep on the rope, and it'll just be a single. Perk back on strike. 65 off 30, being a really good innings.
It's going to be a good test, though. I think that look for a silver lining here. Obviously, he's not really going to plan at the moment for Warish, but let's see how they handle the heat in the second half. Let's see how they can still restrict this.
Oh, comes down the ground, pumps it straight, really straight. 4 more. He moves on to 69, and after 7 overs, 1, 1, 1, 4, 1.
How about that? All the ones. Picket fence lined up. Gee, they're looking very, very strong at the moment, aren't they? I think just really enjoying the freedom of knowing they're not running out of wickets. They can attack. Here's what's coming up tomorrow with Friendship back on the park against Precious. We'll get to see Ronan CC for the first time since the break. And, of course, 3 big games for the Lisbon Werewolves. They'll be howling to pick up a few points as we'll get started again tomorrow, 9 AM GMT, 11 o'clock in Central Europe, 2:30 in India.
Is it a
was going to be my day off, but I said I'd come in and give you a hand.
Is it a full moon tomorrow?
That's a good question.
Because if it is, we can't let them play.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's pity there's no night matches for them. The next full moon is actually on my birthday, the 23rd of April. So actually, we're talking about no moon at the moment, or new moon.
There's no moon.
Oh, no. Well, get your money off the Werewolves, put it that way. Anyway, right now, we're going to see 4 runs. Sahota, the captain, fills the gap at number 3, and Stoneman dicks it in and loses the battle. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 more to the total. Didn't go where he wanted it, but it doesn't matter. Runs are runs. Kroom in the chat saying the Y2K38 bug is meant to be the next one.
And when's that?
3 AM at 14 past 3 AM on the 19th of January 2038. Have you heard anything about this?
No, it hasn't come across my desk yet.
I'm very curious.
I want to know what's the dealio.
Well, the dealio is runs. Has he got enough? No, not this time. He's going to go. So Hota tries to whip one over the leg side. Nice safe catch out of dip mid wicket.
Yeah, well, they needed something to go their way, and it does. Right on cue. And it's pretty safely taken there. Will be the end of a little cameo from Sahota, who goes for 14. And the score is 115 for 2.
Oh, it does seem like there could be a problem in 2038. We need just doing some...
Time to start stocking up on the canned goods.
Yeah. I'm a bit confused. I've never heard of this.
Talk to me. Give us the, how do we survive it? Kroom, help us. Could ECN streaming be temporarily halted?
At 3 a.m. we're probably doing games by that stage
Yeah,
as
we
well.
will be. Sure about it.
Why that time specifically?
These are the big questions. I love it. We're putting a lot of effort into trying to work this out as well.
There's a lot of reading to do in a small space of time.
Well, I still think it's worth you looking into it. Don't see a better use of your time at the moment, as look who's come out to play, Parvinder. Heartbroken when he was dismissed for at 89 before, but what a knock it was.
Oh, what a shot.
Where you been all my life? You should have been out here 7 overs ago. I mean, fighters, obviously they're in great position anyway, but this guy has just been on. Imagine him and Virk at the top of the order going like this. But anyway, making up for lost time, Maximal, 6 runs.
And you're in some sort of form to play that first ball. Just chipped it beautifully over the leg side for 6. Oh, he is in some form, Vinny. 80 odd before, 12 off 2 now.
Whack. It makes it look pretty simple, doesn't he? But I still don't know why Stoneman's banging it in. He needs to hit that Yorker around quick. And he hasn't really been tested against a decent Yorker so far today. But wow. 2 balls, 2 sixes, welcome.
You were calling for him and you're getting it now. Vinny, there's too much to read. I need you to...
Might have been having the IV drip after spending all his energy tokens in that innings of 89.
Can he go 3 sixes in a row?
Be trying.
Doesn't get it, and over the top.
Oh.
Oh, just a single in the end.
I would say he's had all the luck 'cause he was run out when his non-strike, when his batting partner was hitting the noggin when he was running from the non-strike, then trying to steal the strike back. So he hasn't had all the luck, but he's had a bit of luck. He was put down earlier in that knock of 89, and that one could have easily gone to hand. Kroom is going to do the reading for us. I'm pretty confident, and he can inform us exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you, Kroom.
Right. Doesn't like the pace is the chat to a guy who's 69 off 31 with 8 Maximos, 4 fours. We're into Virk.
Oh, he goes for the back of the hand slow ball this time.
Doesn't like the pace followed by the slow ball. Bit of mind games coming in there.
Yep, definitely some mind games happening at the moment. Last ball, the 8th. Right now, you've got a team that are just feeling confident. They're going to make 150 here, and you'd imagine they could upset the Swans. Oh, no. Well,
Faf's just looked rusty with the ball today, hasn't he?
Well, back on the job, it seems. Just missing his line and lengths here.
Heard he turned down a couple of offers from the UAE, stay in Portugal and play his trade for Wearish.
Oh, it's just a shame that he didn't take those offers.
Got him. Oh, well, there's the stumps.
Oh.
And Faf, he disguises a send-off as a little bit of a celebration, but firing up, I mean, maybe he should have been pointing at the stumps because he should have been aiming at those all along. In the end, Virk, his innings comes to an end on 69. Wearish, the Swans kind of on the attack here. Angry Swans. It's 130 for 3 after 8.
That is a genuine send-off. Yeah,
Oh, he lip reads out there.
Like it. Well, I hope this blows over and we see some fisticuffs for the last game on a Monday.
Oh, boy.
Well, oh, there's words going flying. See, the batsman just had a spray at Junaid there as well as he was walking past Vinny. It is red raw right now.
Yeah, I've got to say.
Well, there's no dead rubbers in Portugal.
Oh, well, I mean, I would have been saying, I'm surprised you hit the stumps because you're nowhere near it for the last couple. But anyway, all's well that ends well for Stoneman. I know it can boil over. You don't want that. But also, I'm going to say I do like seeing teams rather try too hard than
you know
Not trying hard enough.
how we're talking about Kroom saying in the chat about the problem for 2038. There's a man behind me that might know what that problem could
Yeah,
be.
he probably does.
I'll ask Mr. Weston. Let me find what it was again.
It's going to be another Y2K.
The Y2K
in
in 2038 is being predicted. Can you confirm, Mr. Weston? Okay, first is Kroom in the chat. Let us know, because you've stumped us here in the box.
Kroom knows. He's brought it up.
Oh, well, controversial view in the back of the box at the moment. Back
You
to
might
the
have to get back in the chat and put these views down in written form. That's all I'm going to say about that. Anyway, miles high. And when I say miles, I mean a long, long way. And it's going to go so high, but not far enough. As the piecings come together, this game is in a fine balance at the moment.
Vinny, this is a fiery encounter, and I'm telling you, the players out there are right in it. There's no dead rubbers in Portugal. The Swans have had it pretty easy in this tournament so far. This is the first time they're under pressure. 131 for 3. Put another 25 runs on the board here. It's going to take a big chase in the late evening match. Oh, high again, Vinny. And catching chance and dropped. Well, burst through his hands in the end. They're going to just get a single. That was the puppy dog Macy at short third. Couldn't hold on to it.
He chased what he should have left alone there, really. Because it would have been a wide. But Macy made the ground. Can't fault the effort. But he's not able to reel it in.
Yeah, opportunity missed. Oh, it gets a bit funky. Jumps outside the other. Good bowling from Miggy to keep it away from him. And he just cloths it down the ground for 1.
This is a very entertaining innings. What do you think the fire's up about for Stoneman? Hadn't really seen any bad blood to that point.
When you get hit around a bit, doesn't matter who you are, you get hit around a bit and then you take a wicket. Sort of a release of just tension, I think, in the head. That one's clipped away pretty poorly, but they'll scamper through for a single. Yeah, so I just think it's, yeah, you get a wicket and all of a sudden that tension or that pressure in your head just releases. We know Faf quite well. He probably doesn't want to give anyone a send-off, but boy, he gave him a good one.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
I thought he tried to kind of disguise it a little bit. That like tried to turn it into a yay, pointing at the sky, but it was definitely a good old-fashioned send-off, I think.
Yeah, smacked away this time. Good batting and a misfielder. Well, there's the man that gave the send-off. He's now misfielded 1 for 4, and they are letting him know from the dugout,
Yeah,
Vin.
sure are. Well, he's brought a few tactics back from South Africa with him here.
Clear the dugout soon. It could be a clear the dugouts moment.
A bit of street ball creeping into match 69 here. We know the interesting things can happen in match 69.
We don't have enough argy-bargy on the network, actually. We don't have enough games that are filled with sledging and a bit of intimidating.
Spirit of cricket alive and well.
Oh.
Cricket well blocked by Purista. That took off. End of Stoneman's over. Fighters looking 150 plus here. 138 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw a good fiery encounter. I've seen a lot of good talent and a lot of good match, but love to see a fiery one. 6 balls remaining, 150 on the cards. We look at the bowling scorecard, and well, it hasn't been pretty reading. The openers did okay, I guess. Junaid and Rahul only going at 11 and 10.5, but no wickets. And with wickets in hand, they've been able to take down the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th bowler.
Yeah, look. Wonder who they go back to here. Stoneman
Oh.
had the hot hand, but
Well, they're going to go back to the man that's causing all the problems. Stoneman 2 for 19. Do you take that? Is that a good or a bad over?
this stage, probably not good because he's bowling late in the piece. Early on, maybe, because those wickets can save you runs down the stretch, but here, not too much time to make up for it. Here we go. 10th over, strap yourselves in. It's going to be fiery.
Well, top ball to start. It was meant to be fiery, but he played and missed it.
Still enjoying this. Yeah, you're right. Everyone likes a bit of it. You don't want to cross the line, but yeah, one of my favourite games. Spain in the rain, Isan. A fair bit of pointing going on there.
Yeah, we enjoyed playing in the rain, actually. It was a good game for everyone involved. Clipped away. That's miles high in the air. It could be an opportunity, and it's missed. And that could go away, you betcha, for 4. So the Swans just not up to their sort of level at the moment, and runs are flying.
Yeah. not really what the doctor ordered here. It looked like it was going to stay on the field of play. In the end, rolls across the line.
Kroom
Still running that 150 plus.
Kroom in the chat has given us a 2-sentence sort of idea there, and I'll let you read that because that's confusing. One run.
Kroom said issue is Unix time, which says limit of 2,147,483,647 seconds after. Okay, gotcha. So what's going to happen is they've made a system that has a finite amount of time that it'll work for, this many seconds. And it seems like a strange number. But that amount of seconds is going to run out in 2038. That's quite easy to understand.
Okay. But why would it start to think that it's December 1901?
Because that's normally where they started dates, because 19 makes sense.
Okay. So 3 balls remaining in this first innings. Been a very interesting first innings. Stoneman again.
Good bottom edge.
Good bowling. He's taken the pace off there. Been a decent last over from Stoneman so far.
Stoneman. Been hit for too many here. Even the 4 was maybe a bit fortunate to make it all the way.
50-50 on the supercomputer.
I want to know more times the world might end. That's my random topic. Well, when people thought the world was going to end.
When we
or not necessarily the world, just some sort of systems.
I've got one for you. Probably when we hit 10,000 ECN games, that's probably when the world will end.
I know it's not really a defined moment, but you've suggested that we have the supersonic over 30 plus. We've had some hypersonic overs 40 plus. You've said that when we finally get a 50 plus over, that will be the big bang, and ECN will implode, maybe taking the Earth into it as well, like a black hole effect. Last ball. More about that in a minute.
Well, catching opportunity because he skied it, and it should be taken, dropped again. Well, they should be trying to run 2, and they will double back for 2 in the end. So opportunity missed. They'll end up on 145, and overall, Stoneman's having a bit of fun.
Run him out with 2 VS Chris. Hey, look, 145, pretty interesting target. Parwinder and Parminder are going to finish things off for the fighters. And Stoneman, to his credit, he keeps it down to 7 in the last over. Miguel Stoneman went for 8 in the 9th. So after staring down the barrel, they were actually 127 to go with 14 balls left, and they only get 18 runs from there. 145, what do you think, Corey?
I think game on. I really think game on. I was saying 120 before, and anything over that would be a massive boost of confidence, and they've been able to do it. So 145 for 3. It was set up from Verk at the top, 69 off 32, and a couple of cameos from everybody else. Let's have a quick look at the highlights. And well, for the first time, the Swans under pressure. They just couldn't get a rhythm with the ball and missed a lot of opportunities in the field, Vinny. And when you're missing opportunities, it always hurts.
Yeah, it was a tight one, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, a bit of a surprise for me that Virat gets the nod at the top of the order, but he certainly responded pretty well with 69 off 32 with 6 Maximos and 4 4s. Oh, 8 Maximos even and 4 4s even. They're striking better than 200. Look, to be fair, all of the top 4, they don't necessarily make as many as Virat, but they did strike it better than 200, which helps you. And I think when you throw in the extras and everything like that, they end up 145. I think 145 here in the European Cricket Series, it wins you more games than it doesn't. But this is a really good test for Owerish to bat under pressure. Speaking of under pressure, that one almost took out the non-striker. But yeah, what about Virat? His hitting was good. Parvinder came in and went absolutely crazy after Sahota went for 18 off 8. Parvinder, he'd had his siesta and he was ready. He came out and went bang, bang.
Yeah, he did 2 big strikes over the leg side for 6-6. This was the moment of the innings, though, Vinny. The send-off, Faf Stoneman gets a wicket, tells him where to walk, gave him a bit of lip. I like it. Why not?
Well, like I say, spirit of cricket means different things to different people.
Look at this there. Look, see, that's where you go.
I think the
See you
second
later.
finger is the one that might earn him a little bit of a talking to. Even though the thing with Faf, the way he speaks, a lot of people can't understand what he's saying. So, I mean, I don't think it would have really offended the batter, but certainly with some aggressive body language. And then, Karma came and bit him in the backside as he fumbled one about 3 minutes later. That went across the rope. Anyway, Faf would have the last laugh as his last over would only go for 7 in the 10th. And the fighters looked like they were getting 150 plus. Just feels a bit different, doesn't it, chasing 145 compared to, say, 155 or 160. Or they'll still be pretty quietly confident if they bat well, they'll have the batting to chase this down.
Yeah, it was Verk at the top who got the send-off, 69 off 32 for him. Everybody else chipping in a little bit, 16, 18 and 21 for the 2-3-4. Overall, very good batting innings. They'll be happy with that. 14 extras helps them get to 145 for 3. And yeah, with Swans without DDC in their lineup, their leading run scorer in this event, it'll be interesting to see how they go in the chase, Vinny.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good chase. Yeah, very well done to him. His high score on the network was 69 off 32. Some support from the batters around him. Pat Stoneman, his fingers don't look too bad in the end. He saves them with a good last over, 2 for 26. And the other wicket was taken by his brother, Miguel Stoneman, who we did confirm is his older brother. Apart from that, not too much to write home about, but pretty consistent work from the openers, Junaid Khan and Vishwakarma. Even though they had a couple of balls, they would have liked back in there. So we'll take a break. It is the last game of the day, so maybe you can let us know some potential kind of system-ending or world-ending events that you might like to feature in our random discussion this afternoon. But I'll be also pretty curious to see if Oarish can keep their undefeated series alive. 146 to do that in match 69. Vinny, sound to hear Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll be back for the final innings of day 14 right after this. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Rematch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for the end of a pretty exciting day's play here on day number 14. Vinny Sander here with you as we are about to watch the undefeated Irish here in ECS 24 chasing 146 victory against a very spirited fighters side. Got ourselves really impressed with what they were bringing to the table. But yeah, it's not over yet, and Irish do have the right of reply. Getting there, the Irish will have to get into the three figures, 101 or less if they are able to achieve that. So they'll need 102, potentially to keep their point as a minimum, but I think they want the whole shebang here. Surprised me at all. And yeah, nice chance for Buttonhorst. Look, one thing with the Irish's journey so far, they haven't really been under pressure too much. I think there's no secret about that. So it gives them a chance to really experience some of that pressure, which will be important when we get into Super Fives and then ultimately Finals Day, which obviously they want to be taking part in that on Sunday. Here we go with Rahul. A bit unpredictable early on. First one's navigated. Great to have your company if you're watching from around the world. I know we've got viewers tuning in from all corners. John the Follett saying, time will tell what happens in 2038. Well, hopefully we're all here to see it. All right, this time Badenhorst goes up and over the leg side. Confident start for him. Maximo! 6 and the scoring's underway. Yeah, look, they've gone for Stoneman at the other end. So interesting, they didn't go for Vishwakarma, who impressed, to be honest, in the last game. But obviously trying a few different options there with no DDC later in the week. He will have to go on international duty. This will be 4 runs, but it just kept on going, didn't it? How about that for a start? Again, to be honest, I thought the fielders had that covered, but it got through the gap, and once it does, it just keeps on keeping on. This outfield, brilliant stuff. This is hit. Straight to the fielder though. Yeah, so we look at what John was saying though. If he's reading it correctly, the primary effect will be on devices that are not connected to the internet because it is such an old system. Okay. Scundy ball really, and it's lifted up and out of here. Confident shot from Brendan, who's up and out of here. Maximo, 6 runs. He says it might cause havoc in machines and services that use time to encode instructions. And yeah, Cream brought that up. 2012 was a famous one. In fact, history is littered with people that were basically saying the world was going to end. And all he done is a bit of a money-making venture, if I'm completely honest. A little sneaky one inside the off stump. That'll take us to the end of the first over. Reasonable one. Has a score 16 without loss after 1. Looking at the golden ball counter, 82. In fact, we'll hit the ton this week. And yeah, 82 matches. We're there in 3 or 4 days, in fact. This one has a bit of golden ball about it. It's kind of a total, I think, when you look at the batting line that Irish have. We'll never know. Hello to Best of Shorts. He's saying, Vinny, am I going for the T20 World Cup in the USA? Well, I will not be because of my ECN commitments, but I'm keeping an eye on it. In fact, one thing I will be doing actually with Corey and also Andrew Leonard, we'll be covering 3 of the teams that will be playing in that when the Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland meet in the T20I Tri-Series in Amsterdam at the end of May. And then from there, it's only a couple of weeks until they're playing in the T20 World Cup. So that'll be my little taste of it. I'm very happy here in Europe at the moment. Anyway, here's Parvinder. This is the first one down the leg side. Stoneman gets his opportunity. This is Miguel Stoneman at the top of the order. Interesting that Parvinder is going to bowl pretty early. Didn't really bat as early as we thought he would after his breakout innings of 89. Another one though, this time keeper. He fumbles it. Bit of hesitation from Badenhorst, and it almost cost him. I do think he was home by the time the ball came back in towards the wickets. You can see that a little kind of stop-start. He called it, and then he second-guessed his own call, but it was too late to go back. Bowled him, and well, a right of reply coming from the fighters right now. Parvinder Singh breaks through, and Badenhorst goes for 16, but it's a not so sweet ending for the Irish opener, and the Swans lose their first wicket. It's 19 for 1. Is it round the wicket? It's always coming in. A little bit of movement off the deck as well. Stumps Akimbo. And Badenhorst, time for him to hit the showers. 19 for 1 in the second. So, Conrad Greenshields comes out. Needing to play a good innings here. And Conrad, obviously leading this side. He's a leader in Portuguese cricket, no doubt about that, since he arrived a few years ago. Scored 16 in their first game of the day. Scored 13 not out in their second, but he'd love to put in a big knock here. Yeah, T20 World Cup in the US and obviously the Caribbean. No, right now USA and Canada are actually playing a T20 series. Caught a bit of that last night. All right, here's Greenshields facing up my co-commentator, in fact, in the last game for 1 innings. Oh, it's not the most convincing shot first up. Won't get a run. Interesting, he kind of goes on the walk there. Maybe trying to counteract some of that movement now. He practices something that has a bit more shape to it. Good game this at the moment. Shoelace issue for Bilal. So I'm impressed with his keeping. This game on a knife's edge. We're at 51% at the moment. Goes after this, bit fuller, and Conrad's after him. Maximo! I think Conrad gets a slightly sub-optimal shot out of his system first ball. This time, just kind of stands his ground, waits for it. It was full, and it was that kind of pick-up length, wasn't it? He puts it out of here, 6 runs. Again, probably loses his shape here. He might get lucky. He does get 1. In fact, he'll get 2. The ball keeps rolling across the Santarém cricket ground outfield. Certainly been a gripping contest here. One thing I suppose in the first 4 games, the results weren't particularly close. Yeah, but credit to these 2 teams. They're going toe-to-toe. It's almost like the final of the day, isn't it? Well, it is the final match of the day, but it has that feel. A bit more intensity. Slips in's good. Location, Greenshields. Maybe just a little bit too keen to get forward at all costs here at the moment. Yeah, see there. Just kind of flirting with that one. Maybe a bit lucky to survive. Well, now another shoelace has to be done. It's almost like Vrinder Virk needs to become a specialist shoelace tire. He's done a teammate, now he's done Greenshields. I think the sooner Velcro comes in, I think we'll probably save 5 or 6 minutes a match. Anyway, all good to go. Wow, that is absolutely smashed for 4. And again, what I like about this is the slight adjustment, and you don't always get a second chance as a batter, but he's played a couple of false shots in his first 3 balls, but this time he's not kind of forward at all costs. He lets the ball come to him, stands his ground, and sometimes it's not just footwork, but it's also balance. He's a lot better balanced with that shot. So Green Shields finishes the over with a boundary, and Uerash on the pace here early on, 31 for 1 after 2. All right, Kroom has given us one more to digest. He said, final computer one, date time functions and computer systems will stop working correctly on Sunday, December 4 in the year, what's that, 292 billion, and then some other numbers. However, this problem is not widely regarded as a pressing issue. Sunday, December 4, 292 billion. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, it's holding up, it's going to plonk. Where's it going to plonk? It's going to plonk the friendly side of the line, Maximo. Well, Stoneman goes to the skies. I think if they're long on or long off, we're back there, they might have been able to kind of get to this drop zone, maybe get a play in it, maybe Matrix get back into the field of play. Maybe not, though. Ends up carrying by enough. Stoneman has kind of timed the ball in that direction today. Now, just helps it round the corner. Stoneman's batting's come a long way in the last couple of years. Seems to have found that extra attacking dimension to his game. So if you want to hear the long version of that year, Sunday, December 4, 292 billion, 277 million, 26,596. So he says, keep that in your diary for the final ECN games on YouTube. All right, this is in the air. Green Shields, he's going to like the result. Seis carreras más. Partnership's important. They're building a pretty healthy one here at the moment. Kroom saying that Sunday would probably be a new group just starting, and they'd only get one day in before the computer systems end. I don't think I'll be calling that one. But I'm just going to throw another one out there. If the computers are going to stop working in the year 292 billion, I've heard on pretty good authority that the world probably won't be around then. Probably would have been swallowed up in the black hole created by our sun failing to exist. So I assume that these computer systems will be at another location in the universe. Oh well, Conrad Greenshields, he's pretty prepared to stay in the here and now. And that's going to go all the way. 6 more. Greenshields. He just had that little bit of luck earlier. Had a couple of false-ish shots, which you've seen could have easily maybe chopped on or something like that. Wasn't completely in control, but the longer he bats, I think the better he gets. John Gray saying he'd like to see Paco Care Badalona versus Men in Blue as the final game in, 270 or 292 billion. Well, you never know. Govinda on the verge of going magical. Oh, full toss. And it will travel. It will be 6 runs. But Greenshields was a bit concerned there. Bat turned in his hands. Probably because he's on the walk. And so it looked a bit higher than it was if it would have been at the crease. But Conrad does muscle it down to the ground. He takes 4 sixes in the 3rd over. Or 3 off his bat, actually. 1 off that of Miggy Stoneman. 25 come off that one. And Uerash up and away. 56 for 1 in the power play. You see they had a couple of magicals in the first inning. 68 in the first half. But a good finish for the fighters. They were able to get 77 in the second half. 56 at the moment in the power play. Well ahead of the rate. I like this from John Gray, saying the Western Shield may have gone, but we still got the Green Shield. Brackets S. Nice play on words there. Anyway, slight change of pace, perhaps. Off a couple of steps. All right, Stoneman skied this one. They're going to gather under it. And he's going to catch it well. At the second attempt, he knocks it up in the air. And Parvinder, what an afternoon he's had. Stoneman really shouldn't have gotten away with this. He almost did. There's a nervous moment for Parvinder as the ball just bounced up in there, but he knew that he had a second opportunity, and it was easy as pie. Well, there you go. Rebound catch to himself. And Stoneman will be disappointed he can't make more of his opportunity at the top, but he'll go for 7, and the score is 56 for 2. Faf Stoneman will replace his brother in the number 4 position, and I want to welcome back into the commentary box Corey Ruckers. Interesting game, this one.
Yeah, very interesting game. 56 for 2 at the moment. 3.1 overs bowled. It's a good start in a big chase. If they get green shields, they'll definitely feel they're in for the fight. Fire to CC.
Yeah, Vishwakarma, not a bad option at number 4. He impressed me in the last game. We saw him in the third match of the day, which is match number 67. He opened the batting with Lakshan Wirakun. He scored 36 off 15. He looked pretty well put together. Former Nepalese under-19 international.
Yeah, he batted well earlier when he was at the top of the order. A little bit different coming out at 4 when the power play has finished, but he gets his opportunity now.
That's a pretty good ball, though, first up. Bhupinder Singh starts with a wicket, then gets the next one past the left hand and makes the adjustment nicely.
A lot of people in the chat saying there's some certain eclipse going on today.
Yeah, I didn't know there's an eclipse. Well, I won't be looking at
But
it.
they're saying it's a total eclipse. What's that?
Okay, I'll explain in a second. But Vishwakarma misses the first, doesn't miss the second. And he puts this away. It goes all the way. Maximal. 6 runs gets him off the mark. Well, obviously an eclipse or solar eclipse is when the moon comes between the Earth and the sun, and a total eclipse is when it does perfectly. So sometimes it's partially, so he doesn't cover the whole sun, so it doesn't quite, it's a bit high or a bit low.
Okay.
But yeah, total eclipse is when it's perfect.
It's not a...
Yeah, it's just a coincidence because of the size differences that it does happen that way. Anyway, this is going to be handled out there. Nicely done.
It's not a signal to a doomsday ending, is it, Vinny?
Well, I wonder if that affects the Werewolves' performance. You know, they are affected by a full moon. Special comments there by Corey Ruckers.
First day back, Vinny. He's going to take some time.
Anyway, Greenshield's 30 off 9. All right, false shot here in the air. Concerning moments for Awaresh fans, but it slips through the fingers. And, well, Parvinder's running hot, but now he's got a hot teammate saying that probably shouldn't have been his catch. He had to go with the flight. In the end, a chance goes begging.
Vinny, I've got ground-breaking news.
Talk to me.
The total eclipse will not be visible from Portugal.
Where will it be visible from?
I don't know.
There'll be somewhere in the world it is. There'll be like an epicenter where you can see it. These are things that you should be Googling.
Well, it's in our favourite country of all time, America.
Wonderful.
Well, at least they
66 for 2 off 4. Hello to all our American viewers, by the way.
At least
they do tune in at this time of day.
They always think they are the best, but to be honest, we beat them in the swimming at the Olympics
it's fair
with the gold.
It should go to the centre of the universe. Makes sense.
Well, looking
There's
at
the line. They're ahead.
Yep, they are ahead. Looking good. A big drop off Conrad Greenshields could swing this game, though.
All right.
Weren't you told in high school or primary school when there was eclipse you couldn't look at the sun or you'd go blind? They'd always tell you, do not look at the sun. And
yeah. Well, you wouldn't go totally blind, but you might be looking at something for the rest of your life. Yeah, Donald Trump, he's got super eyes. He was fine to look at it. He just said the answer was squinting. Probably along with his suggestion that drinking bleach might cure the coronavirus.
Funny, I tried
questionable health advice.
I tried 2 bottles.
That explains a lot. So they do say, yeah, kids at home, please, and parents. I'm not going to. It's not the kids. Hide the bleach. But yeah, it's not for human consumption. That's a pretty good start to the new over by Rahul.
Well, nice start to the over from Rahul. 79 of 34. We've got a good game on our hands, Vinny.
I reckon that.
Oh,
hold on.
Total eclipse.
Are we now just shooting the sun. I don't think that's good for the equipment. They do say that Torreon in Mexico will get to experience totality for the longest. They will have 4 minutes 28 seconds of darkness.
Is that like the Purge, where
That is awesome.
it's lawlessness for 4 minutes and 28 seconds?
You're allowed to break whatever laws you like.
Like it.
All right, that's high. Oh, that could be an eclipse where the Grizzly comes in between.
Oh.
Sun, he's going back, can't get it. Maximo! He just needed another couple of meters, didn't he, down there on the boundary. Vishwakarma gets lucky in a way, but I suppose he does it himself and he gets 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets some height on it, gets enough on it.
Well, that's good. Send me that link.
Okay.
So it has a path kind of southwest to northeast through the Americas.
It looks like the old cyclone path where
Yeah.
you got to evacuate. The Great American Eclipse, they're
That's
calling
right.
it.
So look, it goes, some of the places in the zone had like San Antonio, Austin, Texas, Dallas, Little Rock, Arkansas,
It would probably be,
Indianapolis, Cleveland, Buffalo.
would be better if it was just a giant laser taking out all those places.
Controversial opinion from Corey Rutgers. Oh, there should be more people in the box here to keep you accountable.
It's been a long...
Reminding me of that movie Deep Impact.
Yeah.
Good movie.
So if you were in this line right now, you were going to get laser beamed. It's a giant
a few
laser.
traffic jams.
Uh,
All right, this one is absolutely smashed. What a shot that is by Green Shields. He's had his fortunate moments, but there's nothing lucky about that shot. And I'll tell you something that's confused me slightly. I'm pretty sure I just saw the score graphics go straight from 4.4 to 5.5. Do we have a lost over here? Because I reckon that's only 5 overs down.
well, if we
And
have...
it looks like we might have our first T11 here.
Well,
because I'm telling you, that's only the 5th over. And I literally watched, go back in the stream.
No, that means we'd have a 9 over innings.
Is it the computers fighting back? No, they've only faced 5, so we need to have another 5 overs, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, but then we would stop at 10.
No,
So
we'll
we
have to
do it-
keep going.
No, we're not.
We're going to keep going. Well, this is the computers, and they say the rise of the machines is imminent. Is this a case that we've been talking about, the computers coming to the end of their useful life, and the computers have glitched? There goes the scoreline. We don't even know if it'll be back. So anyway, I'm going to have to score in my head now. I've got it there as 4 runs to start the over, and that'll make it 85 for 2 after 5.1. And there we go. A little bit like the DeLorean in Back to the Future. We've gone back in time now, rightfully so, to the end of the 5th over. Well, that was strange. Anyway, this one is hit towards the boundary, but straight at the fielder, pumping to sink.
We've got a good game on our hands here, Vinny. 60 off 28. Shieldsy's on 40 off 13. And right now, this is going to be a bit of a thriller in Manila.
The other thing is, Eclipse goes through the Americas, but also fair way round the other way. This one is going to travel as well. That one is getting to fairly large territory from Green Shields, who's 46 off 14 now, engineering this chase.
Yeah, nice shot. It's in the slot and he pumps it away. Conrad's looking on. He's looking hungry in this one.
Because the other thing about the moon coming between the sun and the earth, pretty important that it's daytime, because otherwise it might be that it's between, so obviously that's why you can't see it everywhere around the world, right?
Why are you looking up the path of the 2044 total solar eclipse? Just preparing yourself. Oh, shot. That's a great shot from Green Shields. Comes down the ground, chips it beautifully. That'll be his 50, 52 of 16 balls. And the Swans keep throwing punches.
Yeah, they do. Green Shields brings up the milestone here. He brings up a half century in 16 balls. He's been brilliant here. I think I just scrolled down too far on the Eclipse page.
Ah, okay.
That's all. Apparently the next one is 12th of August 2026. And here we go. It'll be visible in Greenland, Iceland, Spain, Russia, and a small area of Portugal. And then a partial eclipse in some other places. That's our territory. 2 years away.
Oh, very nice.
Meet you for some looting in the solar eclipse
Well, in that,
2026.
if I get 4 minutes of free time, as that is hit hard and
Oh.
dropped. Oh, well.
It was ball or head or hands. Luckily, the third option's probably the best for Sahota, but one captain drops another, but that was smashed by Green Shields. He gets another life.
Yeah, he gets another life, and, well, you just feel while he's there, he'll take them to the chase.
I think it was in Perth in Australia when they had one fairly recently, a couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, but it might not have been total. I think it was just partial.
Yeah.
Anyway, 53 off 17 for Green Shields, who survives a life.
Is there one bigger than total?
No.
Where, like, the planets align also?
Oh, yeah, I think you can get something where, like, Venus is in the way as well or something, but yeah, it doesn't stick out as much. And it's just, it's a coincidence because obviously the moon is many, many, many millions of times more than the sun, but because the moon's so close, you know how if you put your finger over your eye, it can cover something that's big? It's like, that's the effect. It's just a coincidence that almost perfectly covers the sun.
Learn something new every day.
That's a good quality. Here's Virik getting a bowl. I've got it down to 47 off 24, so I've got an under to a ball required now.
Yeah, well, if Green Shields bats through, they're not going to lose this game. So the Fighters CC need to get him out, find a wicket. Good bit of pressure in this game to finish what's been an enthralling Monday.
Right, this one is dug out by Vishwakarma. He's an experienced operator, so I think he'll be happy to score off every ball. Still to hit boundaries, but if it's not quite there to go, he'll just hit a crisp one and hand the strike back to Conrad, his captain.
Yeah, good bit of batting, just getting the strike back to Conrad, and Shields, he's in some form and hits that well and into the gap. 4 more. And he's on a bit of a heater, and at the moment, no one can stop him.
Yeah, right. Not a guy you want to drop, though. You can make an excuse for Sahota. That one was absolutely moosed at him. That one ends up at the boundary. Just picking up the boundaries they need to stay ahead in the game, aren't they? We're given an 85% chance at the moment. And now another one into the slot, and Conrad says, yes, please. And that one's out of there. Maximo. I think it's the ball retrievers. Pretty excited, I think, to retrieve these sixes at the moment. As Conrad is eyeing off quite a large individual score here.
Yeah, boy, they've just been very guilty of bowling straight and a lot of half volleys, and he's just going to pound those away. 35 off 20 now. He's still there. Can he make, or maybe even a ton if he just makes all the runs?
It's a low full toss. It's through the line. And Sahota won't be able to make the stop. He hits the rope. And so, yeah, good honesty by Harjot there. I think he hoped it didn't hit the rope, but when he picks up, gets ready to throw. So again, yeah, pretty harsh. It's a misfield, but it is hit hard. And Green Shields, he makes a good choice there, I think, to not hit across it. Hit through the line, hit it hard. This one, he will be able to hit across the line, and that is asking for trouble. But he's going to be caught well. Couldn't believe it. And Green Shields, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be gone. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Yeah, they want to have a closer look.
Seemed like to me it's not too high. Let's have a look. No issues there.
Yeah, that's going to be okay. So Green Shields will have to go. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah, off the bat, I thought that's got to fly, especially the wind's mostly been going in that direction. No issue with the feet there either. And so, unfortunately for Conrad, his luck runs out on 68, one that he should have put away. And so, well, the lucky bat can go to Vishwakarma, but Conrad has to hit the showers now. About 68 for 22, puts his team in the box seat into 7 overs as well. And the score is 115 for 3. Why don't we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow? And I know we're all excited for a Tuesday here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. And Friendship CC will kick it off against Precious first up. Precious still searching for their first win. They'll play twice tomorrow. We'll get to see the Werewolves. And we'll also get to see Ronan CC return to the action. So, no Marlow, no Oarash, and no Fighters. So, what this is tomorrow, it's the other 4 teams playing catch-up on day 15. Join us 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India for more European Cricket Series.
Yeah, plenty more action all coming to your screens tomorrow. Faf Stoneman comes out there now, 31 off 18. Good game to wrap up the day.
Oh, well, how about that? That's not a good ball, but Vishwakarma, with a lot of experience there, just taps it round the corner. And he'll get 4, easy as you like. This, you can put this down as bad bowling. It would have been a wide anyway, but not a bad trade-off to get the 4.
Yeah, nice little shot, just a tickle. So just got to catch up with it sometimes, and he does exactly that. So nice batting. 119 for 3. They're in control now, but someone still has to finish it off.
Vishwakarma being joined by Faf Stoneman now at the crease. One kind of bites away. It's called a wide. It's made me realise when we start adjudicating wides, missing the line, it's going to take a bit of adjustment. So this one, is this a wide or not? Definitely not, I don't think, because I think it's not completely outside the line. When we start going next week, it'll take a couple of weeks at least to get used to it, but I think it's probably an interesting one to try. Oh well, strays onto the pads again, and Vishwakarma is going to put that miles over the fence. Conrad taking the pads off. He can breathe pretty easy at the moment because his team's in pretty good shape. Okay, they're not going to get the 4 points out of this one. We're into the 8th over, but they do look on track for a big chase here and keeping their undefeated ECS alive.
Yeah, you'd have to say this is game, set, match. They're going to chase these runs down, do the job they wanted with only 20 off 16. It's not looking great for Fighters CC.
There we go.
Oh, close your eyes, Vinny. There it is.
I'm squinting.
You can't see the sun because it's totally eclipsed.
Slower ball. Gets after it, but doesn't really time it at all. Just the one. We've gotten through some good random questions today, haven't we? Total Eclipse of the Heart. Good song. I think there's 107 counts before they get to the chorus in that, if you ever want to count down.
Good song.
$19 off 15 now. Stoneman gets a chance to put the finishing touches on this chase. And he gets one that's a bit short, and he smashes it out of the ground. One thing I will say for Fighters, I know they've run into some good batters, but I don't think they've bowled well in this innings. I think it's been far too many hit-me balls. And even first ball, I was going to say Faf du Plessis, but Faf Stoneman. Faf du Plessis probably would put that away as well, but 6 runs, gets it under a run of ball now, 13 off 14 required.
Yeah, nice shot. 13 off 14. All she wrote, Vinny. Couple of balls now left in this one, you feel. Nice shot from Faf straight, and doesn't get out of the Tortuga.
He's been Tortuga, doesn't give himself that much time to see it because he does attack it. A few wry smiles, and Faf, he's pretty vocal, letting his fingers do the talking, to use an old Yellow Pages expression. This time, where does it all go wrong here?
Sometimes it just happens. You can't do much about it.
Tortuga bouncing. Yeah, they've let a few opportunities slip past them and slip through their fingers, slip, prowling for a chance here. But this is down the ground. That one is going, it's going, and that one is gone. Could be time to boil the kettle. Time for an afternoon tea here because there's only 3 remaining for Awaris to pull off a big chase, 140 chase here in match 69. It's 143 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, game over, Vinny. Just a matter of time now. Only 3 required with 2 overs to go. It's been a good run chase, pretty well controlled actually. And a good end to a long Monday. Just a matter of time now.
Yeah, so they've kind of exploded into life in the last 10 deliveries. We've had 8 boundaries. Did have the wicket of Greenshields in there, but Stoneman, Faf Stoneman that is, not wasting any time, keeping things moving. I say, it all happens in the 9th. Well, probably fittingly, it could all be over in the 9th. We're talking about a few events, but speaking of all over, it's going to be the end of Vishwakarma, so he won't be there to see them across the line. Virat comes back. He's had a good game, 2 for 16. I wonder, actually, between him and Greenshields for the player of the match, probably ends up going to Greenshields because of his effort in getting the win. But Virat, don't forget, if you look for an individual player, he scored 69 off 32. Maybe not going quite as fast as Conrad was. He's also chipped in with 2 wickets. Consolation wicket, though, I think, for the Fighters. That one may be just a bit too full to pull. The score is 143 for 4. So here's Weira. Take a picture, it'll last longer. Very good photographer.
He's a big man, isn't he? He's a very good photographer. Some of the photos from the Western Shield look fantastic.
I have to reinforce his cameras because he will crush them with his strong hands.
Get him on the tour, Vinny.
This one is flicked away nicely. And slight Tortuga's handled well. That's the running of a guy that would like to finish things off and not leave it to his partner as he legs out at 2 and ties the scores.
That's the type of player I like, Vinny. He knows it's a Monday evening. Time to get this game wrapped up. 1 run to go.
And now a massive swing and a miss. So we'll be here another 30 seconds.
What do you want to talk about for 30 seconds?
What are you going to do tonight?
Sleep. Ba-bow. Poker night tomorrow night, I'm hearing.
Games night, yeah.
Can we not say that?
We'll see what we end up doing. Last ball of the game. Unless this happens.
That's 1 minute we'll never get back. Just couldn't get bat on ball.
I'm going to hand to Virik. He's flown the flag for the fighters here. But looks like it could be at the end of the road.
Shot.
That will do it. Well, .6 and we're done here on day 14. Weira puts it hugely out of the ground to finish things off and brings up the 150 for good measure. Irish, they pull off this chase of 146 with 7 balls to spare.
Yeah, there's a reason why they're at the top of the table. An extremely good batting group led by Green Shields in this one. And in the end, it wasn't their best bowling performance, Vinny, but they've chased it down pretty comfortably. With no DDC in the lineup, they are the front runners in this group.
Here they are. Of course, after their work today, Irish, they do get back the top spot. Remember, the top 2 qualify automatically for the Super 5. The third may qualify if they can edge past Gorka, who were third in the other group. But also, you take points with you. So you get a 2-point advantage if you finish first versus second. So that's pretty important, I think, in the wash-up. But, yeah, our fighters, well, we got a fight out of them. That's for sure. It was the most competitive game of the day. But in the end, Irish, they'll get the win. They'll do it by bringing up the 150 off the second last ball of the night. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights with Badenhorst getting things off to a rollicking start with a couple of large ones. Miguel Stoneman was given the opportunity to bat at the top of the order as well. But Badenhorst lost his stumps and there's a little bit of the finger twirling going the other way. So this wasn't a sure thing early. Badenhorst was forced to go, but that just brought Conrad Greenshields to the crease. A couple of little kind of slightly mistimed shots early, but he got into his work pretty quickly. And his 8-6s were pretty important in setting this up. Miguel Stoneman that is, ended up getting caught at the second attempt by Parminder Singh.
Yeah, it's a good fight from the fighters, Vinny, considering we didn't think that the Swans had been challenged too much. This was a big moment, the drop catch off Greenshields, and there were some little moments here. This isn't really a chance. It just didn't go their way in these 10 overs. And the Swans, they're a good team for a reason. Maybe this year is when they win their first ECS.
Maybe. It's still a long way to go, and there's plenty of other teams that will have a say in that. But, yeah, I think it's a mixture of very good batting, but then also a couple of missed opportunities. Okay, some were tough. That was hard. I mean, it's way harder than it looked. Absolutely smashed it. But then also, I think the bowlers, they let themselves down with a few too many hit-me balls in there as well, especially, I think, dropping a bit short. Sahota, again, this kind of sums it up, makes a partial stop. Ball rolls into the rope. And Greenshields, in the end, looked like he would kind of turn onto a really, really big score, but he was caught on the boundary, clipping a full toss. Then the Tortuga made its daily appearance. Wirakun came out, and he was able to finish things with a bit of style as he'd finish with a Maximo, 2 and a 6 for him, and Awarish end up pulling off a 146 chase to keep themselves as undefeated here in the European Cricket Series. So Awarish, they now go to 8 wins out of 9 matches. The 9th match, though, was a no result. That was a abandoned match due to the weather at the start of Group B. But 68 for Greenshields, a good effort from him, striking it better than 3 a ball. Apart from that, Vishwakarma played his part with 31 of 14. Their partnership was key, wasn't it, in just getting them close enough to that target in the end. They were able to put on 59 for the third wicket. And they did it in pretty quick time in a tick under 4 overs. Barton Horse got them off to a good start with 16. 16 not out as well for Faf Stoneman at the end. And Big Lucky was able to get one over the fence to send us home here on day 14. 2 for 24 for Virender Verrick. Had a very good game. You put that with his 69 in the first innings. Apart from that, we saw a wicket for Parminder Singh, a wicket to Parvinder Singh, but he was also pretty expensive, going for 43 in his 2 overs. I want to thank everyone in the chat for your company today. Been a big day of cricket once again. Finishing here around about 10 hours after we started our broadcast. I want to say thanks to Steve McVeigh, to Tripp, to Jules, to Kroom as well, to John LaFollette, to Christopher Ward. I want to invite everyone as well to join us tomorrow, because it will be Tuesday and Friendship versus Precious will kick us off in match number 70, swinging into the 70s matches here in Group B. Werewolves back on the park, as well as Ronan join us from the same time as our regular time here in Portugal, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 p.m. in India. I want to encourage everyone out there, if you are watching on YouTube, please to like the video and subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And finally, the EuropeanCricket.com website. It's the home of European Cricket. Great to have Conrad Greenshields in here as a guest commentator a little bit earlier. You know what they say? The Maximo kiss, it rubs off. It worked for Jonty Jenner in the ECL. It works for Conrad Greenshields here as he strikes a 68 to get his team close to victory. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, on behalf of Corey Rutgers as well, who's already tucking into some afternoon tea. To be honest, I can't blame him. I'll be with him very, very shortly. It's great to have your company. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Thanks to all of our crew at Spring Productions, the Blue Crew, and everyone for being part of the ECN family. But for now, we'll leave you with some of the best bits of day 14, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.